These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. One part inspiration, one part science, one part legacy, and one part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
and no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is.
To what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
To define possible. To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked.
Perfect. We see these students coming through the program, not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canon, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canon products.
Canon Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing today?
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Niall, joined by Aisha and Ronnie today this morning. We have two wonderful new commentators here joining us as we get ready to start off our next round of competitions over in Alexandria. So, Ronnie and Aisha, since you all are new, tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right, so we're both on the same FTC team, Almond Robotics, and we've been doing it, well, Ronnie's been doing it for 4 years, me for 5. And yeah, we're excited to commentate today, talk about the teams here. We can talk about FTC. We have the FTC and FRC commentators, so it'll be nice and balanced.
And good morning to Twitch. Make sure Twitch, if you all have any questions, comments, or concerns, that you all message us in the Twitch chat, as well as teams. Make sure that you all are filling out your team surveys. We would love to know more about your teams, and we'd love to talk about your teams. There's tons of times when you are on the screen, and we want to talk about you, especially if there's a puzzle between matches or any gaps and lags. We'd like to talk about it. Same like how I like to talk about all of our different sponsors, sponsorships, and awards programs. Starting off with the Alumni Ambassador Program. Make sure, as you all are becoming seniors, that you all sign up for the Alumni Ambassador Program. As soon as you graduate and become a FIRST alumni, you can come back and serve the FIRST community as an Alumni Ambassador. If you are an Alumni Ambassador, all you have to do is volunteer and participate with different events, teams, and other functions of FIRST Chesapeake, and you will be given $1,000 to spend on any team of your choice. They can be any FIRST team. They can be FRC. They can be FTC. They can be FLL. And that $1,000 does go a long way for some of the smaller teams. I also know that we have the Women in STEM Scholarship, which is another one that they ask me to talk about all the time. Don't know how I'm ever going to get that scholarship or how I could have ever gotten that scholarship, but hey, it's a fun scholarship. I know 2 or 3 ladies that have received it. But Ronnie and Aisha, what are you guys thinking about for today? What are you guys thinking about for today's events?
Like, there's a lot of teams competing in Alexandria today. We have 4 cohorts.
Honestly interested in the way that we'll see. Like, I see a lot of teams seem to be from the same organization. Like, iLight, you know, that's an FRC team. They have a whole lot of FTC teams competing today. And I know, like, several of the teams are also part of, like, the same organization. They seem to all be part of the same cohorts as well. So, if you look at, like, cohort 1, right, we have, like, all the iLight teams. Cohort 2 has 3 new teams. Their team numbers are actually 2123, 2122, and 2124. They're all part of the same group too, and they're kind of working together. And then, like, over in cohort 4, we have, I think it's really interesting that there's another group over here where it's Fairytale, Penguins, and Turtles, and they're all from the same organization as well. So I think there's a lot of big groups in here.
And I mean, speaking about FRC, congrats last week for the FRC kickoff. I unfortunately wasn't able to be there. But I can't wait to see that event. I can't wait to see Rapid React. Also, since we are looking at Freight Frenzy, I can't wait to see all the wonderful FTC teams showing out today. I do love these cohorts. Though, we have 35 teams showing up today, so we have tons of matches in Alexandria for you all to watch today. Not to mention, with all these tons and tons and tons of teams, we even have the Twitch channel giving you all a shout out and saying hi. But I do like the changeover between FRC and FTC. The ability for some of these FRC teams to spawn multiple FTC teams, the ability for some of these schools and organizations to spawn multiple FTC teams, and then for some of the FTC teams to come together to form an FRC team is also sometimes very unique and interesting. I like seeing the changeover mostly because it's generally the same age range, but it's a lot of different skills.
Right, that's true. And you know, like, I think a lot of FRC teams do FTC is sort of like, because the seasons are kind of offset, you know, so it gives you something to do year round.
It does give you something to do year round. Now, at a time like right now, unfortunately, I would not want to be on the FTC team because this is FRC build season. So if they had me on the FTC team, I would turn around and say, look, somebody else needs to go compete. I'm going to be in my build room. Don't talk to me in my build room. Don't ask me no questions in my build room. Because I'd be in my build room. Like, normally in my build room, so my build room, we had glass walls that separated the wood shop and the metal shop from the main hall. So we would write all of our formulas and calculations on the glass. We would sit there. You got one person in the wood shop, and if you wanted to speak to them, you'd write on the glass so they could see you and understand what you were saying. Just because we're not messing around. That was build season. I think the only joke that we had during build season was, where are we going to put the air mattresses so we can spend the night?
Yeah, build season seems really intense, huh?
I mean, the time flies. It's gone really fast.
FTC competition season is pretty crazy as well. I definitely would be really overwhelmed to be on an FTC and an FRC team right now.
Yes.
I mean, but some of these teams pull it off, and I love when these teams. It's a wonderful combination.
I mean, something else as well. What do you think about the changes they made to the build season? You know, how they kind of took away like bag day and the 6 weeks and everything.
Personally, I'm sort of kind of glad that they took away bag day because I know for my team, bag day meant we just had to put something in a bag. And for a lot of teams, it just meant you had to put something in the bag. Didn't mean that was your final robot. That just meant that was your final robot at that time. Because once you got to competition, everybody had add-ons and change-ons that they would bring on to their... And so as soon as they got their bag weighed and bag inspected, they'd turn around and come back to inspection later and say, hey, wait, I got these changes.
Yeah.
But you're saying you can give up a build day to help an FTC team. And like I said, I mean, if you want to give up a build day, have fun. I used to love my build days. I used to play so many sports, and I used to even tell my coaches, hey, coach, I can't go to practice today. I have a build day. Or I would tell or actually I'd tell my first team, hey, I'm going to go to practice for an hour because I know that we're going to be here till 10, 11 o'clock at night.
Wow.
We used to take our build day serious.
Yeah.
I think the funnest thing was that with my team's budget, I could afford to put $1,000 towards a pizza budget for the season.
Wow. That's a lot of pizza.
It's not a lot of pizza over a long amount of time. It's a lot of pizza if you bought it all at once. Because we would spend like $100 every time we would order pizza. So we'd be like, pizza once a week, twice a week. It lasts the whole build season.
Yeah, FRC's like the scale is totally different. I feel like, we've definitely stayed very late to work on the robot. Usually it's the night before the competition.
Or more like maybe 2 weeks before. Yeah, it was just like. Yeah. Generally, we'll meet every day.
Now, I remember drive training used to be the biggest thing on my team.
Drive.
And for a lot of the FTC teams, I feel like they should spend more drive training personally, especially from what we've seen with a match like the way this field is set. This is a lot of precision driving as well as speed driving, and we've seen some of the teams not have all of the precision, but definitely have the speed, as well as, for example, these little low bars. Trying to get over these bars and not have a robot get stalled on them has definitely been a challenge for some of these teams. And so that all goes down to drive training, that goes on to testing different drive systems. And I feel like a lot of these teams should definitely have gone back to driving school for a couple more hours.
Right, for sure. But I think our team has definitely dealt with this. It's like a point where before the competition, you only have so many hours and there's a lot of things that need to be done with the robot still. And it's sometimes you have to sacrifice a little bit of drive practice.
But this is why, like I said, for a lot of teams, and especially in an FTC team where the scale is a lot smaller, I would make multiple bots or multiple drive trains. Just practice the drive train. Because, for example, you could have the best wheel design in the world until it hits those pipes. As soon as you hit those pipes and your robot stalls, now you still have a great looking robot, but you're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And the same with FRC. I believe my best reference when it came to FRC was Stronghold, because Stronghold was a lot about trying to clear the obstacles. There were a lot of teams that had very great designs for one obstacle, but not for all three, or not for all six that they would go through. And so if you couldn't go through multiple obstacles, you were sort of stuck.
Right. We might be seeing some different drive training designs this qualifier. I think different teams approach the barriers in different ways. There's I've seen some teams that have treads, some teams with suspensions, or just regular mechanism drivetrain, and they just barrel over it, or small bots that go around. So we'll see what different drivetrains these teams have.
I think there's been a lot of I feel like there's a lot of small bots actually.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of people going around bars.
But then I also like all the different lifting mechanisms, and I'll always say it. The different unique styles of lifting and picking stuff up is always cool. Whether you want to have a grabber, whether you want to have a track system, whether they want to do some sort of scoop. We've seen tons of different mechanisms, and I love seeing them all. They're all really cool and unique.
Right.
I think that's one of the places where like people are the most creative, right? Like I know there's a couple teams that have like a turret arm or like, yeah, and you said like different slide systems and things like that, right?
And I feel like that's one of the great things about FIRST is once you make a basic drivetrain or that basic base layer system, whatever you add on to it is what makes your bot your bot. Because if you made the basic drivetrain and you followed everybody's YouTube videos of a basic robot, sure, you got a standard bot that almost everybody's going to use. But what you do when you change out your wheel systems, when you change out your lifting mechanisms, those are always unique. Those are all fun and interesting.
Yeah, and especially this year, right? Like what type of drive you have is really important.
Yeah.
I think like FTC is kind of away from having obstacles in the field most years, but like recently it seems like they've tried to because last year, right, there were no obstacles. It was just a flat field. And the year before that, they only had like...
There's the thing under the middle bridge, the neutral bridge. Like,
yeah, but nobody drove under the middle bridge.
Yeah, so you could just clear.
As much as you all say last year had no obstacles, those rings lying flat on the floor was definitely an obstacle for some of the teams. I saw plenty of robots get stuck right on a ring and wobble back and forth and never get off of it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was because the rings were short and they were compliant. So that was like, kind of a killer combination there.
Yeah, but I think definitely for the past couple of years, like just doing mechanical drivetrain has been like the standard in FTC. So I think it's interesting that like it's been like switched up a little bit this year.
Yeah. I also think the GDC kind of wants to stop people from everyone just running odometry. That's one thing. Yeah, I think they wanted us to be a little bit more creative in terms of like drivetrain design and also localization.
And I love the Twitch chat talking about robotics 101 and robotics training and isolation. We used to isolate different team members, and so my team actually had a quiz that we would make team members take. It wasn't graded or scored or anything, but it was like a classification quiz because we had 4 different teams on our team. So we had the mechanical team, the electrical team, the design team, and I can't remember what the last team was, but we had 4 separate teams. And when we would run the separate teams, you get put on a team, each of your specific teams had a team captain, and that was how your teams would talk to each other. So for example, my electrical and my mechanical teams, they both talked to each other a lot, especially during build season, because it was, hey, I need the robot so I can add this mechanic bit on it. After that, I'm gonna send it back to you so you can wire it all up. We can pass it back and forth this way. We're all in the room on the same days. But then also when we would separate the teams, we had the drive team time. And so drive team would take one of the old drivetrains that had been configured in the exact same that we were going to use it that year, and they would spend all year working on their driving system. We had the blind speed test where we would rev up the robot to full speed and try to stop it on a dime, literally, or stop it right in front of a padded wall. We had our random obstacle course where people would literally just open up desks and drawers and go in and grab all the different wrenches and tools and throw stuff all over the floor in the gym. And so we would try driving around and avoiding anything on the floor, or we would try to pick up random objects. And that was part of making sure to personalize and teach everybody on the team. Oh, I remember our 4th team. Our 4th team was programming. Yes, our programmers. Because we had our programmers learning 3 and 4 different languages. We had programmers that knew Python, C++, Squirrel, Gems, tons of different languages. they just had fun learning languages all day, and then they would try programming robots. And I think that sometimes came bite us because then they would program robots in 2 languages instead of just sticking to 1 language, and we had robots that would go forwards instead of backwards or sideways instead of forwards. It was sometimes weird for the drive team having to relearn how to drive because your programmers don't know how to speak to the robot.
Yeah, we've definitely had trouble where sometimes the robot does go backwards.
Okay.
I remember one year this was forward and this was backwards, and when I said it was wrong, I like just change one of them, invert one of them, so I'm either both one direction or both the other way. They inverted both of them, so then instead of me going this way to go forward, now I'm going this way to go forward. It's like, it still isn't helping me. And I caught a yellow card for it because I didn't know how to drive my robot, and the referee was like, "You're purposely driving into..." I was like, "No, I'm not. I'm trying to figure out my controls." And so after the match, I had a referee see me in the practice pit watching me drive like this. And they were like, "What happened to your steering?" I was, ask my programmers. If I go double forward, it's a death spin. It's not. If somebody else took over the robot and tried to go double forward, and so I just do a death roll, and I was like, "Yep, nope, it's not. It's not at all how that was supposed to work." I cannot tell you what happened to my robot. But then also, speaking about my design team, we used to love our design team. Our design team designed everything from the look of the robot to the look of our buttons to the look of our flag, even like stuff like the team shirts. Our design team used to do a lot, as well as our design team was pretty much our outreach team. So if we ever wanted to host like a pep rally or something, the design team was behind that. Going into other schools, our design team would speak to the other schools so that way we could have everything together and we could run everything that way. And that used to be super fun and super unique for them, because some of the members of our design team would tell you to your face, "I don't really like touching the robot. I don't think I want that responsibility," or "I don't think I want to, actually do something on the robot." But then if you gave them a can of spray paint, oh, they'll take the robot and walk away for a couple hours. I'll be back.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nice thing about FIRST, right? There's so many different things you can do.
Yeah, I think one thing though, like especially in FTC, I think a lot of teams kind of overlook a lot of the design aspects or outreach, hosting events and stuff like that. Some teams kind of just only focus on building a robot, which is fair considering a lot of their smaller sizes and things. What do you think of that?
That is definitely something to think about. I know FTC has a lot smaller teams. And also you all do generally operate on smaller budget, which is something else to think about when you all do have to think about your different aspects. But FTC is more year-round, I would say, than FRC. And so due to that aspect of it, I feel like there's tons of time for a FTC team to get involved with anything if they truly wanted to get involved. For example, on a time like your off season, helping with a FLL team, there's also different types of robotics. FIRST Robotics isn't the only robotics platform. I know plenty of people that have worked with other robotics platforms that'll turn around and poach members from those other platforms when it comes to FIRST build time, so that way they have somebody for their team and they have people that already knew how to operate with those systems. But it seems like we have Alexandria up, and we also just got our first round of team set up. So coming up first, we have team 13100, the 47 Beavers. We also have team 392, I Light Imagination. And I Light Imagination is going up against team 354, I Light Inspiration. So it's going to be fun to see how those two teams face off against each other. And rounding out the blue team, we have 14315, Mobius. Now, I Light and Mobius both have sister teams in FRC. I Light and Mobius also both have sister teams in FTC. I Light has, I believe, 5 total teams.
Yeah.
And Mobius also has Luminous. I don't know if they made a third team yet or not, but I know that it's at least 2 of them in FTC, and both of them should be competing today. And one of the things that I really like about FTC when you all have multiple teams is this auto period. And the reason why I like the auto period is because it shows one of two things. Either you all designed your robots to be identical, and they will both do the exact same thing during the autonomous period, or you've trained them to work cooperatively, and that means that your autonomous is built around the other robot.
Right. And I think an advantage that these sister teams have is like they can practice with each other, right? So they can test their auto paths at the same time.
And that was one thing I really used to love seeing with some of the sister teams. I know personally when we used to run 2 teams, we could go to competition and we're competing against the crowd at competition. We're competing against the horde of other teams. But that bus ride home, that car ride home, it was definitely, I got a higher ranking point than you. Whether we got to finals or not, and it was whether we got to the end of elimination or not, it was, hey, but I had a better score. We had more points. You saw who ran the high score for today? Yeah, that was us. But it seems that we're going to have randomization number 2 with those 2 rubber ducks sitting over in the middle.
Right. Looking at the field right now, we can see, I didn't see any of the teams have a team-specific scoring element, which is interesting. Also looking at their drive trains, looks like we have 2 Mecanum drives, and then, auto starting.
And this is the beginning to that wonderful autonomous period, seeing some of these teams go off. And I really like every time that we get to have a human player, because it's interesting, it's unique. It's something that gets to work and something that gets to move. I also like how you all have this this period of gap between your autonomous and your actual playtime. Because I know in FIRST, as soon as that buzzer hits, we have to step forward and leap forward and jump onto our boards. You all have a nice calm 8 seconds to, okay, switch programs over, pick it up.
There actually used to be like a really long period of time in between auto and teleop, but they like changed it like I think 3 years ago to make it more streamlined. I remember it was actually kind of scary at first because I was like, oh my gosh, how are we gonna do all that in only 8 seconds? But now it's just like seems normal,
But yeah, I mean back at paper scoring, right? Like they would just have to stop with 5 minutes to score.
Ooh, one of the teams on the Red Alliance seeming to have a slight problem getting over those barriers. I believe that is 47 Beavers.
It looks like one of the teams isn't moving. They're having some trouble. That's looks like,
and it looks like that is Mobius having a issue in their actual game area. But but both of the iLight teams seem to be down. Neither of the iLight teams seem to be moving right. No, 392 is moving, but iLight Inspiration has not moved off the wall since it has begun the match.
We're seeing a lot of penalties.
Yeah, we are.
That penalty, I believe, was to the tower getting tipped over when 47 Beavers backed up. Because remember, any contact with that pillar that's not in attempt to score can result in a penalty.
So it looks like Mobius got their robot working for a little bit.
Mobius had their bot moving at that. Now see, it is interesting because both teams did get 1 block up top.
Yes.
But nobody moved any ducks this time. And once again, this is the first match of the day. First match of the day, I don't expect to see our high numbers. As we get into every team's third, fourth, and fifth match is when I expect to see those triple-digit scores. When I want to see 300 points, 120 points and 150 points and stuff like that. But over here in the first match, we have Blue Alliance winning, and that is Mobius and I Light Inspiration with a score of 27-0. Remembering that those negative points will eventually close themselves out as 0. Looking at the breakdown, we have an 11-point autonomous to a 0-point autonomous. Both teams had a 6-point driver control, and at the end game, Red Alliance had 6 points and Blue Alliance had 10. The Red Alliance once again suffering that 30-point penalty.
I feel like penalties have definitely played like a really big role this year.
Yeah, this year.
Yeah, this year compared to other years.
There's been an average of 1 penalty and 3 penalties in every 10 matches so far, according to the statistics. It seems like many of these, it's like a pretty even split between like minor and major penalties. So I have the feeling that many teams have just been driving into the hubs.
Right. I think it's just so easy to accidentally drive into the hubs, especially with the shared hub. That one's like, it's so close to the barriers, right? And like a lot of teams, I think, like trying to like get over that barrier, you need a lot of momentum to get over the barrier, but then the shared hub is right there once you get over it. So if you don't have like a small bot, it's definitely a challenge to score in the shared area. And even for like the Alliance specific hubs, like when you're trying to score on like the top level, it's really easy to just like ram into it.
But speaking of robots and robot design, look at Team 519. I can see that panel clear as day. And once again, I love this when I can easily see and identify the bots. Same with the iLight teams. They all have these nice little upper flags on their robots, so you can see the number all nice and high. And so coming up next, we have iLight Ingenuity Team 194 paired off with Team 5262 iLight Innovation, and they will be facing off Team 1823 Luminous paired off with Team 519 Epsilon Delta 2. So once again, we have the sister team to Mobius coming out as Luminous, and we have 2 more of the iLight teams coming in. I feel like iLight could run their own tournament against themselves. They probably do all the time.
You have a lot of teams.
They probably can scrimmage with each other.
iLight just goes back to school and in class, they're like, oh, this is our class project. At the end of the week, we battle.
Yeah, it's nice to be around a lot of other teams all the time. But I imagine if you were on one of the sister teams, you'd be like, you know, I wish I could be away from all the other sister teams. It's like having siblings.
I mean, but I feel like the sister team do. But Epsilon Delta 2 is using a personal piece this game. We can see their personal piece up in the field. Yeah. It looks like a rectangular box.
Right, so maybe we'll see them doing vision and auto.
Yeah, it looks like the vision task in auto is just worth more points if you use a team-specific scoring element, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right, and I don't think we didn't see vision last game because the element that was scored was on the wrong level.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm looking at Luminous's drivetrain right now. It looks pretty interesting.
Luminous has treads, right?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, and once again, I somewhat like the tread design, especially for this year, mostly because it should be able to clear the barrier. It shouldn't get stuck on it, as well as if you see the way that there's a set, it's set almost as a suspension tread. So it should bounce over if it does try to get stuck.
Yeah,
or keep tension with the line. The middle of the tread has a gap, so it should either hold tension or just.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of this, I'm definitely gonna have to go speak to my coach because I saw Luminous and Mobius's team shirt, and now I want their team shirt because the team shirt looks cool. And once again, with Miss and Luminous, I was on their FRC team back before we had an FTC team.
Yeah.
So I definitely will have to message my coach later. But once again, teams, I love all the customizations and randomizations, especially when your team has a uniform or a standalone figure that makes you easily recognizable, like Almond Robotics. Love the pink bots. You can instantly tell that is a Almond bot. Frog bots, they're purple and gold, they're purple and green, always coming out there with their bots. I feel like it was Alpha that had like a solid black and red bot.
Yeah.
And so if you guys have standalone bots, I love seeing it. Love seeing exactly how your bot looks. Oh, Logic Coyote, how can I forget it? Because Logic Coyote sent me one of their hats. Their camo everything. I love Logic Coyote. They got camo everything. So, and with Logic Coyote, also Lord of the Bricks, because they also send me stuff. They all came with their wizard hats. Like, if you guys have something that makes your team unique, we love to see it. Both as a viewer and being on the field. It makes you guys instantly recognizable. It's very good for you. And then even when it comes to being in competition, I've seen teams get picked who didn't play the best, but because they were instantly recognizable, when it came to scouting and recruiting, you knew what team you were looking at. Especially on a day like today where you have 35 teams to look at if you were a scout, and if you were thinking about the elimination rounds, you have 35 teams to look at. That's a lot of numbers to remember if you're not remembering somebody by their design and by the way that their team looks. But we have randomization 4, which means these ducks are out in position 3. Let's see what the teams get ready to do.
I'm excited to see if there's any teams that end up scoring in the low goal during this one, huh?
Or maybe the shared hub. Is that what you meant?
Oh no, I meant the low level during the tournaments.
Oh,
like,
yeah. Well, it looks like 519.
That might have a vision? No, I think it's an automatic. Oh no. Did they place right level? I think they placed right level.
Yeah, I think so.
And then they're going to the duck.
I see it, yeah. They did vision. Yeah, and a duck. Wow.
Okay, so they got a duck, they got vision. Will they go back for their
drivers? Pick up your controllers.
The box.
3, 2,
fully in the park
1.
Box, but I think they still get points for being partially in the box. And it is game time.
Alright, it looks like all the bots are up and moving except for 5262.
And once again, 5262 is I Light Innovation. I also like how the I Light teams have a huge spread in their numbers. Like you can tell when they decided to make a new team. Like you have Ingenuity at 194, and then it looks like about a year or so later they said, let's add 2 more teams. So they got Inspiration and Imagination. Then they went back a couple later and said, 1 more won't hurt, and got the Legacy. And then after that, they waited a while before they got Innovation at 5262.
Yeah.
Alright, 519 has already scored 2 on the top level.
Let's never see some fast cycles from 519.
Yeah, and they're going straight over the barrier. They have a 6-wheel drive.
So Epsilon Delta 2 taking over.
Oh, it looks like, are they trying to score on the shared? Oh, never mind.
It looks like they might have been thinking about it. Luminous seems to be wandering through the middle of the field. I wonder if they're just going to wait for the ducks.
They might be, yeah, I think they're going for ducks.
They're just gonna wait for ducks.
Yep.
Which is, the ducks are really worth a lot.
I mean, the ducks are so many points, honestly. Like, with a lot of these matches, just waiting and only doing ducks during endgame can just win you the match. But it looks like they're having some trouble.
I think because they only have rollers on one side, they were having them trying to line up their robot. And once again, that is about to be the conclusion of another match over in Twitch land, because we are a couple seconds ahead of you all. This is cool to look at, the second delay. It's always fun. Unfortunately, what you can't see just hidden underneath of our commentators box, that is team 5262. They did not come off the wall this entire match. Hopefully the iLight teams can go back, take a look at it, and get these bots off the wall.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, the one thing, I mean, cohorts obviously are not ideal, especially such small ones. But you know, it really sucks that like all your matches are so close together. You know, it's like definitely hard if there's something going on with your robot to be able to fix it in such a short amount of time.
And they've given this match to the blue team with a score of 67 points to rival the 16 points of the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance only scoring 16 points in the end game. The Blue Alliance having a 29-point autonomous, a 26-point driver control, and a 12-point end game. And so once again, that was Luminous and Epsilon Delta 2. And they were facing off against two of the iLight teams. They were facing off against iLight Innovation and iLight Ingenuity. I also like how all the iLight teams is a different value or principle, except for Legacy, of course. Legacy, they just wanted to be different, but also they wanted to be the Legacy.
Oh, Legacy.
Wow. You know, and speaking of the Legacy, we have Epsilon Delta 2 coming right back onto the field, but joining onto the Red Alliance, going up with the Legacy of iLight, and they will be going up against iLight Inspiration and 47 Beavers. Now, with a team name like 47 Beavers, I A, want to wonder why they're named 47 Beavers, and B, I want to see something with 47 Beavers. Like, you guys need to have either a shirt that has specifically 47 beavers dotted around the shirt. There should be like Team Beaver hats, or you guys should come in and build like a dam or something in your private space. I don't know what it should be, but something has to go with beavers if you're going to name the team 47 Beavers.
Especially
Like the beaver is nature's engineer.
Same with like Epsilon Delta. I would want to see the Greek letters everywhere. Like your team name should be in Greek letters. Now, unfortunately, some people wouldn't understand what your team name is. They'd sit there and look at you and say, that's only 2 letters on their team. What team is that? Oh, you don't speak Greek? That's Epsilon Delta.
I like Epsilon Delta's little cart. Just their mobile one.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams have like carts going around and like different drive setups. Really fun seeing how like what people come up with to hold their controllers.
I like seeing all the controllers that you guys have and all the little systems that you guys have, because I know I'm used to the aircraft controls or a Xbox controller. And some of your teams get all these nice little controllers, and you'll see almost like little computer tabletops. Versus ours was a whole desktop setup. We had to have your own laptop loaded up and have your 3 controllers stacked on, and we had our boards that we had to carry in addition to everything else. Once again, scale is everything. The scale is crazy.
And actually, that reminds me, driver hubs are new this year. So I see some of the teams are using them in this competition.
Yeah, the driver hubs are supposed to be more reliable, although some teams
they're supposed to be more reliable.
Yeah, some teams have had some issues with them, depending on. I guess it's a bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if it's your first year using anything, it would be less reliable than something that you've used for the past 3-4 years. But you guys seem to be changing out systems every few years.
Yeah, it's definitely the whole like rev system taking over. Year by year, they have a new thing every year.
I mean, at first it was just like a rev expansion hub, right? It's like Match is gonna start soon.
When I started FRC, we had a ton of different pieces and components to our boards, and you'd sit there and spend all day clamping and soldering and screwing everything into your system, and then later everything came with quick clamps and quick attachments, and then after that they compressed a bunch of systems together so all the computers were on one chip instead of 3.
Right. I mean, I am glad for control hubs. I think that was pretty big.
Yeah, the control hubs, like, not
Control
only
hubs were a huge help.
Before, there were a lot more disconnects without the control hubs, because like everyone had to plug their phones into the rev hubs, right? And a lot of times those wires would come undone really easily. So.
Oh, so much
I also find it cool that you guys get to use phones. I feel like my problem would be that if I let my team use phones, somebody would load it as an actual phone and forget that they need to put the team phone and not their phone on the robot.
Actually, funny story. One of our email accounts actually has one of our like competition phones as the phone. Yeah.
Well, alright, looks like we're starting.
519 riding off again. Let's see what level they place on. Did they vision?
Looks like they did.
Are they gonna go back?
Wait, no, is there animations too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so they did not.
Are they gonna go for the duck?
But it looks like they're doing a duck, yeah.
Looks like they're doing duck.
That's good.
Also, I think
Nice
we
ducks
need about that duck though is
Drivers, pick up your
the
controllers.
different variations to it, because you still have to
1.
manage your speed. You can't fly a duck off of there, as well as you have to stop and pause to go back put another duck on. You can't just continually rotate it.
Yes.
But now team 1885, look at their intake mechanism.
This is the first team we've seen score on shared.
Yeah. But it looks like a pretty reliable shared as well.
Yeah, actually, the intake, it looks like a rubber band intake. Those were pretty popular in Rover Rockets.
Yeah,
but it also looks like it has a duct tape on one end, so as to fit things in.
That's pretty cool. I mean, looks like it's working.
Oh, it looks like 47 Beavers is able to go over the barrier now. Remember, they were having some trouble in the first match, right?
I think it might be their intake mechanism that has problems going over the barrier. Yeah,
that's what it looks like too.
Because when they lifted their intake mechanism, they got right over the barrier. So they just have to make sure to lift their their wheels.
Oh, okay, they got it.
Okay, so once again, looking at that clip, teams, look at your spacing. Just because you clear the first bar does not mean you won't get caught in the second.
Oh, it looks like they're pushing the a little bit.
They're stuck in
that will be up to the referees whether they call that intentional or not, or consequential or not, I should say.
Oh, looks like 1885 is also hitting the hub now. I think it's moved quite far. There's the penalty. There's the penalty.
Yeah, it moved far to the side. Why 18 just gave up on it. But 18 seems to be running up towards their ducks. Let's see if 18 gets those ducks. Oh,
they're doing ducks now.
Oh, nice.
Remember what I was saying about those ducks? If you spin it fast,
they went away. I think they're trying to park.
They wanted to park.
They didn't make it.
But look at how many pieces were scored. 519 putting a bunch of pieces in the top goal, and 1885 putting a bunch of pieces in that shared hub.
Yeah. It looks like a strong match for red this time.
For sure.
354 Highlight Inspiration still not coming off the wall, unfortunately.
It's like 79.
Yeah, they're probably having some issues.
And
having to go back to back. Not holding them for sure.
Running matches back to back with a disabled robot is a bit inspiring.
and Twitch, there are 39 of you all in there, but I have only seen 3 people talking. Say hi. I know you all are from different teams. I know you all are from different locations. If you're here, let us know who you are and where you are. We would love to hear from all of you all, not to mention teams. Make sure if you all are competing today or have been in competition with FTC FIRST Chesapeake, that we have your team information in the team surveys. We love talking about your teams. We love getting to know about your teams.
3 digits.
Wow, 105.
105.
And in qualification match number 3, we have our first triple-digit score, 105. Look at those rank points, though.
Right, definitely those ducks were probably a huge help.
But look at these individual breakdowns: a 29-point autonomous, a 34-point driver control, and a 42-point endgame. Over on the Blue Alliance's side, we have a 0-point autonomous, unfortunately, a 10-point driver control, and a 16-point endgame, with them being scarred by that 30-point penalty. Once again, teams, that driver's practice, watch your hub. Please watch your hub.
Right, I think 47 Beavers was kind of struggling with the same thing I was talking about before, with having a big robot and trying to score and share. It's just so difficult because like the way the spacing works out, like you have to be fully out of the warehouse, but you can't run into the hub. It's just like that amount of space there is just so small. It's really difficult.
And because you guys have seen all the different matches that we have in person, we would love to show you all some of the matches that we have back at home as well. And so because of that, we're going to show you all one of the remote matches that were posted. So coming up next is one of our remote matches. I believe we had a score change for qualification number 2. That was what was posted. Oh, they missed the duck and autonomous. That was score change in qualification number 2. We just got that back from our comment from our referee crew.
Epsilon Delta 2 has been having a very strong run this competition, with a lot of ducks in endgame.
Look at this next lineup. This is Mobius versus the world at this point. 3 I-Light teams coming up next. We have Mobius paired off with I-Light Ingenuity going up against Team 1885 I-Light The Legacy and 5262 I-Light Innovation. So I just want to see how this all works. This is going to be funny.
Right. We saw 1885 doing pretty well last match, so.
We have Legacy, Innovation, Ingenuity, and Mobius. Like I said, I like seeing all the team unity though, because if you all look in that bottom corner, look at the Mobius team. They always, remember I told you they rock their tie-dye? They also rock their pride rainbows all day with every team member. So they have wristbands, headbands, and all sorts of other rainbow assorted items.
Ooh, looks like the randomization is going to be the highest this time.
Randomization's on the highest level. That's good for teams that don't have vision, actually.
Yeah.
Because usually if you don't have vision, you just want to score on the highest one anyway.
Yeah. So I think we'll be seeing some high scores this match. Maybe even 50 in auto. Yeah.
Oh, Team 194 darting across the field to the other side. I don't know if their auto was programmed properly, but Team Mobius attempting to score at the high goal, just slightly off angle. But they will get that part. Team 1885.
Drivers,
Team
pick up your controllers. 3,
yes, 1
2,
plowed
1.
into 5262.
This might be an entanglement penalty.
I mean, definitely. You can already see the penalties are being applied.
The penalty got put on. Yep, the penalty got put on red for that.
Looks like 5262. Oh, they're scoring.
They did separate very quickly. But once again, all these I-Light teams coming from the same place, but all having 100% unique robots is something wonderful to see. Looking at the robots, they all have different intakes. They all have different mechanisms. You can see 5262 with that little shovel scoop. You can see 1885 with the rubber band wheel. You can see 194 with their two different wheel sets.
Right. It looks like the shared hub has actually been rotated a little bit. Yeah, I think Blue Line just got a penalty for that.
Red's just got a 30-point penalty right there.
Oh.
I think they moved the shared hub again. Team 194 attempting to move. I think 194 has lost the wheel. Or some sort of purpose gear. What is that on the floor? Is there a better angle for that?
It looks like it.
If you look at the
yeah,
it fell out.
I think 5262 might also be stuck now.
52632. I can't tell if they're stuck on a duck, because that's what it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like they got stuck on a duck beginning of the match. Oh, let's see if ducks. Oh, one of the ducks flew off.
That's a funny one. You all heard of Elf on a Shelf. Now let's hear Stuck on a Duck. But those ducks were flying off in that bottom corner once again. If you get that duck spinner moving, you can get yourself tons of points on that field.
Absolutely.
Right. And it looks like the Blue Alliance recovered from that penalty got in the beginning.
It was from that duck spinner. Look at that duck spinner go.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's like 8 ducks in a go.
Now, we have seen some teams get 9 or 10 ducks up there.
Like Red? Okay. Red got penalties for going autonomous interference right when they ran across the field.
Right, and then they also got a major for yeah. A lot of penalties.
I mean, this year's game has just been a really penalty-ridden game, with all the hubs and moving things around.
I feel like this game is a game that's easy to catch a penalty, but once again, always the purpose of FIRST and the purpose of our referees is not to penalize you, is to help guide you. It's just that in a match like this, bumping into it can definitely cost your team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we see the Red Alliance got 60 points in penalties and Blue 30 points.
If we look at those scores, we have a 3-point autonomous going up a 13-point autonomous. We have a 6-point driver control going up against a 14-point driver control, and then a 16-point endgame going up that 42-point endgame. With both teams incurring penalties, Red Alliance incurring 60 points worth of penalties, Blue Alliance incurring 30 points worth of penalties. Now that's another thing to look at when you look at your team scores and when you're looking at recruiting somebody, especially as we think about endgame, even though it's super early to think about endgame, but I always like thinking about endgame. If you have a team that can score 40, 50 points, but they're always incurring 20, 30 points worth of penalties, are they really worth it? But coming up next, we have Luminous paired off with their sister Mobius going up against iLight Imagination and Epsilon Delta 2.
Alright, sister teams are paired up. Let's see if they maybe have like matching autos, collaboration. Yeah.
I mean, I think collaboration is kind of a big one, especially like if you look at especially even in other regions, right? Like recently Michigan had their championship, and we saw 2 teams pick each other in the they were sister teams, and they picked each other for eliminations that ended up winning the event. So I think
when you have a sister team that knows what they're doing, I'd pick my sister team too, especially if I know we know our spacing, we know our timing, we are perfectly trained to work in sync with each other. I would pick my sister team even if my sister team wasn't one of the best teams. And we've seen that in multiple weeks before, where teams pick way down in the ranks and still to come out winning and come out strong. just because they paid attention to the roster. They paid attention to the pairings, how that team played individually and as their matchups. Because I've seen teams get picked from 14th place.
Yeah.
Out of an event that had 20 people.
Yeah, for sure. But I don't think they're running eliminations today.
Yeah, unfortunately, they aren't eliminations.
So the ranking is just going to totally depend on the team's total scores.
I think one interesting thing about like elimination matches and the new way they've done rankings is that there's really like a huge incentive in during the qualification matches to try to score really high versus like during elimination matches, right? Like really your goal is to win. So a lot of people like only really play defense or like try to stop the other team from scoring during the elimination matches.
Yeah, so it's definitely you have to switch up your strategy. Like this year, with all the different changes they're making in competition setup, definitely switching up your strategy depending on how advancement is going to work is important.
I don't seem to be able to see Alexandria anymore, but we are getting our first views at McHenry. Okay, Alexandria has just came back online.
Yeah. I think McHenry is going to be starting at around 11, or they just got the stream up. I don't think they're starting for a while.
McHenry probably won't start for a while, but look at that field. Look at that.
Wow. Very blue.
I like how they have the cable tape. Like they have tape that actually says cable on it for their cable cover.
Yeah. It's like the field is like floating in the middle of the ocean.
But once again, look at those team shirts. Like I said, look at Mobius's team shirt. You guys see the rainbow shirts?
Yeah.
Like I said,
they're nice. They have the wristbands too.
Yeah, but like I said, I love when you have a team uniform and when the teams look organized.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you have larger teams, such as having a sister team or having a FRC and a FTC, and you can go back and forth and say, oh, that's the FRC and the FTC because they both wear the same shirt. They just changed the name on it. Or they have all their names on it. Like, for example, the I Light teams, they could have a shirt with all of their teams in order.
Mm-hmm. And the randomization's also in the 3rd level.
Yeah, so I hope to see another high scoring match this time.
But with 43 viewers in the chat, once again, cheer on your team. Say hello, teams. Talk to us. And if you all have any questions about this year's season, or just first in general, feel free to ask. We love helping out.
Are you starting here? Wow, it looks like Mineral just got launched.
Sometimes that can happen if you are geared up too high. I believe that penalty goes towards the Red Alliance, so that will be Mobius and Luminous taking that hit there. The Blue Alliance going with their standardized auto. I see them getting their
pick up your
park and everything
controllers.
else to go with it.
3,
Okay, so
2,
it looks like we have 2 parts.
1.
Blue Alliance scored 1 mineral on the top.
I can't tell if that penalty came from ramming the shared hub or if that penalty came from whatever you all say got launched.
I'm not entirely sure either. Alright, but it looks like we have 519 probably looking to score on the 3rd level again. Oh, okay, almost got stuck on the. Oh, they got stuck in the barrier and dropped their mineral. Oh, I keep calling it mineral. I'm calling them crates this year. I got so used to calling them minerals because of Rover Ruckus.
I just call them pieces at this point. It changes every year. I will very much so say block, dodgeball, volleyball, tennis ball, whatever it is.
It looks like 392 has a claw intake. But I think they're sort of struggling to pick up the pieces in the warehouse right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're kind of like fighting a little bit for the space in the warehouse, huh?
I can't tell if Mobius and Luminous are okay. They seem to not be moving much at all this match.
Luminous is moving a little bit. Maybe there's something stuck under their robot.
Because Luminous hasn't moved far from where they started, and Mobius, even though they're in the clear gap, has not moved forward or backwards out of it.
Yeah, that's a really inconvenient spot for Mobius to be stuck, actually.
Yeah.
And with 30 seconds left, it's time to see what this end game looks like. Now,
Alright, so we're seeing 519 going for Duck.
If you all saw 392's claw, however, it seems like their claw is only built for the high level, and so they just drop things down depending on what level it needs to go to. Because their claw did a full rotation and then attempted to drop onto the shared hub.
Yeah.
Alright, 5 bucks on the Blue Alliance. We'll see. Maybe their score will triple digits. They're just barely almost there. But the Red Alliance was definitely affected by those penalties from the beginning. Yeah, so we see another major penalty for pushing the hub.
Yeah, those are... I don't think we've gone through one game without penalties yet.
Yeah, we did. I believe it was match 2 or 3.
Oh, right. There was one match that went over 100 too.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Definitely a majority of matches have been having penalties from hitting the hubs.
Well, looks like Epsilon Delta 2 has got another strong match, huh?
Yeah, they're holding on to their rank number 1.
I'm interested to see like how their ranking will change over time though. Once like more of the other cohorts come in, there could be some other strong combinations on as well.
But once again, looking at the points and the scoring, unfortunately moving Mobius and Luminous down into 4th and 6th pole position. But looking at that score breakdown, we have a 6-point auto to a 42-point auto, a 0-point driver control to a 24-point driver control, and then a 13-point endgame to a 36-point endgame. But looking at these scores, once again, the iLight teams are getting consistent now. We've seen consistent double-digit scoring throughout every bracket. They are starting to definitely rev up systems. Ronnie and Aisha, people are talking about the Almond bot in the Twitch chat. They said, when do they get to see the sneak peeks of it?
Interesting.
And
hi, Michael.
Somebody is saying hi from Team Miauka?
From Logic Coyote.
That's what that is?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
You have the...
Once again, I have Logic Coyote's head up here.
Hi, Cooper.
I just like the camo, everything. I remember last season, that was the first thing I immediately noticed about their team. I said, oh, they have uniforms. They have camo everything.
Wow.
It's like camo shirt, camo hat. They're ready.
I think their sister team is Lord of the Bricks right there. The same, yeah,
Lord of the Bricks.
The same organization.
They're either same organizer or something similar, because I have Lord of the Bricks stuff. It got sent to me at the same time. I'd have to go back to the letter that they sent me. It was a wonderful letter. But coming up next, we have iLight Innovation along with Luminous facing off against iLight Legacy and 47 Beavers. iLight just gets to dominate this whole qualification round.
Yeah, I mean, this whole cohort is like, there's 9 teams in the cohort, 5 of them are iLight.
Yeah, it's over half of the cohort here.
wonder if we get a match without highlight.
Like, sure, there has to be a match with the 4 other teams, right?
Let's see.
Yeah, but it would be one match. So which one match have we found that has the 4 other teams? And it also still has to go to randomizer. So if randomizer didn't put it, then it wouldn't go.
Yep.
I'm literally just looking back at all's team list and I forget trying to read through 40 something matches at once, looking at sets of numbers and 6. I don't have an accounting degree. I don't like this.
I know. So hard. But having cohorts with only 8 or 9 teams at a time, you only have to keep that number of teams in your head at once,
Oh, I was looking down to see all the different matchups to see, do we ever see matches in that cohort without the luminous numbers? So I was keeping track of 5 numbers at once, trying to see, can I isolate and remove 5 numbers? I'm like, oh, that's too many numbers.
Okay, it looks like they randomized for level 2.
Randomization number 5. I like how I keep looking at the other field, waiting to see if anything changes.
Very interesting setup from the Red Alliance. I noticed that they actually started both of their robots started autonomous, tilted, instead of flush against the wall.
Looks like Red's just going for one part.
Yeah, they went pointed straight at the depot.
Yeah, looks like Blue scored a duck and got a depot part though. So I think Blue definitely looks like they're going to come out on top here during autonomous with a 13-point autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Interested to see if 47 Beavers is going to be able to do some scoring in the shared hub this month.
Oh, but it looks like they're going for the Alliance hub.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for the Alliance hub.
Okay, so both teams got rate on the top level for the Blue Alliance.
I like how the Twitch chat is having its own complete conversation about gameplay and game theory, because I got lost and tried reading it for a couple seconds. I was like, wait, who's talking about what? But it's cool. I love you guys actually talk to each other. It's really interesting.
Wait for that. Yeah, I definitely think it. I mean, personally, I think these qualification matches, scoring ducks. If your duck is reliable, then score the hub. It definitely, I think, in many situations, can be worth it to wait for ducks. Because scoring on the hubs, you don't want to risk a penalty. And the ducks are just so many more points. If you can get all the ducks, if your robot is fast enough to get all the ducks, waiting for ducks, it's gonna score more points than trying to do the hub. So that's my opinion.
At a certain level, I feel like getting all the blocks would still helps to a certain degree. For example, personally,
I think it really depends on the situation.
Yeah, I think especially as we go towards high-level matches, we're gonna see probably maybe even top level of the shipping hub being filled up, right? It can only hold around 15 to 20 blocks, and if teams are cycling 10, 50 cycles a match, then at some point we're gonna have to see I think at that point some of the end game points might actually become more important,
we've seen teams get 12 blocks up top. But also, if you're gonna be a duck bot though, I would feel like you should still have some sort of grabber capability just to get a free block that's out in the main space, because those 4 free blocks that start out in the main space without you having to run into the penalty, without you having to run into the storage area, would all seem like very viable options for that opening minute and a half that you have.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, something else that's pretty interesting actually is we've seen a 16 rate teleop in one of our remote matches from Singularity. They scored like 5 of those blocks in autonomous, and they scored 11 on the high during their teleop. So at that point, right, their top goal was almost completely filled up. It would have been hard for them to score more.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
that match will go to the Blue Alliance. That is Team 1885 and Team 13100. And they were up against 5262 and 18230. So that was Legacy and 47 Beavers, I believe.
Yeah. Right. And the Blue Alliance was actually able to win even with the 30-point penalty.
But that's because of that consistent endgame. Look at that endgame. 49 points in the endgame by itself.
Yeah.
Compared to a 13-point autonomous and a 16-point driver control.
Mm-hmm. Right, over half of their points in their endgame. So we really see like the importance of having a consistent duck mechanism here.
Mm-hmm.
But that's another interesting point to get back to is game theory. How much time do you all think teams spend on game theory, or how much time does your team spend on game theory before even touching the robot? When you first see what the competition is going to be that year, when you first get to see the video, how much time do you all spend on game theory?
About a week.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Like, I mean, that combined with design, like strategy and design, probably about a week.
Before we actually like even start doing CAD or any prototyping.
Because I know we used to take people to go see the videos back when you could go sit in person. And on release day, we would sit there and watch the video and have about 3 to 5 people in the crowd watching the video. And one person's sole job in the crowd was record points. How many points are what? Figure out what the scoring mechanism is. The next person's job was figure out what the game items are and figure out how we're going to manipulate. Think of different ways to manipulate. The next person was, what's the cooperation? How does that work? How do we go for everything? Another person, what's our auto and end games look like? And so by the time that was done and we watched the video, we could then turn around, pick up our pit, go home. But by the time we got home, we had our mechanical and electrical team starting on the drivetrain while the design team was sitting there crunching numbers and still spending another week on game theory. And they were purely just on how are we scoring, what are we scoring, what should be scored, how should it be scored, and how should we time our match so when we start practicing we know what timing we need to make.
Yeah, I think especially for this year's game, like generally in the past, like strategy for FTC hasn't been like huge because there's only really like one main way to score, right? And then like the rest of it was mainly like driving or playing defense on the other team, right? But like this year especially, there's actually not that many freight in the warehouse. So like especially as we go to like higher levels of play, there's a chance that we might see a lot of emptier warehouses, and it's hard to like fit a lot of freight onto both the wall, onto the shipping hub, and onto the shared hub, right? So there's a lot of limitations, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like that was a good move by the GDC because like what we saw in like Relic Recovery, a lot of teams were ended like totally maxed out their crypto box and then just had nothing to do at the end of the match, which is like, yeah,
there's a lot
it's
of
not good to get maxed out in FTC. So I think here it's sort of like you can't just do the same thing for the entire match because once you fill up the top layer, you have to switch it up.
And speaking about teams switching it up, we have iLight Imagination going along with iLight Inspiration, and they're facing off iLight the Legacy and iLight Ingenuity. That's another thing that I wonder about programs. I know we used to have a couple preset programs that we would select before a game before a game started if we knew what team we were paired up with. I wonder if some of these teams have different presets depending on which team they're playing with.
I mean, definitely talking to your alliance partner before the match and figuring out which team is doing which auto is really important.
But speaking of auto periods, I really, if anyone has seen the Rapid React video, I really can't wait for Rapid React because apparently during the autonomous period, human players are playing basketball almost. Let's see as we get ready for randomization. And we're off. Oh, a hard hit.
Oh my gosh. Almost climbed over the whole wall.
Launching it straight off the hub.
It looks like they've moved the shipping hub a little bit there.
Yeah, they've hit the shipping hub and they've almost cleared
there's
the
the penalty.
Remember, teams.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Please test your robot multiple
1.
times. Something as easy as how many cycles your robot needs to run and what speed they need to run at those cycles. For example, we had a robot. It used to be super fast. Why? Because the robot would always run at 0 or 100. It took us talking to our programmers to let them give us a dial to change our speed so we could start running at 100 every time we touched the controller. Because just a slight tap would make me go 5 feet forward.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the really fast jump train speeds you're running at FRC, right? Like 7 feet per second. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, tipping is...
Yeah, tipping is a big one too, right?
But making sure that you have a mechanism to control your speed is definitely something that needs to be looked at. Also, if we notice, one of the allied teams seems to, or both of the allied teams seem to have pulled a member off the field for this match. So only 2 allies are
Oh.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
This is a one-on-one match.
Yeah.
I wonder if this was talked between teams and they said, "Hey, I'll pull one off if you pull one off," or if they said.
But I think some of the allied teams have been like struggling with disconnects.
Yeah, they just felt less consistent,
matches.
so they said one to pull
Yeah.
themselves off.
Yeah, we see 1885 has been doing really well with the shared hub and the alliance specific hub, and they're going for ducks now.
And the chat is talking about the penalties. I actually don't feel like the penalties are too harsh. Mostly because if you see how much you can score, I don't think like the penalties are that bad. As the same as when it comes to your own personal hub, this whole game is about precision and finesse. So if you're not precise with your movements, yes, you're going to tip your goal. If you're not 100% sure and with a surgeon's accuracy, you're going to be moving the goal around. You're going to be ramming in other things. And we've seen matches where you do need to be delicate. If I have 10 pieces of freight on top and I just touch it, 2 of them are going to fall off.
Right. And I mean, like, oh, I totally forgot what I was about to say. I was gonna say, like, if you want to play it safe, definitely ducks is probably like the safest thing you can do in this game. And it's just so many points. Like, ducks are so valuable.
Like 72-point endgame right
Yeah,
here.
I mean, it's just triple digits. So many of those points just came from doing ducks.
Putting up a brand new high score by themselves with a 16-point autonomous, a 20-point driver control, and a 72-point endgame. In comparison to the 3-point autonomous, 12-point driver control, and 12-point endgame, only barred by that 30-point penalty which they suffered at the beginning of the match. Once again, teams making sure This is that driver's practice. Even with a FRC bot, I used to rev up our bots to full speed, try to stop them before hitting a pad. And we would try to stop them as close to the pad as possible without hitting the pad. We would literally put coins on the floor and try stopping on a dime and seeing if you could see the diamond on a dime. Like I said, turning and maneuverability with something like these little pipe works. We would went and bought a bunch of PVC pipes, littered the floor with them, made sure we could get around them, made sure we can ride over them, made sure we have zero problems with these pipes and with the maneuverability. And even testing these hubs, making sure that we can test how close can we get and drop something on top of it. How can we approach without actually making contact?
Yeah, I mean,
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the, I feel like nice things about FTC is that you can buy a full field kit and then use that to test your robot rather than having to, you know, maybe make like models out of wood or something that like kind of mimic the actual field, because right, no one's gonna go and buy a whole FRC field to the robot.
I'm sorry, if you're buying a whole FRC field, I need you to find something better to spend it on, unless you happen to have 5, 6, 7 teams that you're using, because an entire FRC field is ridiculous in scale.
Yeah.
Now this year, I want to see how teams are going to practice that monkey bar setup, though.
That's true. The climb is really interesting this year, actually.
Like, it'll be easy to practice playing basketball. All you gotta do is put any size bucket up and elevate it to the right height, and you can practice playing basketball. But that monkey bar climb, how are you gonna practice that one? Also, teams, if you are looking to play Rapid React, go and recruit your local basketball players, because you will need them for the autonomous period. I actually came to see that because I know my school probably is going to get a basketball player to shoot. You kid. Oh, your grades need you need help? Yeah, I need a little help too. Come here, come shoot this ball. I say, wait, this is robotics? All I gotta do is play basketball? Yes. Come here. And looking at the Twitch chat is correct. If your hub is balanced at the end of it, you actually do get more points from it being balanced. So once again, that is another reason why tipping and touching the hub is a very big penalty, because you have to balance it. You have to make it even. You have to make it look consistent and still. But looking at both of the Red Alliance teams, both Mobius and Epsilon 2 have unique elements. So let's see if Mobius activates and uses their element.
Yeah, we haven't seen Mobius with their team-specific elements so far.
We know that Epsilon Delta is going to use their indicator and go for a proper placement, and we also know that they're going to try to get a duck. Mobius seems to find parking, and I also just realized this.
Only one of the teams. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just looking at Mobius. I thought it was a ribbon cable at first.
Drivers,
turns out that's
pick
their
up your
team
controllers.
logo.
3,
on
2,
the robot.
1.
I literally thought I was looking at a ribbon cable.
Yeah, but it looks like only one of the teams on the Red Alliance was able to get vision. But still, it's 2 elements on the shipping hub, so...
Yeah, so really strong on public scale.
I know, so I'm pretty sure Mobius isn't using vision, and so they're just trying to do high score.
Yeah.
And so Epsilon Delta 2, they are using vision and they are going for it. Mobius trying to get some freight out of that out of that warehouse, and
it's like there's kind of an awkward pause here on the red side, because Mobius is trying to pick up one of the freight, but it looks like Epsilon Delta 2 is just kind of waiting for it.
Look,
they're going for the shared hub. But they rolled over to the
wrong side. But looking at the blue lines, though, it seems like they're not really off to a great start. Ingenuity not moving much, and Inspiration seems to not be moving at all.
Oh, it looks like they've hit their own shipping hub here.
It looks like for Ingenuity, I think they might have a chipped gear because look, every time they try to lift, it hits a certain point and then drops back down. So they might have a chipped gear on their lifting mechanism.
Yeah, oh, they're moving around.
They're physically moving, but look at their lifting mechanism.
Yeah.
When they attempt to lift, it won't lift all the way and it'll just suddenly drop. Look, see?
And looking at 194's bot, I'm not sure if they have a carousel mechanism. Doesn't look like they do.
It's not a carousel, it's a scoop. But if you look at the scoop as it tries to go around and fully cycle, it doesn't fully cycle.
Right, but now that it's endgame, you know, like, that's why ducks are just so important. Like, a carousel mechanism, like, a lot of carousel mechanisms are pretty much the exact same, right? Just a wheel. But, like, it's just so many points, and so, like, it can be so much more reliable than trying to score on the hubs. And you see, like, a lot of these matches, definitely, the scores could be, like, so much higher with, like, carousel teams doing carousel.
Speaking of scores, look at Epsilon Delta trying to flood that duck line. Look at these points. They are climbing. That is a current unofficial final of 132 to 18. That is a crazy final.
Right. These are some really high scores we've seen from Epsilon Delta. Like, they've just been super consistent so far.
And that final score will be 132 to 18. Epsilon Delta 2 securing that first place position and holding on tight, bringing Mobius up to third place with it. Highlight Ingenuity dropping down to fourth place, and Inspiration steady at ninth. Look at these point breakdowns. We have a 58-point autonomous, a 26-point driver control, and a 48-point endgame, compared to a 0-point autonomous, a 5-point driver control, and a 13-point endgame. Fortunately, with this matchup, we had 0 penalties.
Yeah, this game was a really strong autonomous, right? Like 58, it's more than you can get from just the ducks alone.
I mean, that was duck, 2 parks, a high, and a mid.
Yes.
But one thing I do like about this year, which hasn't actually been done that much or talked about that often, is you can you can use the other side's warehouse. The warehouses are neutral.
Yes.
So if I had a robot that might be having, you know, some intake problems and I might not be able to turn well or use my intake as well, I would go into the other team's warehouse and use their warehouse for my intake rather than my own.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something we've...
Yeah, that's a defense strategy we've seen in some matches so far. Well, not qualifier, but...
I do think that people aren't really incentivized to try to take from the hub, especially during like qualification matches, right? Because they're really just aiming for that high average score rather than, you know, actually winning the match.
I mean, because if you have a good front intake, I'd just go rev forward, shoot out the back, and put it into the shared hub.
Right, but also the shared hub being tilted towards your own alliance side makes it you need to have more extension to score from the other warehouse, or you have to go all the way around.
Look at all these teams getting set. And so once again, coming up next, we have 47 Beavers alongside Luminous going up against the Lights. We have iLight Innovation and iLight Imagination. At a certain point, iLight is just going to have their own division. You're just going to have iLight region. do wonder why all their teams are named a certain way they are. And I love hearing about different team names and different reasons why teams are named different things. Especially with a team like the Allied Group having ingenuity, inspiration, imagination, and innovation. I mean, legacy speaks for itself. They just want to be the legacy. But all the other bright and shining terms and powerful thoughts, I always like getting to why they're named a certain way. But we have randomization number 2.
Right.
Let's see, it looks like Luminous is going straight for the depot. Yeah, yep, there it is. Oh, I think they went a little too far though.
I think they're partially in, but it also looks like they might have rotated a couple tiny cycles.
Yeah, it looks like they only got 3 of the points for this one.
And then Imagination went for the top goal, but I don't think they had anything in there. Or it might have dropped off.
Yeah, I think they dropped their preloaded mineral.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And they've gone back for it.
So it looks like actually 5262 might be just waiting for the Ducks this match, while 392 is scoring on the Alliance hub.
And once again, not a bad strategy at all.
Right, for sure.
Oh. Looks like the refs are talking to their human player right now.
I believe their human player just got a little anxious and was getting ready to set ducks, or was getting ready to tell the team to stand up.
You can't touch that carousel before endgame starts.
Because it seems like he has a handful of ducks over there. He was ready. He's just jumping at it. I mean, which isn't a bad thing. I've definitely remember myself being in a competition field, and we used to stand at the ready. I think probably the best example of that was Recycle Rush, when we used to get, when in that game we got to throw the pool noodles over to the other side. And so I literally spent about 2 weeks learning how to throw a pool noodle. And so it's an interesting skill to have, being able to throw a pool in 30 feet.
Alright, 47 Beavers looks like they might have been trying to score on the highest level, but they're scoring in the middle. Oh.
I think 47 Beaver might have moved the hub just over. But Luminous, I wonder what's going on with them. They seem to be backing into the hub, moving around the hub.
Well, I think the human player's gotten better at doing that.
Yeah, but we see 5262 is going for Ducks.
In the park.
They had another discussion with the referee. This game will be down to the referees. I almost got ready to say judges, but speaking of judges, teams, make sure all of your information is in before you go speak to the judges, and also make sure that your team is prepped and ready before speaking to the judges. Speaking to the judges can be just as important, if not more important, than what you actually do on the field. I know we had separate team members that would go speak to judges. We had separate team members that would do all sorts of things. Making sure to specialize, individualize, and then personalize your team is a very big part of FIRST. Not everybody needs to put their hands on a robot. I know some people who didn't like putting their hands on a robot, so they got to put hands on other things. And looking at these points, the Blue Alliance will take that victory with a score of 54-17. The Red Alliance having a 3-point autonomous, a 4-point driver control, and a 10-point endgame. The Blue Alliance with a 0-point autonomous, a 24-point driver control, and a 30-point endgame. Once again, pushing all those ducks in a row. And Twitch chat, we are 50 strong. Why are we so quiet? Tell us, what's been your favorite match so far, or what matches are you waiting to see?
Oh, looks like they're resetting the field a little bit there.
I mean, occasionally with these tiles, you are gonna have to mat them back down.
Yep.
I know with the FRC fields, those robots tear up the carpets. And so after 3 or 4 events, they'll just give away the carpet and just cut up the carpet because they're like, it's done. I also remember working with FRC when I was a field resetter. We used to spend tons of time picking up zip ties, loose bolts, and the occasional like cable or something else that got snatched out of a robot. Yes, you would find the weirdest things hanging off of these bots.
I guess a lot of people do have to use some of the zip ties on their robot, huh?
Yeah. I think the funniest thing that I've shown up to competition without having FRC bot is a bumper. We showed up without our bumpers being built. Because that year we had made a new intake system that had to go around the bumper. And so because of that, we hadn't finished our bumpers. And so we got to competition. They were like, so where's your bumpers? And we just gave them a bunch of pieces and said, this will be bumpers. It's not bumpers yet.
Did they let you compete though?
Yeah. Fortunately, our first match wasn't until like match 5. So we had plenty of time to finish everything and go back into inspection. But it was definitely, why do you guys have a fully functioning robot or no bumpers? And then they said, how did we really put bumpers on the world, not on our bot? Everything we ran into was padded, just the bot wasn't. And taking a quick look at the field.
Oh, looks like one of the teams has a
These
table.
teams have stands. Yeah, these teams have. And like I said, this is proof that they came from an FRC team. This is proof once again that this is why I like my teams. FRC, they have the desks, they have the setups, they have the tables. They really brought a tabletop and put it down as their setup. So they have 2 chairs attached to a board now. But we have randomization number, which will be our high goal.
Right, and it looks like Luminous has permanently shut their strategy to head for the depot every time.
And that probably came to being a that probably just came to coding issue, which is why Luminous did that. Same with Mobius choosing to have the permanent the permanent new piece, and that's probably just because of how they wanted to set up.
Yeah.
It looks like 47 Beaver still isn't able to get completely into the warehouse during autonomous.
But it looks like they are running their this match though.
Driver, pick up your controllers. 3,
Team 194
2,
Ingenuity
1.
not moving at all during the autonomous. Let's see if they start moving now, and then they roar to life as soon as the match starts. Great. I love when sometimes you get scared for a team because you don't see them move during the autonomous period, and then they go back to put up 60 points during the main game.
Looks like 194 is having some trouble getting over the barrier here.
Oh yeah,
they seem to be caught in one. They seem to be both caught on a spike, then also caught on the T-bar, because they're caught in 3 different sections right now.
Yeah, there should be 2 spikes there, so that's a really difficult spot to get out of.
Yeah, definitely.
This is when I would hope to have an arm that can lift my robot and just lift me out of certain spots, almost like a self-righting mechanism. Because I've definitely seen that with some of the bots as well. If your lifting arm can also lift your bot, you can self-right.
Yeah, it looks like Mobius is scoring on the top level. Alright, they got 2 minerals up there. Oh.
It seems to be that they have a mineral stuck under the tower as well. Unfortunately, from the viewer's angle, they aren't able to see that, I don't believe. But it seems to be all directly underneath.
That's gonna prevent them from getting the bouncing points.
But that won't prevent them from scoring up there.
It looks like we have the blue alliance going for ducks. Maybe?
They might be getting ready for it. Now, 47 Beavers, I like their intake mechanism because look at how much extension they have to be able to pick something up. They're just showing off right now. I think they're just trying to get the park. They were like, I'm out here. Count me as parked.
I mean, a lot of, especially the parking in like, back in Skystone, there were a lot of like tape measure mechanisms, right? Because teams like, so in Skystone, right, everyone had to stack up a really tall tower, so people didn't really want to risk knocking their tower over in order to park. So a lot of teams were just using tape measures to like break the vertical plane, and I know that was a problem for FRC a while back too, right?
In FRC, we generally do have a lot of mobility issues because of how large our bots are. But sometimes they say only a part of your robot needs to cross a certain line. Other times they'll tell us your entire robot needs to cross the line or it doesn't count. Fortunately, we haven't been as specific most years where you all have to be within the specific taped off box, but we just have a general borderline that we have to cross. And so most of the time it's, hey, get past the borderline. After that, you can do what you want. And so even some people would give away baseline autonomous code that was like, roll straight for 5 seconds. Full power, 5 seconds, just to get across the line.
Yeah, use cake autonomous.
I think one of the ones that I saw, though, had like a 20-second delay and then a 5-second rush. Mm-hmm. And it was because they let the rest of their team members do everything on the field. But look at this point breakdown. The Blue Alliance taking that win with a very close match. 22. Both teams having an 8-point autonomous. Red Alliance with a 1-point driver control. Blue with a 13-point driver control. Red Alliance with a 13-point endgame. Blue team with a 6-point endgame. So that last few points taking it away. Coming up next, we have Innovation paired along at Epsilon Delta 2 going up against the Legacy and Imagination.
Yep, and we see Epsilon Delta 2 being surrounded by the I teams.
And to the Twitch chat, I didn't want to respond because we were in between matches. We were sweating during the first match just because we thought that we would have to go on earlier than we actually did. Personally, everything was already cut and sized. It just wasn't put together because my design team was supposed to put it together and they didn't. So then it ended up being the mechanical team's issue because they said, well, mechanical team, you know how to use the tools to build it. So we then spent about a match and a half in the second and third match putting our bumpers together, and so it wasn't that bad. And then fourth match we went and got inspected again, and then we were fine to go on the field. Only time we ever sweat something was when they tried to say that we would cause entanglement one year and tried to say that we had sharp objects one year, and that was just because the design of the robot, for Steamworks, we were a gearbot, and we were able to consistently put up 6 or 7 gears. And our front of our gear mechanism was a pitchfork. It was a trident. And that trident was these nice 3 aluminum spikes. And so they were like, I want these spikes. It's entirely necessary, so we had to go and buff those down.
And we've definitely had trouble with those.
We have randomization number 4, which is going to be our low bar.
Yeah. I think the low one seems to be the hardest one for people to score during a timeless.
Right, for sure, because most bots are designed to be able to score on the top one. Alright, so we see 519 going straight for the duck. Or, my bad, that's not 519. That's 1885. And then...
Okay, so it looks like 519's got their autonomous off here with the duck. And 392 seems to be stuck on the shipping hub.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Hopefully they'll be able to disentangle
3,
themselves once
2,
the tail-up period
1.
starts.
392, I think that's just their mechanism. That's their auto design. Because remember in the last match, 392 missed their cargo, ran straight for it, and then dropped and was just sitting there, and then went back and got their cargo afterwards.
Yeah.
Right.
1885 with this rubber band intake. Once again, I love the different intake mechanisms. And with the rubber band intake, it makes you very versatile because you don't have to line yourself perfectly. You can just sort of kind of spin yourself up, and whatever's there is going to go in.
Right, and you know, it's interesting, like, I feel like in Rover Ruckus, the rubber band intake was so popular, but I haven't seen that many robots this year that have it, even though the game elements are the exact same.
And my other thing with rubber band intake, though, my only on to it is, I know personally, I would have to change out my rubber bands between every match.
Right, definitely. The rubber bands, they snap a lot.
I wouldn't trust them on my rubber band intake.
Looks like 1885 is doing good getting the tilt on the hub. This match is very close, actually. Both teams seem to have like their robot working now, right? Both the I-Light teams here.
Yeah, for sure.
But look at these point totals fly already, 68 to 53, and we're not even in endgame yet.
Endgame starts. I see. Okay, 519 already going for ducks. And they've scored quite a few freight on the top of their shipping hub as well. But on the Blue Alliance, oh yeah, the Blue Alliance side also doing ducks. But we'll see. It's definitely going to be close. Red Alliance has already hit the triple digit.
I don't know if it's going to be that close with the Red Alliance pushing all the ducks onto the field.
Hey, but Blue Alliance, okay, they definitely got a few ducks as well.
Red Alliance has the ducks. Red Alliance cleared all of their ducks onto the field.
Wow, this was a really good match. Both teams hitting triple digit.
Now, the other thing that I've seen some teams do, because when you put a personal item on the field, you put a duck back in the private space. I've seen some teams just put out a personal element, even if they don't have one, just so that when they go back to the rotator, they can throw out all 10 ducks.
Yeah, that's true. Especially even if a team scores on the high goal, right? Like just having a team-specific scoring element might gives them a 1/3 to scoring 20 points, which is interesting.
But the Red Alliance will take this one with a score of 122 to 111, a very close match. Here we can see all top 4 positions, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 and 4 being on the Red Alliance, 2 and 3 being on the Blue Alliance, and the point breakdown being a 42-point autonomous to a 13-point autonomous, a 26-point driver control to a 36-point driver control, and a 54-point endgame to a 62-point endgame. Look at how they move.
It actually looks like here, with both alliances getting so many ducks in endgame, it actually came down to autonomous.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at it, Blue actually scored more during endgame and during driver control. I think largely because 1885 did a really good job on the shared hub there, and they got a 20-point bonus.
I think a lot of those points in endgame, though, for blue also got attributed to the shared hub. As
Right,
compared
the
to
tipping
the
bonus.
they definitely got that bonus coming over.
Yeah. And I mean, in this qualifier, like winning or losing the match doesn't really matter that much, because it's all about the number of points that you score. So I'm sure all 4 teams are very happy.
And unfortunately, somebody has tipped one of our cameras. People are just moving all around the field. But coming up next, we have our final matchup for this cohort. We have 354 Inspiration along with 1885 Legacy going up against 5262 Innovation and 18230 Luminous. And I like how Twitch called me bold for having a pitchfork, and that wasn't even the biggest thing that we got in trouble for. We got in trouble
the last match.
That's
We got in trouble more for having a net over the sides of our robot than we did for the pitchfork. And the netting was purely because of the fact that we had a we had a plexiglass ramp that had to be bent at a certain angle. And so to hold the ramp down, we sat there and laced it with paracord. And so they went back and looked at it and was like, is that entanglement? Like, no, this is how it holds it down. But looking at these teams scrambling and moving, we can even see coaches helping and talking to their teams. And that's another wonderful thing that I like, is when the coach gets involved at the last minute and makes sure to talk to their team and actually help their team through if it is that last little detail. Now, I remember one of my coaches took it to the extreme when he said he would talk us through things, but he will not touch anything and he will definitely not help us. One of our coaches used to handcuff himself to a chair. And so from handcuffed on his rolling chair, he would roll around the room and approach us.
In real life.
Hey, what's going on? Looks like we have some duct tape and scissors coming out right now. If you're one of the teams on the field.
You gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Yeah.
Hey, when it's crunch time, it's crunch time. Duct tape, zip ties. Those things can save lives on the field. I remember one team, their intake mechanism broke, so they came back with a bunch of zip ties for the next match and had a zip tie intake. Ended up doing a lot better than their original intake did. But I also like how sturdy the game pieces are this year. Some years the game pieces are very fragile. For example, last year, the rings got chewed up.
We broke so many rings.
Yeah, we have like 5 broken rings in our.
I know on the FRC side, every time we use dodgeballs get chewed and eaten. We used frisbees got burnt.
All the flywheels, right?
Yeah, those flywheels are devastating. The Twitch chat says, name a more iconic duo than WD-40 and duct tape. I will still say zip ties and duct tape beats WD-40 and duct tape.
Zip ties are so good.
Yeah, we had a lot of guys last year. They don't really what's it called, mess up the aesthetic.
The duct tape can look a little bit ugly, you know. But zip ties, like if you cut off all the ends, like it looks totally intentional, even if it's like a jank solution.
I mean, but then there's so many different colored duct tapes and so many different colored ties. You can definitely do a lot design-wise with duct tape and zip ties.
I mean, something is put the zip ties in there intentionally, right? Like on your wires or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, and that's when we used to really color code. We had, I believe, like 5 or 6 neon colored zip ties. So we would turn around and, all the yellow wires for this side and the blue wires on that side and the pink wires on another.
Oh, it looks like 1885 spun the carousel the wrong way.
Yeah, that's...
But where is 1885's teammate? 354 Highlight Inspiration has not returned to the field. We will see if...
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
we will see if the Legacy
1.
and its rubber band wheel can save the day. Going up again.
Already they got one mineral on the call.
And Luminous.
It looks like the Legacy is probably going to be able to hit a on the shared hub as well, right?
Yeah, for sure. We've seen them score really well on the shared hub in previous matches. But if they don't have an alliance partner in this match, it may be more advantageous to just go for the alliance specific hub.
Yeah, but I mean, a quick hub rate on the shared hub could really give them 20 points, right?
Yeah, especially since no other team's going for it. We'll see. It looks like they're struggling to get out of the warehouse.
By myself, I'd probably go for the shared hub just because of the fact that, yes, I can get the tip bonus, and then I can immediately run out of the section, and by the time I run out of the section, I can go for ducks. And then especially at a moment like right now where all I need is one freight on top to still get the balance bonus, I would keep the balance bonus on my main hub. Unfortunately, I believe 1885 has ran over 2 blocks and is not getting itself free yet. But if you see them moving and maneuvering their mechanism, what freed them is the fact that their mechanism is strong enough to lift the robot. So they lifted the tail end of their robot.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully they can get back to scoring soon. On the blue lines, we have 5262 was waiting for the ducks the whole time. They're going straight for it as soon as endgame started. 1885 is back to scoring on the line specific hub, but it looks like they're not going for ducks.
Interesting duck strategy from 5262.
They're going back for that duck now. Once again, racing those ducks off. I think another wonderful thing is how fast you have to spin. Teaching your teams, hey look, if I put the duck on the inside, you can spin it a little bit faster, but you still can't spin it too fast, because if you just fling it, the ducks are just going to fly off the edge.
Yeah, and I mean, some teams have actually like done a strategy, they kind of speed up their duck after a while, so that like when the duck gets closer to the bar, it just goes faster, so it just slides off.
So it just comes off with it, yeah. But then another thing I really can't wait to see, because ducks are scoreable game pieces while they are on the field, I can't wait to see teams take those 10 ducks or take 2 or 3 ducks and then start putting them on the field and putting them into play.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting how teams have really been trying to multitask while they do the ducks. Like the teams in Michigan, right, doing a little turret, like Enigma Riddlers, do a turret to be able to score the your team-specific element at the same time as doing the ducks.
But then I'm also slightly surprised that I don't see as much expansion with y'all's bots or like mini bot situations, because also going back to another year, Recycle Rush, I remember, was a big year for mini bots, even though it wasn't specifically stated that you could have, that you need a mini bot. But because of the way that the rules said that your bot was your bot as long as it was connected to itself and that you could extend indefinitely, there were teams that quite literally had a robot that would push up to a conveyor belt to stack crates onto a conveyor belt to then make a big conveyor belt tower and then push the tower outward. And they had huge stacks of 10 and 12 boxes just from making their towers that way. But Looking at these point breakdowns, the Blue Alliance will take this victory with a 30-48 point win. And that is unfortunately the end of this cohort. Once again, a wonderful thank you and shout out to all of our volunteers, mentors, coaches, backstage crew, on-site crew, and everyone in between. Not to mention students. Make sure to thank your parents. They are the reason why you all are able to make it to these events and able to be out here today. And teams, a lot of you all wouldn't be able to do much without the parents as well. I know personally, my team, we used to love having parents around because sometimes our coaches weren't able to stay there all night and the parents would be there all night. I remember we used to take food outside to our parents, especially if we knew, hey, we've been out here till 10, 11 o'clock at night. Have some food. We're all having food. I'm not gonna come outside eating 3 slices of pizza myself and you just have to get the good smells and not actually eat anything for yourself.
Yeah, and good job to all the cohort 1 teams who finished all their matches.
And as we get ready to go into cohort 2, our first round of teams coming up will be 1-1. Why you take the team numbers down? Now I have to actually look over here. 1-1, 5, 3, 4. Bot Brigade Hortic. Names will lead me. Team 1-9-4-3-4, the Redstone Mechanics, and that will round out the Red Alliance. Going up against Team 2-0-1-2-2, Exponential, and Team 2-0-1-2-3, Cryptic. But before we get to those teams, we're going to give you all a slight review at our gameplay. So we're going to go rewatch the game footage for today just to remind you all what Freight Frenzy actually is. We will see you all after our break.
Welcome to the First Tech Challenge 2021-2022 season game, Freight Frenzy, presented by Raytheon Technologies. A team consists of up to 2 driver-operators, a coach, and a robot. The robot must be built from materials specified in the game manual and fit within an 18-inch sizing tool, but may expand after the match begins. Each match is played with 4 randomly selected teams, 2 per alliance. Your opponent for one match may be your partner for another. The game is played on a 12-foot square playing field with a foam tile floor and 1-foot-high walls. In the back of the field are taped-off warehouses, which are alliance neutral. Obstructing the warehouses are barriers that robots must drive over or around. At the front of the field are Alliance-specific storage units. Alliance-specific carousels are mounted on the front corners of the field walls. Alliance-specific barcode tape is located between the warehouses and the storage units. 4 unique navigation images are located around the field perimeter. 2 Alliance-specific shipping hubs and a 3rd shared shipping hub are positioned as shown. Outside of the field walls are the red and blue Alliance stations. There are 2 types of freight: 20 pieces of cargo, 2.7 inches in diameter, and 2-inch square boxes in various weights. 30 lightweight, 20 medium, and 10 heavy boxes. 4 of the lightweight boxes are marked with an X. In addition, rubber ducks will play a key role in the game. and teams will be constructing their own custom-designed shipping elements. Before each match, the freight is stored in the warehouses and a preload box is placed onto the field for each robot. A duck is placed onto each carousel and in the middle position of each barcode. The remaining ducks are stored in the Alliance loading docks. Teams then place their robots on the field, touching the wall adjacent to their Alliance station, but not in a warehouse. The teams then place one preload box for each robot. A team may then decide to use their own shipping element in place of a duck on the barcode, or store their shipping element in the loading dock. The duck or shipping element on the barcode is then randomized to one of 3 locations. The players and field are now ready. Begins with a 30-second autonomous period. During this period, there are a number of ways for teams to score, using only pre-programmed instructions and sensor inputs. Delivering the duck from the carousel earns 10 points. Each piece of freight delivered to the Alliance's storage unit will earn 2 points. Each preloaded box placed on an Alliance's shipping hub earns 6 points. But there are ways to earn bonus points. If the box is placed on the correct level as indicated by the duck's location on the barcode, the Alliance earns a 10-point bonus. If a robot places its preload box on the level shown by its Alliance's shipping element position on the barcode, it will earn a 20-point bonus. A robot parked on its Alliance's storage unit earns 3 points. However, if the robot is parked completely in the storage unit, it will earn 6 points. A robot parked in the warehouse closest to its Alliance station earns 5 points. If the robot is completely inside the warehouse, it will earn 10 points. Following the autonomous period is the 2-minute driver-controlled period. During this time, Alliances score points by delivering freight to storage units and shipping hubs. For example, each piece of freight delivered to an Alliance's storage unit will earn 1 point. Freight scored on an Alliance's shipping hub will earn 2 points on a level 1, 4 points on a level 2, and 6 points on level 3. Each freight scored on the Alliance's side of the shared shipping hub will score 4 points for their Alliance. The last 30 seconds of the driver control period is the end game. Robots may continue scoring freight, and there are also ways to earn bonus points. Delivering a duck or shipping element to the floor earns the Alliance 6 points. A balanced shipping hub at the end of the match earns 10 points. If an Alliance's section of the shared shipping hub is in contact with the tile floor, that Alliance earns 20 points. Robots parked in a warehouse earn 3 points. However, if the robot is parked completely in the warehouse, it earns 6 points. Each team's shipping element, fully supported by a shipping hub center pole or another team's capped shipping element, will earn 15 points. There are many ways to score in Freight Frenzy, but there are also rules that, if not followed, will deduct points from your Alliance. For example, robots cannot interfere or interact with the opposing Alliance shipping hub. Scoring elements may not be launched. Robots may not interfere with their opposing Alliance's capping attempts. Only one duck or team shipping element is allowed on the carousel at a time. A robot may not cause an opposing Alliance robot to become pinned, trapped, or blocked. This is just a brief summary of the Freight Frenzy game. For complete rules, please read the game manual and check the Q&A forum. And always remember the most important rule of First Tech Challenge: gracious professionalism. Good luck, teams, and have a great season.
And we're back. I hope everyone enjoyed seeing the game animation and got wonderful new ideas, or got to be reminded of some of their old ideas as far as game design and gameplay. I know one of my favorite things to look at is the gracious professionalism sign. For all of you who remember the great and late Woody Flowers and all of his contributions to FIRST, with gracious professionalism being one of his most important contributions to the FIRST community. I always like dealing with gracious professionalism. How did you all feel about gracious professionalism, and how did you all incorporate that into your teams or into everyday life? Are you all able to hear or speak?
Oh, sorry. You got a bit distracted there.
Oh, did you all hear what I asked?
No, sorry. Can you repeat that?
Oh, I was talking about gracious professionalism. It was at the end of the video. I was saying I remember the late Wood Flowers, and I remember him always talking about gracious professionalism and how you all incorporated gracious professionalism into your team or into your everyday practice.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, gracious professionalism, like, I feel like it's just been drilled into my head. I mean, I joined FIRST in, like, elementary school, so definitely been hearing that for, like, such a long time. And, I mean, especially, I'm, like, now I'm coaching FLL, so it's, like, I'm always trying to, like, teach them the same thing. Sometimes it's hard because little kids always love to talk and talk and talk. But, you know, trying to teach it to them.
I think gracious professionalism is also a very funny thing to try to teach, like the high school students when they first join in the high school league, especially because in high school, when you think about a team and you've been drilled as this is my team, I'm going up against you, you're my enemy, you're my opponent. But then you can't think like that, because just because you're red one game and they're blue the next, you all might both be red the next game. You never know. So you can look at a team as your enemy all you want, but eventually they will be your team. They will be your friend. They will be your partner, and you will have to figure out how to work with them.
Yeah, for sure.
That's another reason why I like seeing these sister teams, is because you can train as an enemy or you can train as a friend, and it definitely shows how you train, especially when it comes to your autonomous and your drive mechanisms.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even like with teams that aren't your sister team, like collaborating with them, like through like mentorship or like just like talking to them online, it's like so helpful. And I feel like, I mean, in FTC, like it's insanely helpful to just talk to like the other team.
Yeah, like I know, like personally for me, like I learned a lot from a lot of other teams, especially like when I first joined like 4 years ago. I joined the Discord, right? And there's tons and tons of people on there, and I learned from people all the way in like California, right? Like they're telling me like how to design stuff in CAD, or like how to like use different things to program my autonomous program.
I was just gonna say, you all use that Discord like crazy. I got put into the FTC Discord last year because I didn't know that it was a thing. And once I started commentating, there were always people messaging me in the Discord. I was getting messages with people asking, hey, what's going on with this event? What's going on with that event? How does everything go? And it was funny because I was like, I don't really do FTC. I don't really know, but I gotta find out. But you all would have full length conversations and full length discussions in there. Even a discussion as simple as what type of wheels. There are full length discussions. Do we want to be tank tread? Do we want to be Mecanum? Do we want to be Omni? What's the best situation? Um, and also last year with remote venues being a big thing and the difference in scoring between remote teams and teams actually on the field, I think that was a very cool thing. And so once again, we're going to attempt to show you all some of our remote videos later from teams who chose to not be here in person. We know due to the current situation, we aren't all in person. Even us, for example, we're back in our personal spaces streaming instead of being on the field and on-site commentating. I believe today we might have a few commentators over at McHenry, but other than that, we miss seeing the crowds. We miss being with everyone and everybody. I know personally, I miss doing all of the large-scale events and venues. We used to pack out the schools and arenas.
Yeah, for sure. Like the in-person events, I miss them.
And there's
I could
nothing
say
that can compare. There's nothing that compared to being in an arena full of people and being the center of
Yes.
attention in an arena full of people. I remember for FRC, for example, when we do regionals, we would be at one of the university college coliseums. So we would be on TV in the center of a college basketball court with fans all the way around us in the stands watching us compete. And that's huge. It feels really different. It's definitely something that we miss and that I definitely miss personally. But for your team, for your team, for Almond Robotics, how'd you all do with the at-home feel of everything?
I mean, for us, like, we're partially just like a neighborhood team, pretty much, like a small community team. So, like, we didn't, at least we were like able to have some in-person meetings last year.
Yeah, we don't have to like go to school.
We didn't have to,
like,
yeah.
Like, a lot of school teams had to shut down last year. And also, like for us, like a lot of things like are really easy to do online. Like we can just like like work on CAD when we get home or something, or like figure out like what paths we're gonna do during like tournaments, things like that.
Right.
Yeah, like we just generate the trajectories and stuff offline.
Yeah, it's definitely not as exciting to be working on.
Did you all submit any of the remote events, or did you all do just in-person events?
Yeah, we actually did the hybrid events.
Yeah, we only did hybrid events last year.
And once again, love seeing everything. We love our supporters. We love all of our volunteers. And I love getting to see and hear from everybody. Mostly, I miss all of you teams. I miss seeing all of you all. I know that there are 55 people in the chat right now. But I miss seeing all 55 faces in person. Not to mention our whole backstage crew gets to convert so much since they've been at home. I know pretty much our entire backstage is in pajamas right now. And they are relaxed and chilling. And even though they might look relaxed, they're working twice as hard, if not 3 times as hard as when it used to be in person. But I miss seeing everybody in person because a gap like this, I know I miss having all the dances. What? Cotton Eye Joe, Cupid Shuffle, all the other little things and games that used to go on. Getting to look at the field better, getting your own view of the field. Heck, even having food during the matches used to be a very big thing for my team. Take nice little breaks and go eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, even like getting lunch with the team, like going back to the competition, or like actually something that we ran into a lot actually was our robot being a little bit too big. Like we'd have like just like saw off like part of it. Yeah.
Oh yes. I mean, in-person competitions are like so hectic, You're running around like the whole day, like pit, field, going back to fix a robot like super fast. It's like so hectic, but at the same time, like so fun.
And also, there's nothing that can compare to the environment of the pits. If you've never been in the pits, that is its own world. You always see a competition field, but the pits is crazy. But once again, speaking of all these remote matches, I kind of want to see some of them. Do you guys want to see some? I want to see what some of these teams have been working with.
Definitely, we had like remote qualifiers in Chesapeake, but those haven't been able to be broadcasted. So,
I mean, I know we had a lot
Not
of
starting.
remote matches. Yeah.
Let's see what these teams have. Like I said, I love seeing all these teams, and I love seeing what all these teams can do.
Right, here we have Blue Crew. From Rockville, Maryland.
Nice.
That's completely it. They're just verifying that they were in the box. I like that though.
It looks like they have a 42-point final.
Alright. And starting to tell you up, they have a small bot, so they're going around barrier. And also a claw arm.
I feel like we've been seeing a lot of these arm designs getting some pretty fast cycles.
Let's see, I also like this about some of y'all's FTC bots. With the field being that small, you can completely build a field in a garage.
Be careful when putting the next block on. It might knock that one off.
Dining room, in a school classroom. We were talking about with the FTC bots, for example. You need a gym. You need someone's whole basement. You need the great outdoor. You need a tennis court. You need some large space to make yourself a field.
And this field is actually in the Rockville Library.
Yeah, they have a makerspace there.
Yeah, there's a makerspace there.
1 minute.
It's pretty well. We go there quite often.
I also like how that wall is so well worn from that, so you can tell
51.
How much wear is on that one spot. If that was my team, you'd just see a giant red streak up against the wall.
40.
Our teams were always red and black.
Oh, it looks like they're capping.
Alright.
Now, one thing I will say though, that has me slightly concerned with the way that their robot looks is
Endgame.
Their wire placement and wire tracing.
The wire coming out from the arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
I personally would be
15
terrified,
seconds.
Especially with it not at least having a wire cover. It's just the bare wire.
Carousel's very consistent. Definitely looks like they practiced it a lot.
3.
And you all use a lot of plug-and-play wires, right?
Nice.
It's not like soldered in or
Yeah.
just plug-and-play wires.
Yeah, definitely gets unplugged a lot. Especially servos. Because the servos like go into the rev hubs, like with the motors they like clip, they have a little clip, so I guess that helps a little bit. But the servos they don't, so they definitely get disconnected super easily. And oh wow, do they have a leader in their arm?
They do.
I didn't even notice that.
I mean, that's why they have the.
This is another match paper.
Like that. That looks like the same team.
Well done.
Yeah.
That looks like the exact same videos.
I think this might be a different match for them.
Yeah, it looks like this one was a mid-randomization, so they only got, like, this time they could only get...
Power control starting.
They didn't get the vision.
Thank you. Honestly, I don't mind that though, because at least you're like looking at the timer.
Yeah, an advantage of using the claw arm, you don't need a separate mechanism to cap. Like, so far in this qualifier, we haven't really seen any teams capping. But yeah, you can see, like, they use the same mechanism, scoring on the shipping hub and capping.
Now, I remember the last time I was here, we had some teams even double capping. They would give their alliance member
1 minute 30.
their second
That wall's gone through a lot.
So that way they could double cap, and that was also unique.
Yeah.
We gotta get
Yeah, I think capping isn't really as like important this game as it was in Skystone, but it's still like once you max out the top level of the shipping hub, it becomes kind of important.
But capping still seems slightly important to me. I mean, because everybody seems to be going for the high goal anyway, I would probably want to go for a cap as well. Just because I'm already up there, I'm already designing a system to go up there.
51 again.
Many teams have kind of like tried to like tried to like find a way to just score faster than they could cap, but really it depends on your overall personality.
40. Take your time. About to hit 30. Endgame's about to start.
Right, so they're capping and then doing ducks again in endgame.
Nice. $20. 10. 9.
Looks like their drivetrain is fully active.
In addition to these remote events, I also love seeing all the off-season events, because in the off-season, that is definitely when you see a lot more customization for the robots, or a lot more specialization than what you see in the normal matches. For example, I remember there were off-season races where it didn't even matter what system you used. The question was, how fast was your drivetrain? And how good could your drivers control themselves? And so they had to maneuver through obstacles for whatever they want to do. But that was the blue crew that we were looking at. And coming up next is Exponentials.
Oh, Exponential.
And we're also getting ready to see Exponential come onto the field in Alexandria soon, so we're getting ready for that.
Yeah, a little preview of Exponential's bot.
Looks like they've done a lot of pocketing on their.
Yeah, they do. They have custom drivetrain plates.
That was another thing I definitely remember from the FRC side, was we sometimes had to drill a bunch of holes in our robots, save a lot of weight. You'd sit there. Oh no, there was cheese bot, which is why I refuse to say the word cheese, because the cheese bot actually had their bot spray painted yellow and cored out to look like cheese. And it also was a very heavy bot, so the coring helped them save weight.
It looks like they didn't score during autonomous, but they're teleop.
But I'm also wondering what sort of vision or what sort of layouts they have on their field, because they have a lot more tape markers than anything else.
It looks like those tape markers are really from last year.
I think they probably
It does look like it's recycled from last year.
Yeah, it looks like
it does really look like it's cycled.
Yeah.
I mean, but it could be helpful for their team, because it could just help them with sizing and
push the hub.
Oh, it looks like they've redesigned their robot to just be a. They don't have the turret anymore either.
Oh, they had a turret before? Oh, the arm. I remember. Yeah. Right. They had a turret arm before. Now they have pivoting intake and an arm. The drivetrain is pretty fast, though.
Yeah, they have a pretty fast and thin drivetrain as well. It looks like it's about 10 inches wide.
Got it. 15. I'm gonna get here for 1 minute. 10 seconds. We can get one more. Got it. Go.
Looks like they're doing.
Alright, going for the guys.
Okay, go. Beautiful. Perfect. Stop. Go. Oh, that's amazing. Stop. Go.
Looks like there's kind of a big divide between teams, right?
4. 5.
Now, I really want to see some of the unique intakes and unique mechanisms, but coming up next, we have Team SWAT of 16502. Now, if you have a team that's named SWAT, you better come in some type of militant. You gotta come in with your team fully decked out in riot gear. You gotta, like, enter through the ceiling or something. You can't just walk onto the field. You have to storm the field, storm the arena.
Oh, wow. That's a really unique outtake mechanism. You see, they have a cardboard box.
It's a chute.
Yeah.
But it's a different type of. It's a different looking chute.
Yeah.
But as you can see, they do have a zip tie intake. However.
But what's interesting about this one is actually the outtake. It outtakes out the side of the robot instead of like the majority of robots that we see, like intake on one side and then outtake on the opposite side. But this one's actually outtakes to the
more self-speed just because you can go forward and backwards and never have to go. Yep, they never have to turn. That is the entire purpose.
Yeah, I think the side take strategy is a really interesting strategy, especially if you've seen like technical difficulties, 71, 72. They've been able to put up really high scores almost entirely because of their autonomous program, because they're able to get eight freight during the autonomous period.
I mean, it definitely works very well in remote. One thing that can be like a bottleneck though is like having to strafe here, because you see they don't really have any horizontal extension. They only have the vertical extension, so they have to strafe on the way to the hub, which can definitely slow them down.
Now, see, one thing that I would use that for, though, to not need to strafe, would be the shared hub. Because if I find myself directly up against that wall, I can go forward into a hub and pick up freight. I can go back and immediately drop out the side. There's no real need to worry about anything there. And I feel like that would be my loading mechanism, especially if I have a partner that can load up the high goal and so I don't worry about the high goal, or I have a partner that can do ducks and I don't need to worry about ducks. I'd load up that shared hub and then go back for ducks if I need to.
Yeah, oh, they have an interesting capping mechanism. It looks like it's some kind of hook.
It's a basket almost, like a little gift bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I wonder if it's possible to double cap on that type of mechanism.
I highly doubt it. It would probably work. They would have to be the higher cap.
Yeah.
But I like how they put SWAT on their bot.
Their carousel's pretty fast.
Their carousel is really fast, yeah.
It looks like they did get all the ducks and then Bart.
Really clean match. Yeah, Team SWAT is actually fourth place in terms of OPR in the whole world right now.
But looking at that wonderful matchup, as you can see, this is Freight Frenzy presented to us by Raytheon Technologies. We also have many, many, many other wonderful sponsors, whether it be Qualcomm, whether it be Booz Allen Hamilton, whether it be Leidos. Amazon, I believe, was one of our sponsors. There are tons of different sponsors. And because there are so many, we just want to show some of them off and talk about some of our sponsors. So we're going to show you all our sponsor reel. We'll be back shortly.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. One part inspiration, one part science, one part legacy, and one part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention.
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow.
Lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is
to what could be. Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
To define possible. To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked.
Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program, not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canon, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canon products.
Canon Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
And we're live. I hope everyone enjoyed seeing all of our wonderful sponsors. And once again, a big shout out to all of our mentors, coaches, volunteers, and parents. Without you all, it would not be possible for anyone to be here. Now joining us in the booth, we have another new commentator. We have AJ. AJ, hi, how are you doing?
Good, how are you guys doing? I'm coming to you guys from the McHenry qualifier. I'm outside of it, obviously, but yeah. So I'm here in the general area. We're still a little ways from getting started, but you know, looking forward to it. It'll be good.
And we can't wait for you all to start. I'm sitting here looking at the referees having their little meeting, getting ready and finishing setting up the field. Over in Alexandria, we have robots on the field already. Can't wait to see what's going to go on down in Alexandria. Once again, this is now cohort 2 for Alexandria, so we are going to be seeing a new round of bots showing up.
Are they moving already?
I believe so, meaning we might have had a realization and we are going.
All right.
We are just waiting on the scoreboard. Once again, folks.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting mineral from 1153.
Once we get our scoreboard, you all know what we're seeing. We're not able to see our own scoreboard.
We have some interesting robots. We just saw Exponential's robot in the remote match, and now we're seeing it again. It's like pretty much the same. I don't think they've made any major design changes.
But so we have team 20123, 20122.
Yeah. So you guys are sister teams.
Right, and they're aligned.
Exponential and Cryptic?
Yep.
Well, that's nice that they get to start right next to each other, you know, side by side.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually one match where all 3 of them are going to be playing in the same game.
And then I can't see the other team. I see 11534 and they're just too low on the camera for me to see their last number. 19434.
It looks
so.
right
Redstone Mechanics, and then what was the other number I said out?
It's done Mechanics. I think they did pretty well at their last qualifier, right?
And the Bot Brigade Quartic with that long extension. Look at that extension.
Yeah,
wait,
very long
anyone else notice that extension by the Bot Brigade? That was, whoo! That was an extension there. That's that cross-field extension.
Looks like we have a lot of small bots here.
Yeah, a lot of thin
going through the gap in the barrier. And then we have...
But it seems...
Alright, both teams doing carousel.
I don't know if 2123 is stuck or if they had a disconnect, but they have not seemed to move from that area this entire time. But we just got our score coming in, and that score differential is huge right now. Look at the points on the board.
Definitely.
Yeah, so Bot Brigade Quartic's putting on a very strong first match.
Yeah.
So our current unofficial score, for those who aren't able to see the scoreboard, is 142 points for the Red Alliance compared to 84 points for the Blue Alliance, and these points keep climbing.
Looks like Red Alliance got 9 ducks, which I think is most we've seen in a match so far.
We've actually got more in the high goal than Red did.
I think we've gotten 10 before. I can't remember which anyway. Also, I'm just looking at the team names right now, and I'm loving team names all the time. I
mean, Exponential's got an exponentiation. Got a little math symbol in their name, right?
I mean, but then even looking at some of the other team names, I'm just looking at what's this? The Mechanical Mafia. Like that's a hard hitting name right there. Team Snuffleupagus. And I remember last time I was like, is any of y'all old enough to know who Snuffleupagus is? But with a current high score being set at 172, the Red Alliance will take that victory over the Blue Alliance's 84 points. And that is even with the Red Alliance suffering a 20-point penalty, so they could have almost hit the 200-point mark. But taking the point breakdown, we have a 58-point autonomous compared to a 5-point autonomous, a 50-point driver control compared to a 40-point driver control, a 84-point endgame compared to a 39-point endgame. And once again, that was teams 1-1-5-3-4 and 1-9-4-3 for the Red Alliance versus teams 2-0-1-2-2 and 2-0-1-2-3 for the Blue Alliance. Also, when your numbers line up like that, I feel like you should really have something with the numbers. Like you have 1, 2, 3. Something with 1, 2, 3 should go along with the numbers.
I think a lot of that match ended up coming down to. I feel like a lot of that match ended up coming down to the one of the Blue Alliance's robots just looking to be disabled there, trying to go for the shared goal. I'm not sure what exactly happened there. They're going to take a look at that.
That was Cryptic, I believe. That was in the bottom.
I think you're right.
Well, once again, talking about team names, I love these things. We have Steam Powered. We have the Mighty Ducks. We have A-Team, Armed and Dangerous, Stick Shift. I didn't even think anybody was driving Stick Shift anymore. But we all switched over to automatic. Any of these kids, you sure these kids know how to drive a Stick Shift? Speaking more so about Stick Shift, we got Team Clutch. I don't know if they're called Clutch because they, want to clutch the victory, or if they're Team Clutch because once again,
Team Clutch. Yeah.
We got the Nanobots. Emphasis on the NA. Once again, like I said, with Epsilon Delta 2, I really want to see them put an Epsilon and a Delta on something. But yeah, no, I really like these team names and these team ways that they're written out. It's always fun. I mean, we got the Quicksilvers, we got SpaghettiOs. Also, teams. If your name is after food, I'm gonna get hungry. We had bacon this and bacon that one week. SpaghettiOs.
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of strong teams this match, right? Like Extreme Voltage and Robotic have historically been pretty strong.
Yeah, and looking at this cohort, already we can see there's a lot of versatility in the designs of each robot. And with the small bots, I think it's definitely a huge advantage if your small bot can also extend a lot, like what we saw with Brigade, because they could stay basically against the wall. Since you already have to be against the wall to go around the barrier as a small bot, being able to extend to the hub from where the ball is just such an advantage.
And once again, that all comes down to game theory and game design. We've talked about it multiple times, and we will continue to talk about it. Teams, take the time to actually figure out what the game is and how you want to accomplish the game. Not everything is go for the one goal that everyone needs. Because in a game like this, cooperation. Remember, work with the other teams. Figure out how you want to. Coming from FRC, we have 3 teams. So normally there's multiple things you can go after. You will have somebody, if there's a high goal and low goal, you'll have somebody specialized on high goal, you'll have somebody specialized on low goal. With this year's monkey bar system, you're going to see some teams that say, hey, I'm only sticking to the first bar. You're going to have other teams, hey, I'm going all the way up. With other years, there were teams that specifically were shooters, and they would sit right next to that reload station and launch all the way across the field. And that's all they did. And you had other people that manipulated the rest of the field. That's perfectly fine if that's what your team does and that's how your team acts. But once again, it's all about learning what your specific maximization is. Not everyone can get maximum points moving around and try to attach to everything.
Yeah, it's also pretty important in FTC to be very flexible, so you can do, most things that once you get into an alliance with someone, you're able to be like, well, are you able to do this and this? I mean, and you guys can actually strategize on a per match basis, and it really helps you, the flexible team member.
Once again, I always give credit to a FTC team for y'all managing to pack so much into such a small robot.
Yeah. It really does add to the challenge of FTC. Is really the size constraints. It used to be the build constraints. I guess the build constraints aren't as big anymore, but used to be quite a big deal as far as materials and things like that. But yeah, they're the constraints that they put on FTC are part of the fun to it, for sure.
And once again, Twitch chat, don't forget to say hi to everybody. I know you all are here to rep your team, so tell us who you are and tell us who's here. Teams, show out, say hi. Mentors, talk about yourselves. And teams, don't forget, get your mentors, your captains, and your coaches to fill out your team survey. We love talking about you all, and we love learning about you all. If you all do not have out a filled out team survey, we don't have as much information on your team as we would like. Unfortunately, this week I don't have the numbers guy with me. I know you all had him last week. If I had the numbers guy, he knew pretty much every single team inside and out, and he had all the numbers for the teams. We don't have him here, but what we do have is our survey. So if you fill out your survey, that's more information for us.
Looking at this match, that team on the right has a really interesting intake mechanism.
Clearly.
Okay, we have randomization number 3 over in Alexandria. So that is going to be the top goal. But speaking of plans with FIRST, you two are both seniors, right?
Yep.
So what are your plans for graduation? How do you all plan to serve as alumni? I remember asking both of you all, and you all both said you want to become alumni ambassadors. How do you all wish to be alumni and serve FIRST community as alumni ambassadors?
They're volunteering at competitions. Like, I definitely want to continue doing that. I mean, even while being on the team, I volunteered so many times and had a lot of fun. And oh my gosh, it looks like Blue Alliance have pushed their shipping all the way across the field. And
looks like both
alliances across the autonomous. That's not
incurred penalties.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Team member from the Red Alliance rammed into a Blue Alliance, and then one Alliance member from the Blue Alliance moved their entire hub. So that's why both teams received penalties there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's probably pretty big on this match. I actually have an additional commentator here on my side. This is Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. Welcome to the box. How are you doing today?
Doing good. How are you guys doing?
I see we both got on the I'm a Robot shirt, and that's another great thing about being a volunteer is the fun stuff doesn't stop once you become a volunteer. We get tons of perks, gifts, and bonuses too. Once again, I know we have our volunteer shirt this year. We have the alumni ambassador shirt. I have my alumni ambassador hat. I have my alumni ambassador belt. I have the FIRST Letterman jacket. There's all sorts of things that you guys can get when you're working with FIRST. But look at this intake mechanism. Does anybody see these
stars?
I want to say it reminds me of a Rolodex almost, the intake.
Yeah, we actually we saw this a lot on the year this was 2014 I think game. Whenever we were also working with these blocks. A lot of people decided to go with this, similar to like a Rolodex design, and it seemed to work actually pretty well. and they seem to be picking up. I'm curious how well they pick up those weighted pieces of freight, though.
I want to know whether people would consider this a Rolodex or a street sweeper. Which one do you all think it looks more like?
Yeah, that's probably more accurate, actually.
The street sweeper, car wash.
Car wash. It looks like red is still in the red, huh?
But the Blue Alliance is doing really well, recovering from that major penalty in auto.
The Red Alliance
They were able to tip the shared hub.
to scare on the shared hub a few times, but it ended up falling over to the blue side.
Yeah,
but looking at
goal,
the point total.
Yeah, the share goal, whenever you're doing that, it's very important to be careful to not overdo it. So I mean, anytime you're launching anything out of your collector, then you really need to make sure you're keeping it on your side. I mean, that's pretty massive because you can just score for your other team.
Yeah, for sure.
What you want to do.
Luckily, tiebreaker points have definitely been a lot different now.
But also, I'm really liking the different loadouts that we've seen between these bots. We've seen some vertical bots, we've seen some very low-lying bots. We see multiple different types of claws, whether the claw itself actuates, whether the whole body has to turn. But then with you two being over in McHenry, how is McHenry looking? We know McHenry has a much smaller cohort with them only having 17 teams.
Yeah, so we're pretty small competition this year. We're normally pretty small. We're little Garrett County way out here in Western Maryland. But you know, we have a great facility for this. This worked out great. We're at Garrett College's the CARC gym, so that worked out great. And so it'll be good to see these teams compete. They are smaller cohorts, but you know, that's how it's going to have to happen sometimes.
Hey, I would rather be small and be safe than us going back to the huge stadium and arena size events that we used to have and us having a big exposure and outbreak.
Yeah, it'll be good to get back to those one day, though. Very good.
First is always right now going for that zero case and putting safety first. And so with that, we would love to thank everyone who wears their mask while they are at their events and for socially distancing when possible.
I actually saw in the last match, one of the robots on the Red Alliance was disabled.
But we just received a final score coming from the Alexandria event with a score of 2-127. With the point breakdown being a 24-point autonomous to a 29-point autonomous, a 4-point driver control to a 48-point driver control, a 34-point endgame to a 80-point endgame, and then an unfortunate 60-point penalty compared to a 30-point penalty. So once again, the game would have been a lot closer, but those penalties do add up. And coming up next, we have Epsilon and Extreme Voltage going up against the Mechanical Mafia and Bot Brigade Quartic.
It looks like Bot Brigade Quartic's actually up there again, huh?
What is this, 3 matches in a row?
And so is Extreme Voltage, right?
Yeah, Extreme Voltage is back again, too.
Extreme Voltage 2 matches in, Bot Brigade 3 matches in a row.
Bot Brigade's pretty highly ranked. They've only played 1 match, but they're already in 6th place. Huh? Getting that 172 really helped them up.
Yeah, definitely.
Wasn't that 127?
What's it? I can't. They played in the 2 matches ago, not the last match.
Yeah, they played 2 matches ago. Oh, it looks like Epsilon also has a drivetrain very similar to Exponentials. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they really do. Both have their custom plates. We'll see. Like, I think their outtake mechanism looks different. I know it's covered by our camera views on the Twitch stream, but I think they have.
It seems that they had it seems like the Red Alliance got disabled by the referees for lack of control. The Red Alliance received a penalty for hub violation. The blue, The blue also received a hub violation, and then yeah, red for lack of control was disabled and received the major there. But look at all these team uniforms coming out. I see green on one side, I see purple on the other side.
Yeah, so Bob Brigade, actually, they have their team-specific scoring element. So, like, they did do vision in their first.
Yeah, I think they did
first
vision in
match.
their first
Yeah.
match. The first match had a lot of autonomous tweets, actually.
Yeah.
And welcome to all of our new viewers coming and joining us. Don't forget, stop for a while, stay for a while, tell us who you are. We love hearing about all of our different teams. If you are here from a team, let your team know that you're here. Cheer them on. Also, if you're here from a different region, let us know. We love seeing all of our different regions, even though we're over here in the Chesapeake region. But since you all are seniors, are you all thinking about some of FIRST many scholarships? I know we have hundreds of thousands of scholarship dollars just waiting to be handed out to our seniors and other FIRST alumni.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I mean, one of the ones I was looking at are mainly like college-specific scholarships. So like some of the colleges I'm applying to, like Northeastern, they have like a scholarship just for FIRST. So that's like one of the big things that I'm applying to.
My college does not have a FIRST scholarship. It's so sad.
But you can still go for the Women in STEM scholarship. That's a very open-ended scholarship that you could go for.
Oh, okay. Autonomous is starting. So I think only Black Brigade is doing vision, or yeah, looks like only Black Brigade did vision, but the Red Alliance did score 1 on the top level.
Red Alliance has 2 parks in top level. Blue Alliance has the park and vision. Oh no, not parking. They're going for the duck, and now they're parking. Okay.
Well, I'm curious if they're going to use
Drivers,
their
pick up your
scoring element
controllers.
to cap at the end game. We haven't really
3,
seen that
2,
really very much
1.
yet, so it'll be interesting to see if they use that.
Yeah, for sure. But their scoring element actually looks really short. Like, I think that would be pretty hard to cap with.
Yeah.
And I also like how this year how a lot of teams get to put in their own unique element. I like when FIRST gives teams the chance to be unique and to be special. I know personally from Steamworks, when we all got to put up our own ropes to climb with, that was something that a lot of teams liked. But yeah, getting to have your own unique and individual bit for your team is cool. It's something that makes you you.
It's interesting that they chose to make it to that having your own team marker actually, gives you more points during autonomous, because it's easy to design a team marker, right? You could design a team marker that's easier to detect using vision rather than using a duck, right?
I think my favorite marker that I have seen so far is the red solo cups.
There's a lot of cups.
Yeah, cups are popular.
They're already easy to stack. They're already easy to stack. They're very common to find, and it really just shows not so much the creativity of teams, but I lost the word. Ooh, yeah, okay, lost my words, but
maybe the design of the game and like how it just makes teams decide to do that.
Just the quick thinking of teams, just the being on their toes. It's hey, I need something I can throw out. I have a pole I need to put something onto. What can I put on top of a pole? Hey, let's put a cup on it.
It looks like Epsilon might have a couple freight stuck in their robot right now, actually.
Ooh. I'm noticing Cryptic they've been trying to score on the shared hub, but both of the minerals that they scored on the shared hub actually rolled over to the blue side, which is really unfortunate for them.
But looking at those point breakdowns, they were super close getting ready for endgame, and blue team just pulling away in that endgame.
Definitely.
And to answer Twitch, our highest score so far today was almost 200.
It was like 172, I think.
But that was with a 20-point penalty, so they almost had it.
Yeah.
But then I can't remember if they got higher in the first cohort.
I don't think so. No, I think our high score was in cohort 2 so far.
I think we might see like teams breaking 200 depending on these alliances.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of potential.
But like I said, that's definitely then when I start liking the off-season matches, because then some of the events are like, oh, pick your teams. Who do you want to go with? And you'll see teams putting up 200, 220 points, 250 points because they got to choose who they want. And you had real powerhouse teams.
Looks like we got
Yep, the high score today was 172. Thank you.
Oh, actually, that match was decided by penalties. Match 15 was decided. It was 69-91. Blue Alliance wins that one, and it was all over 40 points in penalties.
Once again, looking at the point breakdown, very close together. We have a 32-point autonomous to a 39-point autonomous, a 29-point driver control to a 24-point driver control, a 48-point endgame to a 28-point endgame. So once again, Red Alliance watching those penalties, and this year with most penalties being towards driver error, I will go back to always saying, drive practice, drive practice, drive practice, drive practice, drive practice.
Oh yeah.
Teams, take your robot, drive it in the weirdest ways possible. Make your robot have to stop on a dime. Make your robot have to go through narrow pathways. Make your robot go over things that it won't normally have to go over. Purposely make sure that your robot is stuck so you can try to get it unstuck.
Yeah, it's very important to practice driving. It looks like it was Red received a major for scoring while in possession of multiple blocks. So they were getting stuck in there like you were saying earlier, and they were scoring with it. So that's where that penalty came from, and it all comes down to that. That's pretty crazy, actually.
And coming up next, we have the Redstone Mechanics alongside Innovatics, and it just disappeared before I got to see the other
Yeah, it looks like Epsilon's up again, actually, this match.
Yeah, and the Blue Alliance is Epsilon and Independent.
Great. I wonder how that works. How can you be independent on a team sport? Ooh, but also looking over, we can see the first matches for McHenry getting ready to come online. We have the Aces partnered alongside the Mighty Ducks going up against Lavender Logic and Loading. ... Once again, I love it. I love it. I don't care. I love the names, especially when it makes you have to think of what's wrong. Like, wait, there's an error here? What happened?
Loading.
Like, what was that other team? There's like Error 404 or something like that, and a couple other team names that are like, oh wait, my computer malfunctioned.
Which is just basic robotics, I feel like. Like it's basic anything computers. If I remember correctly, I actually think 13405 and 9445 are sister teams. So that should be pretty interesting seeing them play together in the first match. Yeah, and they're both teams out of Garrett County.
I think the whole match.
Yeah, I believe you're correct. So the whole match is teams out of the McHenry area here. So that'll be good to watch, and see how they stack.
It looks like on the stream it's on Alexandria right now.
Yes, the stream will be set to Alexandria until McHenry actually starts, and then once it actually starts, the matches should be structured in a way that one starts and one stops, and the next one starts and the next one stops, and we can just alternate back and forth.
Yeah.
If there is a situation where both matches are playing at the same time, we will either ping pong back and forth, or we will commentate on what you all are able to see, and then bring up the scores of the second match after they are over. I believe if we aren't able to show you all a match, we should be having the replays up either on the YouTube channel or some other website for you all to be able to view later as well. once again, I love these team shirts. Like, look at Epsilon's shirt. So clean and futuristic. And then I also like when you see the teams and the teams talk about their sponsors and you'll see all 20, 25 sponsors littering the back of the shirts.
Yeah, that was always a fun thing back in the day was, you know, how many sponsors you could get. And it's incredible how many people, even in this area, we're in a small area, it's great to see how many companies will sponsor teams and really invest in the future of their companies, basically.
Teams, your sponsors don't have to be a big brand name. You don't have to walk up to Google. You don't have to walk up to Samsung and Amazon like some of the other teams have done. Walk down the street to your local hardware store or your local bakery. We were sponsored by a couple of corner stores and a deli at one point. And so
we had been sponsored by, you know, a local t-shirt, you know, design company. We've been sponsored by all kinds of places around here.
A lot of local machine shops would also be willing to sponsor, like, you know, maybe just helping to like make parts for you. Yep. Or like we got a sponsorship from a company called Sun Cut Sun, and they do like custom laser cut things.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
And that's another thing. Your sponsor doesn't have to necessarily be
3, 2,
financial.
1.
Well, yeah, they can even sponsor by, you know, helping out using their expertise. A lot of people, you know, with machinists, they can, you know, teach you a lot of their CAD software. They can teach you, you know, how all of that works out and start to finish. And because at the end of the day, this is only, you know, half for the competition. It's also to learn so that you can use this later on in life.
I believe Blue
we just got a major penalty there.
For moving the hub.
Yeah, the shared hub there. It's been moved a lot.
Yeah, that shared hub is completely out of alignment.
Yeah.
It also looks like Redstone Mechanics might be scoring while still inside the warehouse, so that might also incur some penalties.
But I don't know, how would they really penalize you if you can't get out the warehouse to get into the next zone because the hub is right there?
Yeah, but I mean, technically, like the barriers, like if your robot isn't able to go over the barriers,
that's on you.
Yeah, it's kind of on you. Like for example, if your alliance partner gets disconnected, like in the gap, but your robot can only go through the gap, like that's on you. You're not really technically being blocked by them because there is like that space there where the barrier is.
Yeah, and I mean, like also like if a team is playing defense and like another team can't get over the barrier, they could just like block off the little gap in between, and that's completely illegal. So.
Yep.
Yeah, that is. I think that's one of the few forms of defense we've seen in this game this year is being able to just sit in that gap. And I do find it interesting that most teams have decided to go, you know, a skinnier bot so they can slide through that little gap instead of being able to, you know, have bigger wheels and move over that gap.
Yeah, but what we see with the big robots is like the shared hub is just so difficult. Like what we just saw, right? Like we have a big robot that's going over the barrier, but then like once you get into the middle area with the shared hub, it's just so easy to just ram into it.
But I think that's another thing that we've been seeing a lot of is the bigger bots and even the smaller bots, when it comes to getting over that barrier, not braking in time, not remembering how much force it takes to just barely clear the obstacle, because they'll fully clear it and continue going and not be able to brake in time and ram through a shared hub.
Yeah.
Or their own personal hub. And even some of the teams just trying to brake before hitting their own personal hub have just rammed forward. Or
I think this gets back into your point about drive practice being very important.
This year isn't so much about speed. I would say it's about precision and finesse. This is a surgeon scalpel in this game. You have to make sure just to balance on a knife's edge.
Yeah, especially with the number of penalties there are this year, you really got to be careful with pretty much every movement you make has consequences in this game.
Definitely, but we did see a very high score on the Red Alliance there.
Yeah.
They got 9 ducks. And 8 minerals or 8 freight in the top level of the shipping hub.
With a current unofficial score of 158 to 66, we will let the referees deliberate and we will see what they get up to. But over on the McHenry side, if we take a quick look at McHenry, McHenry is fully set up on the field. They are having one more quick discussion with the referees, I believe, and they should be getting underway soon.
Yeah, it looks like we're about to get underway here.
But the Red Alliance puts up a new high score of 174 compared to the Blue Alliance's 66 in that match. With the final score being 58-point autonomous to 16-point autonomous, 66-point driver controls to 22-point driver controls, 60-point endgame to 58-point endgame, and a 10-point penalty compared to a 30-point penalty.
All right, we are flipped over here to the McHenry side now. It looks like we have some parks in autonomous, and I don't see much else.
My eyes are readjusting to all of this blue on the McHenry side.
Yeah.
We have a blue game piece on a blue board in a blue field.
Yeah, and a lot of, blue team sweatshirts on the one side as well.
Yeah, the whole background is just...
ocean.
I feel like somebody in the background is gonna post "I'm blue" somewhere. But 9445, look at their intake.
They have another star intake, but it seems that the freight that they had just now fell out of their robot. They weren't able to get it back.
It looks like something's wrong with their, I don't know if their lift or something, because it's score over in the, in their logo instead of
the depot. Yeah, I think like the depot actually is like something. It's just so easy to forget about, like completely forget that it exists. But like you do get points for putting freight in the depot.
Yeah,
that's true.
But I think it's also just a low scoring bit that's why teams don't look at it.
Yeah, definitely. But like in a crisis when your lift doesn't work, I mean, you have to get points some other way.
I want to see somebody using ducks. Or they would go, or having a team that, like we said, has a little gentle launch or a long extension that can get it all the way over to the shared hub.
Yeah, definitely. But with the amount of time that we have in endgame, like getting all of the ducks on is like gotta be the first priority. So scoring those ducks afterward definitely takes a long time, and it's not that many points in comparison to just getting them all on the field.
But some of the teams get them all on the field well before the 30 seconds is over.
That's true.
And speaking of things getting done before the field is over, before we get our final score, we have randomization number 3 over in Alexandria, Virginia. So we might be jumping over there very shortly.
I'd go randomization. This one's probably going to score higher.
Alright, so on the field we have Exponential and Cryptic, two sister teams are alliance together. And then on the other side, their third sister team, which team is that?
No, you have
Epsilon. Epsilon.
It's Exponential and Epsilon. Cryptic's on the other side.
Oh, okay.
Cryptic's on the other side, and Cryptic is paired off with Extreme Voltage.
Alright, that'll be an interesting matchup for sure.
And over in Maryland, the Blue Alliance takes that first match with a score of 65-31. with a 26-point autonomous over a 15-point autonomous, a 17-point driver control over a 4-point driver control, and both teams sharing a 22-point endgame, with the Red Alliance suffering an unfortunate 10-point penalty.
Alright, so in Alexandria we have Extreme Voltage did the Ducks and they scored on the highest level. And then on the Red Alliance, I don't think they scored any of their freight. And, oh, they didn't do the Duck either.
Let's say Extreme Voltage has a side uptick.
Extreme Voltage, yeah. Extreme
Drivers,
Voltage, I also saw
pick up your
they
controllers.
chained together their carousel mechanism
3,
over the top of their robot.
2, 1.
We'll see if, I think 2123 is going for the shared hub here. Ooh, but they nudged it a little bit.
All 4 teams in the box at the same time. This is really a dance of can you get through there.
Yeah, definitely. Fighting over space in the warehouse. It's hard. Especially when both teams need that little gap to go through. It gets really difficult. So Epsilon here is actually going over the barrier to get into the shared hub area.
I think they lost their freight in crossing.
Yeah.
But also somebody seems to have a piece on the ground. I hope that's not serious for any team. Actually, I think it might be one of the rubber intakes from...
It's like one of the noodles.
Yeah.
From Exponential there.
The surgical tubing, which used to be another very important item from many teams.
Looks like Exponential's having some trouble picking up blocks, though.
Yep, and as endgame starts, we have both the alliances going to the carousel.
Looks like, what's it? Epsilon's getting a lot of ducks. Same with,
Right. Oh, I think that's sort of even.
Yeah, both teams.
I also like how today everybody has a partner in their booth. I need to go call myself up a partner.
But yeah, I think there was a penalty for tipping the shared hub or pushing the shared hub. But oh wow, the unofficial score is really close, 50-51. We'll see. This was a close match.
Once again, the Maryland teams are making me hungry. We got the Southern High Rams partnered with the SpaghettiOs going up against the A team and Refresh. But I do believe both teams received penalties in this match, so we'll have to see what the referees are going to say for that one. And this match will be recorded as a tie. Both teams being awarded 51 points. But look at these penalties. We have a 20-point penalty to the Red Alliance and a 50-point penalty to the Blue Alliance. Both teams starting out strong with a 10-point autonomous to a 19-point autonomous, a 19-point driver control to a 20-point driver control, and then a 42-point endgame to a 62-point endgame. So once again, the battle of the penalties.
That is becoming a recurring.
Wow, looks like penalties are really, really common, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm thinking it's that shared goal when they're knocking that around, because both teams did hit it, but I'm not sure. You know, I didn't see any other penalties, but.
But then it also could be the penalties for warehouse movement, trying to extend out the warehouse and stuff like that, or taking too many pieces out, something simple.
Yep. All right, looks like we're gonna go back here to McHenry, where they have just randomized.
And getting ready to look into the blue field. The blue, 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 blue. Blue, 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 blue. Blue on blue with more teams in blue. Robots moving around the blue. 8395 having blue on their bot.
It looks like they weren't able to get the duck off that carousel.
Yeah.
But they do have a personalized shipping element, so let's see if they use.
Interesting how the team that's not doing the duck is parking in the depot side. That's an interesting strategy.
I mean, it's still more points, so I'd do it.
Right, but usually what we see is the team that's on the side of the carousel will park in the depot, and the other team will park in the warehouse so they don't run into each other.
Keep it separate.
But look at just how small these bots are.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
12134 is tiny. The Southern High Rams, they're just a little baby ram.
Seeing a lot of the arm designs here. I think 3 of the robots on the field have the arm design, and then 8395 has slides.
But another tiny bot, 20828, refresh, just little blip.
I think they were trying to get that wiffle ball out from underneath of them so they could actually leave without getting that penalty for too many elements. And it looks like that's actually what caused a lot of the
Oh yeah, the multiple item penalties will definitely get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they stack up over time as well, every 5 seconds.
Yeah. I think there was a penalty. There might have been penalty there for pushing multiple freight outside of the warehouse.
Yeah.
On the Red Alliance side.
Teams, what do you think? What do you think? Low wheel, small bot, or big wheel, big bot?
Honestly, big wheel, small bot. I mean, why not just have both, right?
I'm just talking about from what we've seen so far, where the bigger bots are coming out with these big wheel systems, and these little tiny bots are little low riders.
games, you'd have to be able to push your way, past people and be able to hold your own and score while people are, hitting you. But this game, maybe it's not as big of an issue because they don't really, clash very much in this game.
I think part of it might just. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead and talk.
Yeah, I think part of it might just be like, the fact that they are playing qualifiers and they really only need to score high points rather than actually win matches.
Right. In the limbs, probably having a big bot that can play defense is a lot more important. But right here is just trying to score as much as possible is the only thing that matters. So defense is not really probably the best strategy during qualification matches.
I feel even with scoring potential, having a very small bot, the only thing that it helps is if I can speed up and rev up my bot. But then you still have to think about brake speed and everything else. I can't go but so fast if I expect to stop, turn, do anything else on the field.
Right, but we also see the small bots are more reliable with the shared hub in terms of not pushing it when they try to score.
Our new official score coming in at 85-25 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Looking at the point breakdown, we have a 34-point autonomous to a 9-point autonomous, a 24-point driver control to a 24-point driver control, and a 27-point endgame to a 12-point endgame, with the Red Alliance suffering 20 points in penalties. Once again, similar driver control, huge difference in the autonomous and in the endgame. And Red, once again, those penalties being for warehouse manipulations. But over in Virginia, we are coming straight into the beginning of autonomous. And look at these bots go.
Alright, so once again, we have Bot Brigade doing vision and parking in the warehouse.
Yeah, so that's a. Oh, both teams have a very strong
Drivers,
here.
pick up your controllers.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, on the Red Alliance, they did, no, the Red Alliance.
Oh, yeah, the Red Alliance got the vision task.
But looking at Bot Brigade, I like how they have two separate flywheels up top, so they aren't limited to one side. They can look at either side when they approach for the ducks.
Yeah.
Definitely having two carousels is good.
And Innovatics, even though they're doing huge extensions and even though they have a ton of cables out, just looking at the fact that they've used cable wraps and cable tracks for their cables, just so that way it's not just all dangling and free hanging out of their robot. Makes it a lot more secure.
Yeah, and Bot Brigade, we've seen them like consistently score on the Alliance specific hub, and now we see them on the shared hub doing just as well.
But look at that little dump truck on Bot Brigade. It's a little square funnel.
Yeah, it's a great strategy though, because then you can actually, pick up one way. You don't have to keep spinning around. You can just go one way to the other. You really take advantage of the mechanism wheels there.
Right, definitely. But it looks like, they're getting beached on the spike.
They weren't beached for long.
Yeah, but those spikes can seriously mess up.
Yeah, spikes are killer. That's spike.
Spending a lot of time in the hub. Spending a lot of time in the warehouse area.
Yeah, it seems like they're having some trouble with their
Not
intake.
a lot of time. It could just be those surgical tubing, because after a certain point, you do have to replace your surgical tubing.
Right, and we did see a surgical tubing fall off last match with Exponential.
It looks like they're running out of redundancy intake though.
Not to mention, if your surgical tubing isn't spinning at a certain speed or doesn't have like zip ties or some other attachment to the end of it, it will eventually stop gripping.
I've seen some teams have dipped their surgical tubing into flex sealant to get that nice rubbery grip on it.
Is there anything Flex Seal can't do?
We haven't sent it to space yet, I don't think, so.
7 ducks on both sides and both alliances having unofficial scores in the triple digits.
Yeah, that was definitely a good match. It was very even on that one.
Yeah, and on the blue alliance, 9 freight on the top level.
And that final score coming in for the Blue Alliance. Current score sitting at 147 to 112, with a 35-point autonomous compared to a 52-point autonomous, a 74-point driver control compared to a 22-point driver control, and a 48-point endgame all the way across the board, with both teams unfortunately suffering 10-point penalties.
Right, and we see 8702 has risen up to second place in the rankings.
And once again, that is second place overall. That is not just second place in this cohort.
Right.
Coming up next in McHenry, we have the Quicksilvers paired alongside SpaghettiOs going up against Aces and the A-Team. Verbally, that sounds like a very nice pairing, Aces and A-Team.
Very A.
It does.
Double A flattery. Yeah.
It looks like this is the A-Team's second match in a row. So hopefully, I do feel like these cohorts, with you playing so many matches in a row, really do test how robust your design is and how much your bot can actually take before needing repairs. Because normally you have, 10 minutes between a match or whatever, and you can go back to the pits and fix whatever you need to fix. But with this design, you're losing out on that. So you have to really be careful with really stretching your robot too much.
The other thing that I do like about these quick fire matches is it really tests your team's readiness and your team's quick reload skill because sometimes all you do have time for is to change out a battery.
Yeah.
And some teams need to learn that lesson. You need to have 4, 5, 6 batteries on standby. Some teams need to learn, hey, have a backup arm, have a backup system, make sure that we are ready just in case something fails in a match and I need to change it out. For example, that surgical tubing wheel, and also we've talked about it with the rubber band wheels. I would have had 3 or 4 of those pre-built, would have changed it out every single match.
All right, looks like we got randomization on the McHenry side, so we should be going here in just a moment.
And when we go back to Alexandria, we will be showing off Cryptic and Bot Brigade Quartic going up against the Mechanical Mafia and Independent.
It looks like the match has started in McHenry. We have the Red Alliance doing the carousel. And oh my gosh, the Blue Alliance robots have crashed into each other and one of them's tipped over.
Oh my god. It's like a small robot. Maybe they can use their arm to tip back over.
Oh, maybe, because they have an arm bot. That's true.
Once again, that all comes down to the strength of those motors and the skill of the driver at that point.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
We'll see what happens.
3,
This does show
2,
the importance of
1.
strategizing with your alliance partners beforehand to be like, all right, this is exactly where I'm going. Are you going there? And what we used to do, we actually had a clipboard that our coach used to carry around, and she would have the map and be like, this is what we're doing. Are we going to run into you?
Holy cow, they're trying to tip their alliance partner back over.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
They almost got it. They almost got
no.
And both teams go down. In an attempt of good faith and good sportsmanship, both teams are down.
Yeah, that's really not going to be great in the long run.
And with more than half of a match left to play, both teams have
it was a valiant effort by 83.95.
Both teams were officially counted out as disabled by the referees. When you see her sitting there waving that stick up and down. I say our referees are talking up a storm over there. Now, in a situation like this, would you risk your bot to help your teammate out?
I think it really depends on what that the positive side of that is. I mean, if you're able to flip them over with your arm or whatever, and you know your arm is robust enough to do that, that might be worth it. But it's always a risk. But you know, it's good to show that good sportsmanship there to try to get them back in the game as well, so that they don't have to just wait for the end of the match. So
yeah, for sure.
Now,
and actually, we see that the Red Alliance is
this might be interesting. They might
penalties.
They might
still win this
without having.
But I don't think so because of the Ducks. See, the Ducks are gonna come in and save the Red Alliance.
Oh, that's a tie right now.
Oh, man.
It's a tie right now.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Did they get enough ducks? Did they get enough points to tip something in their favor? Because as it stands right now, the Blue Alliance has tied with 2 disabled robots. This will really come down to the referees.
yeah, that'll be interesting to see. I wonder if this one's going to come down to penalties once again, because that's what we're seeing in a lot of these. So if one team even gets a minor penalty, and that's it.
But over in Virginia, we have randomization number 4. Those teams are getting ready to get underway with qualification 19. I like how 19 sounds like such a wonderful number until you remember that there's 46 of these.
Yeah.
We're at number 19 out of 46.
So is that 3 cohorts for Alexandria or 4?
Alexandria has 4.
4.
And the winner is the Red Alliance with a score of 30-26. With a 27-point autonomous to a 10-point autonomous, a 2-point driver control to a 6-point driver control, and a 31-point endgame to a 10-point endgame, with a 30-point penalty being given to the Red Alliance.
Yeah, that penalty almost made them lose that. I mean, and they were down to 4 points whenever they were ahead by 34 points beforehand. So I mean,
And the Red Alliance did not receive a major penalty. In fact, they received 3 separate minor penalties.
And even though both the robots on the Blue Alliance tipped over, they did not get any penalties that entire match.
Yeah.
Well, none of the tip overs were from any egregious action. It was a auto tip over and then trying to help your teammate and you tipped over. So none of those were an egregious action. None of those would result in a penalty.
Oh, looks like that carousel's just out of reach of them.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
But once again,
3,
loving the
2,
double arm
1.
holds.
Yeah, both alliances now have that.
But 20123111534 going up against, I can't see the numbers, but I remember that Rolodex sweeper.
So it looks like 20123 is going for the shared hub. 11534 is cycling on the Alliance hub.
But once again, we get a wonderful look at the versatility of the bot brigade. Look at that extension. They are just barely out of the warehouse, and they can already touch the top of the shared goal.
Yeah, and once again, not having to turn around or anything. I mean,
but it looks like occasionally they do get stuck on the
spine.
Yeah. I think they should be able to right themselves here.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, yep.
They just wiggle themselves.
Yeah. No, actually, the fight on the shared hub is like pretty even right now.
Yeah.
Both alliances are going for it, but neither one of them has the tip right now.
Clearly tipped your direction, and it seems to be clearly tipping towards the middle.
Yep. Which means that neither team will get the points. And actually, so the Blue Alliance knocked some freight out of the warehouse just now. That might be a penalty.
Yeah, that depends on really the referee.
Yeah, it depends on what the refs say. But we did see penalties for that same thing in a couple of matches ago.
It looks like the blue robot might be scoring illegally from inside the warehouse as well.
looks like Red Alliance took that one. We'll have to wait for the scores to come back on that.
Yeah, 3 minors for warehouse.
These are one of the biggest moments where I wish we were actually on the field so we could slightly hear the referees or hear something. I love when we actually get to see what's going on in their minds. Not to mention, I love hearing from the individual teams and the individual team members. I remember something as simple as when we used to do scouting, when I was on a team, we'd go back and talk to the individual team members, especially if they had been winning and putting up high numbers and suddenly they lost the match. Hey, what happened? Were you guys testing something, or what was the difference? What went on? But with a new score giving it to the Red Alliance, 114-64, 32-point autonomous to 8-point autonomous, 38-point driver control to 8-point driver control, 54-point endgame to 48-point endgame, and a 10-point penalty to the Red Alliance. We are going to get ready to jump over to Maryland again very soon. Over in Maryland, they are underway with their autonomous period. and they are currently tied at 16 each in their autonomous period.
It seems like a lot of these teams are struggling with Vision Hub, but I think this match we might have we see.
For sure. I think the Red Alliance robots
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
The first
2,
one got stuck on that
1.
on that spike, and then the other team.
And you gotta be careful not to hit the hub here.
I believe they could just barely touch it. They couldn't fully knock it out the way just because of how close the robots already were. But referees are eyeing this game closely.
Would a tap on the shared hub be a penalty? Well, it's really up to the ref's discretion whether the movement of the shared hub was consequential. Yeah, but I've noticed in a lot of these matches recently that like teams have been knocking the ball freight out of the warehouse, several of them at a time, and that is a penalty. I think it's been scored as a penalty in previous matches.
But the Blue Alliance having some penalties of their own, currently just barely having 2 points on the board as we get ready to approach our end game.
Looks like Blue Alliance is likely to get that tip bonus though.
Yeah, that looks pretty definitive on that. Unless the Red Alliance can score, a couple here in the last 15 seconds.
I do notice that a lot of the McHenry robots seem to be smaller, right? Because originally in the first cohort for what was it? The first cohort for Alexandria, there were a lot of big robots, but I think like moving in towards the middle of the day, right? Like about 2/3 of the robots seem to be small robots that just fit in the gap.
And currently that score will be sitting at 38-36, so a very close match. We'll have to see what the referees have to say about it. And over in Alexandria, Independent and Exponential is getting set up on the Red Alliance to get ready to face off against Epsilon and the Mechanical Mafia. And while we await the refs' final decisions, these matches are getting really close. Blue's penalty during that last match was a major for turning the shared hub. Remember, that shared hub you really must be careful on. And the final score gives it to Red with a score of 48-40, with a 16-point autonomous across the board, a 10-point driver control to a 28-point driver control, and a 22-point endgame to a 26-point endgame. Once again, with the Blue Alliance suffering those 30 points worth of penalties.
It looks like we have a new person in first place, 28-8. It's risen up.
So Refresh has refreshed the leaderboard. But so what's been everybody's favorite game element? What's been everybody's favorite manipulator in the game and something that they always wanted to mess with?
Honestly, the big ball, the big yoga ball in Velocity Force.
You didn't even compete in Velocity.
I know, but that one's funny. I just think it's hilarious. Also, like I think Inconceivable Robot was really cool. Unfortunately, it's no longer yoga ball.
Please do not remind me of big yoga balls. I still have flashbacks from Aerial Assist. Ooh, that was a scary game.
You know, I really liked the forgetting what they're called. The phone boxes from Relic Recovery. I forget what they're called.
Relics?
Are they,
Yeah, not the
no,
relics.
the relics were the little people.
The crypto boxes.
The crypto boxes with the thing you put
Not
in.
the crypto box.
No, the foam cubes. I really like those. You know, they kind of sucked as a game element because they were like all totally different sizes. But keeping them all for, you know, years after actually playing that game, they are like so useful. Like you can use them as chairs, you can use them as tables, you can build a fort out of them. Like there's just so much potential with those foam cubes.
Speaking of building things, these teams over in Alexandria are building up their points.
Like 21-4.
Drivers, pick up your
Did
controllers.
the carousel, but then got
3,
the ducks stuck
2,
in their robot. So I'm not
1.
sure.
Oh, they just got it flipped.
They fell out.
That was easy.
All right.
So they have a nice little cover over their intake mechanism. So I guess if anything falls in the top, they can just instantly clear it.
Yep, they left it and it's gone.
2339 actually just scored on the shared hub, like approaching from the middle of the field.
That is probably a lot safer way of doing it. You're a lot more straight on onto it.
Yeah, definitely.
It's probably a lot safer, but it also probably takes a little bit more time to do.
It does take longer to go around, but that was, I think they scored their preloaded minerals, so they were already on that side of the field.
Okay.
So I think it was a good decision by them.
But look at that control. Did you all see that stop? They just barely rocked themselves over the line to be able to sit there.
But it looks like the mineral they just scored is going off to the blue side of the shared hub.
They want the game to be interesting, I think.
I feel like if they tip it, it might come back because it seems to be rocking up on one of the high ridges and not actually set in a zone yet.
I think they can definitely get that back towards them. As far as everything else being scored, we're pretty even on the alliances shipping hubs there. We got 3 on both. Now we got 4 on blue. I mean, this is actually a very close match here. It's probably going to
once again look at the driver control as they try to get around those pipes.
Yeah, and on the blue lines we have 14691 doing the duck.
So
but it doesn't seem like anyone's doing the ducks on Red Alliance.
Yeah, it looks like Exponential is unable to unbeat himself.
And see, I think that's what's gonna decide this match is the ducks.
For sure. And actually, Blue Alliance, I think, completely got rid of all of their ducks. So
the Blue Alliance put all 8 on the field. Now, that also brings up the other question. Would you put a personal item up to get an extra duck, even if you couldn't use the personal item?
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think there's a disadvantage to having a team-specific scoring element.
Even if it's just something you pick up off the ground.
Even if you don't use it, even if it's something random, like, there's no disadvantage.
I know we took an old like capstone from Skystone, we cut it up and we just used it as our team specific element.
It's like a solid slab of pink PLA.
Hey, FIRST is notorious for recycling elements. If you can find a way to use an old game element in a new game, use it. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, these cubes actually, this is the one game element that sticks with me. So this was the game element during my senior year of FTC, which would have been 2014. And I'm trying to remember the name of the game, and I'm real bad.
Was that Block Party?
Probably Block Party. That sounds right. I mean, it has block in the name. So that's the year that we actually went to Worlds, and that was a really fun game. So I enjoy that game element, but it's a little bit partial on that.
And the final score coming out of that Virginia event is 74-47. That actually is visually very cool. But looking at our point breakdown, we have a 10-point autonomous compared to a 3-point autonomous, a 38-point driver control compared to a 26-point driver control, and a 9-point endgame compared to a 45-point endgame. Once again, barring that 10-point penalty. And it goes up to 84-47.
Looks like
I
the
don't
end
know.
game they added another 10 points on there.
Yeah.
All right, we're back over here to McHenry. Autonomous is underway.
Looks like the two sister teams are together this round.
28-29 and 28-28. That will be Refresh and Quicksilvers.
I don't think any of the teams were able to score on
Drivers,
their shipping
pick up your
hub
controllers.
during autonomous.
3, 2,
But
1.
they do have, it seems like they all, or 3 of them, have team-specific scoring elements.
Yeah.
With scores this close, I can't wait to see how it breaks down, especially with all this time left on the board.
And once again, we have most of the robots on the field right now are have the same arm design.
And those last 10 points that came back from the Alexandria match, that was because the blue shipping hub was actually balanced. Once again, teams, if you get that balance, you will get more points.
Looks like honestly, like for the shared hub, like a big part of it is really whoever gets to the shared hub first, huh? Rather than like who can score more, because even if like you score on the shared hub after it's been tipped over, there's a good chance that the box that you put on there might roll over to the other side, right? Especially the white balls.
The wiffle ball. I mean, but it also depends on which weighted box you put down, because remember, there's 3 different weights for the boxes. Now, something interesting just happened to the Blue Alliance. One of the ducks got stuck on top of the flywheel.
That's...
You can see it over in the first camera, over in our third camera view. I wonder if they'll put it up on camera, but the duck is perched just perfectly in their cup. It was sitting straight up until they rotated their cup again, and then it's tipped itself over.
I think they were trying to get it off of there to avoid any penalties, because I'm not sure if there are penalties for that, but
There should be ducks on the robot.
The duck has to, I'm pretty sure the duck is not supposed to touch your robot before it hits the ground. It has to hit the ground before it touches
to get scored.
So maybe it's not a penalty, but it won't be scored as a duck.
Right, it won't be scored.
I was gonna say it shouldn't be a penalty unless they were also manipulating other freight, in which case they might incur the multiple freight penalty, but that'd be it.
That's true. All right, looks like we got randomization here over in the Alexandria.
And so, and the final score in McHenry will be a blue victory with a score of 45-35, I believe it said. Cleared itself pretty fast. 45-37.
And we had penalties on the Red Alliance for controlling multiple freight, and I think scoring from within the warehouse?
No, it was controlling multiple freight and then controlling it for more than 5 seconds.
No, it looks like qualifier 21 is about to start, and we have extreme voltage and robotics on one side, and on the blue team we have redstone mechanics and cryptic.
Like Red got 2 in the upper of their alliance hub. They did the
strong start.
2 upper, a duck, and 2 parks.
That's a very strong
Drivers,
autonomous.
pick up your controllers.
Yes,
for sure.
3, 2, 1.
Now you can't cap an autonomous, right?
No, you can't.
Though a lot of teams should be picking up their capstone during autonomous if they really want to do it during endgame.
And here we have the first duck getting placed up top, but with that tip on it already, I would possibly try loading the bottom just to try to balance my board back out.
Overall, a lot of teams are focusing more on just cycling on the top layer rather than trying to get it balanced, because it's very unpredictable. Like, it's hard to make balancing the shipping hub reliable, but it's a lot easier to make your individual cycles reliable.
Extreme voltage is actually getting some pretty quick cycles. They're just dropping a few of them off onto the edge there.
On the shared hub.
Yeah.
Once again, I think everybody here has a spinning intake. Everybody's using either surgical tubing, zip ties, the start, rubber start. Everybody has some sort of rotating intake.
Right. And looking at the shared hub right now, it's actually advantageous to have the side outtake here because you don't have to turn your robot as much to get it onto the shared hub. But it is a pretty close match for balancing it right now. I don't think it's not on either side.
It's not on either side, and it seems as if somebody might be going for a cap, but I can't. Nope, they're just gonna go continue trying to add up. And then they're both coming apart.
A lot of ducks for both alliances.
Like both
we
sides.
might have our first 200. We might get to 200.
Yeah, unofficially we're there. We'll see what happens when the penalties come back. We'll see if we stay in that 200 area.
Well, I say penalties, points, differentials. There are so many things that can change a game.
Really good scores on both alliances.
I think that autonomous really bumped them up, though.
Yeah, for sure. They had an amazing autonomous.
That's 65-point autonomous. And we have randomization over in McHenry, so after we get the score from Alexandria, we will be jumping over to McHenry again. As McHenry prepares for qualification number 6 out of 22. And it is confirmed we have a new high score, 205 to 134 with a 65-point autonomous to a 19-point autonomous, a 80-point driver control to a 52-point driver control, a 60-point endgame to a 63-point endgame, and this match had no penalties.
That's probably the most surprising part of this whole thing. No, but great scoring from both teams on that one. It was a great match.
Once again, so a very clean match and a very high-scoring match, showing off that you don't have to be rough and rowdy to put up a big score. Neither of these
but
teams.
Actually, looking at these rankings here, we see Innovotics has actually lost their second place rank to Redstone Mechanics, even though they won the match.
That's true.
And that's probably just due to point average because they had a game where they probably didn't put over 100.
Looks like we had some sort of issue in McHenry where the refs had to call it and restart the match here.
Somebody might have started early, it seems.
Yeah, it might have been a false start on that.
What?
Re-randomizing again here. We got the the middle tier is the bonus. So.
And so with randomization number 5, we are waiting for this match to get underway.
It looks like we have 9445 loading, scoring in the top. It doesn't look like they're doing the image tracking here, the or recognition. Ooh, to know where the bonus is, but they still place it in the top one, so that's still points.
But both teams already starting out with a 26-point
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
So it's time to see
3, 2,
what these drivers
1.
can do. This could just be the FRC and me talking, but I feel like an 8-second changeover is a lot.
It actually is a lot. I feel like people kind of like sit there and wait a little bit.
Yeah, it is a lot. But I think, it's a comfortable amount of time. So you're not like panicking and pressing the wrong button. Yeah.
You're supposed to panic. You're supposed to feel the pressure and the drive.
So before they did the phones and the auto switcher and everything, when everything was on NXTs, that delay between was sometimes like 30 seconds to a minute, where after autonomous, the refs would score all those points, and then you would move on to the next one. And it was a little more nerve-wracking because then you'd have to just wait there and sit for like a very long time and wait for them to say we could go. But it's nice that these flow a little better now with the phones.
If I had 30 seconds between a match, I might be standing there eating, waiting on the match to start. I'd be like, oh, I got
Looks
30
like
seconds.
on the Red Alliance, we have one team that's waiting by the carousel and the other team scoring on the shipping hub. And then on the Blue Alliance, we have one team scoring on the shared hub and the other just started going for a carousel. Looks like.
It's time to see what these points look like. Both teams still very close at the moment. Blue team's starting to break away. Red Alliance, even though they're at the carousel, doesn't seem to be engaging with the carousel.
It looks like the robot may have disconnected, but it's still a very close match. I'm not sure if there were any penalties. We'll see.
But Alexandria just popped up with their randomization 4. They're just waiting on us to get a score out of McHenry. And then Alexandria will be underway. And this is going to be qualification match 22 out of 46 in Alexandria. We are almost halfway through Alexandria.
You're just counting those down.
Yeah, we're almost
finished with cohort 2.
And AJ, I'd rather count these nice small numbers than try counting all the big team numbers sometimes.
Yeah, all these
I was shocked
team
when I saw
members in
20s.
the 20,000s is it's difficult to say them smoothly.
But something we can say smoothly is this score with 84-40 going in favor of the Blue Alliance, with both teams having that 26-point autonomous, Red Alliance having an 8-point driver control, Blue Alliance with a 32-point driver control, and in the endgame, Red Alliance having a 6-point endgame, and Blue Alliance having a 26-point endgame. Once again, another matchup with 0 penalties. But yeah, no, in FRC, we're barely in the 10,000s.
Wow.
And y'all are in the 20s. But then that's nothing compared to FLL with their like 6-digit numbers.
Yeah. Well, I feel like, yeah, there's definitely like less of an overhead, I guess, to like actually starting a team, right? Like at FRC, it takes like what, like a decade to like make a sustainable program. So
It's not even what it takes to make a sustainable program. It's the cost of a program. It costs a minimum like $5,000 a year. And that's just to go get a kit and go to like 2 events.
Yeah, that's just the bare minimum, right? Just like,
yeah, that's just to be able to qualify for anything. Is to get a kit in 2 events is like $5,000.
Yeah. Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
Right, so it looks
2,
like Red Alliance was able to
1.
score 1 freight on the shipping hub during autonomous.
I do think like in FRC, there's definitely like more of a sustainability just because it's so hard to like even get there, right? Even like start to be able to make a team rather than like a lot of times in FTC, there's like a lot of teams that like maybe start up for like a year or 2 and they kind of just disappear, or like even a lot of teams that do really well like end up just like
Once their main members graduate.
Yeah.
Speaking of things being hard to get to, 21-22, like, they really look like they should repair that intake.
Their intake has been struggling a lot.
They spent 20 seconds trying to get a single item in their intake. It seems like they are limited now to only wiffle balls. They can't even pick up freight anymore.
Yeah. And alright, so we have 2 teams battling over the shared hub right now. But I think it could still go either way.
Also, 21-22 now seems to have a wiffle ball stuck in their mechanism.
Yeah, so they're not going to be able to score anything additional now.
No, they must have just shot it out. Because they went and picked up another one. But once again, just loving all the different mechanisms. We have rubber band intakes, surgical tubing intakes.
Looks like.
And then that's another thing to discuss with your team is how do you actually plan on intaking? Because I know some years we built a bigger bot just so we could take the item completely through the inside of the bot and had a hollow interior bot. And other years we went with a really tiny bot because whatever we wanted to manipulate was staying on the outside of our bot.
Yeah.
Like the thing with like manipulating any kind of game element is it usually takes like a couple iterations before you can get to something that's completely working, right? Like you have to do a lot of prototyping when it comes to like anything that touches the cube itself.
But as we await these scores coming in, we currently have a score sitting at 74-109 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Our referee's taking a quick check at everything. And over in Maryland, they are waiting on a score, and they will be underway with qualification number 7.
Right, and yeah, it looks like in the last match there were lots of minor penalties for rolling the wiffle balls out of the warehouse.
But looking at the score in Virginia, it is 111-109, a very close matchup. 24-point autonomous to a 26-point autonomous, a 45-point driver control to a 48-point driver control, a 72-point endgame to a 45-point endgame, and a 30-point penalty to a 10-point penalty. So both teams incurring penalties, most of these penalties coming from minors, dealing with rolling the balls out of the warehouse. Teams, remember, watch those balls, watch your freight. Make sure to keep everything in your warehouse.
And Robotics has taken. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You're good. That's what I was gonna say. They just bumped into the lead at 87.02. Just got into the lead with that match there.
However, it looks like
let's bump over to McHenry, where they are about to wrap up their autonomous period.
Yeah, on the topic of Innovative, actually, it looks like they've played all 5 of their matches. However, Redstone Mechanics, the team in second place, has yet to play 2 of their matches right now. So I think the rankings could change up a little bit after the next 2 matches in Virginia.
Yeah, definitely.
And in McHenry, it looks like, the shared shipping hub just got rotated.
Yeah, 94.45 just rotated that. So that's depending on where the refs see that point. That might end up in it.
The refs took it. They are currently sitting at -8.
Oh, yep.
That shared shipping hub, they're a lot less lenient on compared to the private hub.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I will say about this year's event, setup and breakdown is very easy.
That's true. We're looking at the blue lines. 9445 is actually going over the barrier to get to their alliance hub, which I think is a very good strategy for them, especially since it seems like their alliance partner is sort of blocking the way a little bit in taking, even though they both have small bots. 9445 being able to still go over the barrier when their alliance partner is taking up that gap is very beneficial for them.
9445 seems to be moving slowly at first for a minute. 8395 clearing the entire field, going back and forth for those high goals. Nobody seems to want the carousel as we're approaching the end of endgame. I spoke too soon. 8395 is going for it with 15 seconds left on the clock. How much can they put up?
Like a lot of their ducks are falling off.
Yeah, it looks like it's important to not, jump that carousel too fast. They start rolling off of there. You gotta kind of ramp up your speed as you're getting around that.
Yeah, definitely. But I think this is one of the places where programming can be a huge help because it's probably really hard for the drivers to get the exact speed manually.
Yeah, for sure. To be able to program up that, I'm just going to hold this button and it's going to ramp it up nicely, spin it around, and then you stop and then do it again. Yeah, having that programming is going to be really nice for people.
Now, one thing that I will say, though, I definitely, just looking at Twitch chat and looking at what Twitch chat is talking about, I definitely am glad that it's not bolted down. I like that it can move, just because it does add to that driver control portion. But speaking of things that are bolted down, that score is bolted down, being 68-48 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a 22-point autonomous to a 16-point autonomous, a 22-point driver control to a 26-point driver control, and a 24-point endgame to a 36-point endgame, with that 30-point penalty unfortunately heading towards the Blue Alliance. And as we get ready to jump back over to Virginia, this is qualification match 23 out of 46. We are halfway there with Cryptic and the Mechanical Mafia going up against, the numbers just disappeared.
They're going up against
Extreme Voltage and the Redstone Mechanics.
Thank you.
I can read fast, but not that fast.
Yeah, so Redstone Mechanics is going to be playing in the next 2 matches for Virginia. And I think for Extreme Voltage, this is their last match.
For most of the teams, this should be their last match. If not, the next match will be their last match.
Yeah, so it's just Redstone Mechanics next match.
Mm-hmm. Alright, and getting started. It looks like one of the team-specific shipping elements has gotten moved.
over in the Blue Alliance, they did seem to get both of them in the top goal. Look at those bonuses tally up.
Yes, having that randomization and both of the teams getting it is so good. Already
Drivers,
the autonomous
pick up your
points are,
controllers.
amazing.
Their
Yeah.
autonomous ones are already at 78. We might see another 200-point score if they can maintain these high-scoring portions.
Yeah, you just see the Alliance jump up and down whenever it goes that, you know their excitement is through the roof on that.
I mean, especially when you get to eliminations and it's a sudden death.
Well, that's an interesting. I haven't been paying attention to that one. I can't even tell which robot that is. The scoring mechanism there, where they're going over and they just have a scoop that puts it in. One of the ones on Red Alliance. I just can't tell which one that is.
Are you talking about just underneath the?
Yeah, they're under the carousel right now.
They're under the carousel, yeah, so you can't see their number at all.
Yeah,
man.
They have a pretty interesting scoring mechanism there.
That is 14691, which is the Mechanical Mafia.
I think, it might be a penalty on Red Alliance for moving the shared hub just now.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of contact.
Yeah. But it also looks like, the Blue Alliance almost got a penalty for knocking wiffle balls out of the warehouse, but I'm not sure because I think their alliance partner might have saved them there.
Look at how that score is climbing, though. We're not even in endgame, and we're already at 125.
Yeah, definitely, if they can get a lot of the ducks, most of the ducks, then they are gonna break 200.
They have a pretty good mechanism as well.
Alright, ducks are going pretty well so far. I think Extreme Voltage might be struggling to intake, though. Trying to get those last few cycles, and I don't think either alliance is gonna get the shared hub tip. Looks like it's down the middle.
I believe it
and
was.
Both alliances getting 9 ducks.
Yes,
Very
that's
impressive.
going to be your differential there. That was a good end game.
And I believe at one point Blue had the shipping hub, and then it tipped back towards Red. Red loaded it back up, so it landed in the middle.
Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna call that shipping hub for the shared one. That's probably just gonna be neither.
If it leans to the middle, it's neither, I believe.
Yeah, it's neither.
I'm just not sure. I don't know. Our angle's not the best to be able to tell necessarily what's going on there, but yeah, because they're
It
looking.
doesn't look like either of them got it, and I think Red Alliance also got a penalty for moving the shared hub.
Team's getting very quiet and anxious as we await the final results.
And there is a warning issued to the Red Alliance for having their wheel hanging outside of the wall.
Once again, watching your extension and your barriers. And then they also then receive that major for shoving the ball.
Alright, looks like we have our score up here. Looks like
So
we
our
got
new high score, 110-66. The Blue Alliance taking that victory with the autonomous being 78-10, the driver control being 62-26, and the end game being 80-60, with a 10-point penalty towards Blue and a 30-point penalty towards Red. Once again, that will push the Blue Alliance into the first and third pole positions. But these points just continue to climb. Now, let's see what Maryland has to respond. I don't believe we've seen Maryland break out of the 100s yet.
No, I don't believe so. I don't think we have any 200s out of them yet.
Have they made it to the 100-point mark?
Nope, they haven't. I'm just looking now. You're correct. So they're all they need to break into those 100s.
Yeah, they haven't broken the triple digit yet.
Right. But looking at cohort 2 for McHenry, there's some pretty strong teams in there, so maybe we'll see some scores above 200.
Yeah, I know Armed and Dangerous has already broken 200 earlier during their December 11th qualifier.
Once again, I love team names all the time. We have Armed and Dangerous, Rock'em Sock'em Robots, Steam Powered, Distractors.exe, Wizards.exe. I wonder if Distractors.exe is another sister of Wizards.
Oh, they might be. I'm not sure, actually. Because I know Wizards has Newt.exe as one of their sister teams.
And I wonder if they're just making the .exe legacy. And like, I think it's always funny when teams have issues with their naming. So how some of the Virginia teams that were hokey this or some other things had to do with Virginia Tech and some of the other schools. My high school, our mascot was the Crimson Tide, and everybody always used to confuse us with Alabama Crimson Tide. And I remember somebody said, how come your school never has an issue when they call themselves Crimson Tide everything? And I told people my school was established in 1870. I dare you to come for us for anything saying that you came before us. And with randomization number 4 in qualification match 8 out of 22, we are getting ready to be underway in McHenry, Maryland. And these robots are underway. Oh, that was a major movement. Whose bot is that? Is that 13405?
Man, already starting out with huge penalties.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
at least there's no autonomous interference here. Only a hug move penalty.
I believe that is 13405 that just rammed the hug
Drivers,
onto
pick
the
up your
blue
controllers.
side.
3, 2, 1.
it's also going to make it harder for Red to score the entire time. They're going to have to go a lot further distance.
Yeah.
They could always choose to just use the Blues warehouse.
Yeah, they could go to the other team warehouse. That's true. 'Cause it's closer now too, right?
It's closer.
Yeah.
I would probably just come out of Blues warehouse, and then that would also work as a defensive move because now they're locked in.
Yeah, then they just trap them in there.
Especially if you have a robot that can't clear the barricades. Be like, you're locked in. I like this spot.
I think 8395 is scoring on the shared hub. Oh, but they just missed it.
Looks like Red's still in the negative, huh?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to recover from that major and autonomous, especially since they can't really score on their alliance hub for a while. Right, so Red Alliance is going for the Ducks, and maybe that can make up some of the difference in scores.
Oh, but I think 2829 just received. I might receive a penalty for that impact. The referees pointing at it, immediately swarming over it at the end.
All three refs just pointing at it, and
yeah, looks like everyone's screwed. I think we're gonna see some calls here from the refs.
Time to see what the referees have about that. And while we wait on the referees, we have another familiar face getting ready to join us. Another FIRST alumni. Oh, wait, our score is up. Our score is posted now at 86-31, with the Blue Alliance taking that victory. Both teams receiving huge penalties. 40 points towards the blue in penalties and 30 points towards the red in penalties, but a 39-point autonomous compared to a 9-point autonomous, a 40-point driver control compared to a 10-point driver control, and a 47-point endgame compared to a 42-point endgame.
A really strong performance despite the 40-point penalty, huh?
Yes, for sure.
But now joining us in the box is another familiar face. As I was saying, we have Ethan in the box. Ethan, how are you doing?
I'm doing so well, Niall. It is so good to be up here in the top right corner. Here watching two awesome competitions at the same time. I've been watching since this morning, and I gotta say, these are some incredible scores that we are seeing. And looks like we are live in Alexandria right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, right. Alexandria has just finished their autonomous period, and we are about to continue on.
Pick up your controllers.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
Might be having some trouble.
Still, decent scores from both alliances in autonomous. And it's looking pretty even as we enter Telia.
Yeah, a little bit of congestion over on the red side. Oh, did you see that ball go all the way across both warehouses?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a penalty.
Yeah. Simultaneous scoring from the red and the blue up in the top level. Good job.
And it also looks like Bot Brigade and Redstone Mechanics are going to be fighting over the shared hub.
Yeah. A nice battle, back and forth. Who's gonna tip it in their favor? Yeah, you gotta be extra careful.
Redstone seems to score towards the middle of the shipping hub, which might put them at a slight disadvantage here.
Right, it's definitely going to be harder for them to tip.
Oh, Bot Brigade.
But I think Bot Brigade has something stuck in their robot. Potentially, it looks like they're trying to get something out.
Uh-oh.
I mean, both teams still putting up an impressive score, keeping it nice and tight at 75.
Yeah, I think I see Bot Brigade has a cube stuck in their robot right now, and they're trying to run around and get it out.
Yeah, that could be crippling.
Especially with these little bots, there's not too much space for that ejection mechanism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
20122 is on their way to the shipping hub. A cube flew out of their intake, but they were quick to pick it up and throw it back on the top. We got Red Alliance and Blue Alliance gearing up for Endgame. There's that whistle.
And with Endgame starting, Redstone and Bot Brigade are doing the carousel.
And just as a reminder, this is our final match for cohort number 2 in Alexandria, Virginia. So following this score, we will only be in McHenry, Maryland for a little while, just to give the cohorts a chance to settle down and transition themselves.
So it looks like on both alliances, actually, the team doing the carousel had enough time to score all the ducks and park in the warehouse at the end.
Yeah, very impressive. Now the Red Alliance shipping hub is in a precarious spot. Looks like one of the robots tried the cap, kind of tilted it back a little bit, and that's going to be 2339 over on the Red Alliance.
I wonder if they allow the robot to disengage before they finally score everything, or if they score it how it's sitting.
No, they score it how it's sitting. So, for example, like, if their shipping hub was balanced, but their robot was still touching it, they wouldn't get the balancing points.
Mm-hmm.
But I think all the freight will still be scored as it is.
It's tricky. All right. A fantastic match.
But no matter what, these are still going to be
tipping
scores. That score coming in at 175 to 121 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a 47-point autonomous to a 49-point autonomous, a 30-point driver control to a 56-point driver control, a 54-point endgame to a 80-point endgame, and both teams receiving 10 points worth of penalties through the end of this match.
Yep, and with Cohort 2 closing out, we see Redstone Mechanics has taken the #1 rank, with Bot Brigade rising up to #2.
Yeah, so we'll see if Cohort 3 can change any of that. Looks like a whole bunch of great teams coming up in Cohort 3. There's great teams all day, so we'll see if they can upset the balance.
Looks like we're back underway here in McHenry, and we got red doing the carousel, and blue could not quite get it hooked up there, but their autonomous is pretty close here.
All right. Now these robots have been wicked fast, and when they coordinate with one another, they really get going. It's all about who's in the warehouse, who's outside the warehouse, and taking turns scoring. So we're underway here in teleop period. We got one red robot in the warehouse, one red robot putting it up in the high goal. One blue robot seems to be having a little bit of trouble. I can't tell if it's tilted back wheels in the air, but it doesn't look good. Their alliance partner maybe was giving them a helpful little nudge there. All right.
Oh, I think
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So we got the Red Alliance focusing on both the Alliance shipment hub and the shared hub. Still looks like a robot on the Blue Alliance has turned turtle. Their alliance partner is debating over whether to get that block against the wall or try to help their alliance partner up. About halfway through the match here. So we shall see how this plays out. Two red robots in the warehouse at the same time, looking to grab some more freight. About a minute left in the match. Wiffle ball goes careening across the field. 1, 2, 1, 3, 4 chasing after it, grabbing it in the corner. They're looking to put in the high goal. We got a blue robot in the warehouse looking to collect. A successful drop-off on the red side of the shared shipping hub. That's going to tilt it in their favor, which is going to be big as we move into endgame here in a few seconds. Looks like Red's going to score one more time in that high goal, or at least try to. There it is. Oh, as they shake it, a wiffle ball seems to have fallen out. Blue seems to be trying to put one more into that alliance hub. Ducks are falling to the ground over on the red side. Blue needs to make a move. Looks like they're going to be getting up against that wall, parking in the warehouse with a few seconds left. A good safe option. Red tries to spin one more duck. Buzzer counts him out. A good active match here. So sorry about, let's see. Can't quite see which robot that is on the Blue Alliance. Wheels up in the air.
I think that's 12118. Yeah, unfortunately, they flipped up early. Their alliance partners did try to help tip them over there, but we're not successful in doing so.
It's hard, man. I mean, especially, you got to think about the weight on that robot. Do they have their motors towards the back?
From here, it looks like most of their mechanism is on the back where they flipped onto, so it's going to be a lot harder to flip them back over like that.
Yeah. And so, something that Niall would probably say right now is, as long as that's the only time that you do that, that one match, you can still convince your alliance partners if we were going to be having, elimination matches, you can still say, hey, it was a one-time thing. We could still score. Maybe we're not ranked the highest, but as long as we can keep putting the score on the board. And speaking of scores, we've got scores here for qualification match number 9. Over in McHenry, 85 points for the Red Alliance, 26 points for the Blue Alliance. A nice match all around. No penalties for the Blue, but unfortunately 10 penalties for the Red. And I think that's going to be due to some of those wiffle balls that we saw careening across the field. Overall, all 4 teams in the top 10. Great way to start the day. All right. So, I haven't gotten to talk to you guys too much. So, what initially got you interested in involving with FIRST Chesapeake here?
You want to go ahead?
So I actually compete on an FTC team here in the McHenry area.
Oh, fantastic!
Co-hosting the qualifier today. So.
All right.
Yeah, and I was an FTC years ago, like 2010 to 2014 ish, something like that, and then a mentor a couple years later.
Fantastic.
And I've been trying to help out with the qualifiers we have here. We didn't have one last year because of obvious reasons. And so, yeah, so it's been great to help host this event.
Yeah, we're certainly both very, very happy to have you guys here with us today. Yeah, telling it like it is, the who's who, the what's what on the field as the match continues. And we are getting set up for match number 10 here. Looks like we're going to have, starting from the blue, just for fun, 1-2-1-3-4 Southern High Rams. We just saw them compete on the Red Alliance in the previous match. They're joined by 1-2-1-1-8 the Aces. Over on the Red Alliance, sorry, the screen keeps flashing, 8-3-9-5 the A team, currently in number 1 slot. And they're joined by team 9-4-4-5. And just give them a second, all right? Their name is loading. It's coming. It's on its way.
Looks like we should have randomization here in a moment.
Bots are getting set up on the field. So you're talking about competing in FTC back in 2010, 2014. I saw somebody in a Twitch chat talk about the fact that they've had the wiffle ball since Hot Shot. Were you around for that?
No, so Hot Shot was the year, I think, right before mine. So my first year was Get Over It, so all the batons and such.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've done the wiffle balls for a very long time now.
Mm-hmm.
I think at this point it's just going to be kind of a meme for FIRST to continue to use them forever.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, if it was in your first or second year there, why not just keep using it over and over again?
Mm-hmm. May as well. It also plays into manufacturing, I believe. So, of course, a lot of this is made by Andy Mark, a fantastic program sponsor for all of FIRST. Originally started with FRC, but they do a great job providing a lot of the field elements. So once they have that mold for most likely injection molding those plastic wiffle balls, if you have them, they still work. You may as well keep using them. And here we go with Autonomous in McHenry. 1-2-1-3-4, trying to spin that duck. It's inching its way closer. And they're going to instead elect to slide away and park for the Blue Alliance. We've got a little bit of motion over on the red side. Looks like a double deposit of blocks on the red side. One on the top, one in the middle. And it looks like the one on the top will be the correct one as indicated
Drivers,
by the barcode.
pick up your controllers.
Super up to date
3,
on barcode terminology.
2, 1.
But the timer has run out and the controllers go up, and those bots are off to the races for teleop period.
Someone mentioned in the chat that the ones in Maryland are a lot smaller, a more simplistic design, but they're also a lot faster moving, very, not twitchy, but yeah, I guess that's actually not a bad term for it, because they're very, fast controlling, they're very responsive. The ones in Alexandria seem to be a little more, slow, methodical bots.
Yeah, so we've got some high scores already. We've got a couple in the blue shipping hub. We've got a couple in the red. The shared shipping hub is tilted in red's favor. 1-2-1-3-4 is looking to change that, but they're a little caught up on that spike over on the corner. They could just use a little helpful nudge from their alliance partner, and that might make all the difference. But yeah, in regards to speed, absolutely, if you can make a robot fast and simple, and you get it done mid-November, then you have all this time to drive practice and to work out those controls, because as long as I can score as fast as you, it doesn't matter how many motors I have on my robot. So we got 1, 2, 1, 3, 4 dropping off into the shared hub. It's not going to quite tip it back in their favor. We've got 8, 3, 9, 5 reaching all the way up into the Alliance hub. In-game sound, red both moving to the ducks carousel. Starting to spin there. Looks like so far 1 for red. And looks like we could have a cap here. Have you guys seen much capping today?
I actually think that might be the first cap of the day. I know it is in McHenry for sure.
Yeah, there we go. 8395 putting up the first cap in McHenry. Clock is about to expire. 1, 2, 1, 3, 4 placing one last block on that shared hub, trying to tilt it back in their favor. It actually looks like it's balanced right now.
Yeah, it may be balanced. The question is, did they put it in too late, or did it work out to where it was perfect timing?
Yes, that's going to have to be a referee call, but a great move by 1, 2, 1, 3, 4, because maybe they didn't get it over to their side, but if they can get it off of the red side,
yeah,
that's 20 points off the board.
Yeah, that pulls a lot of the bonus away if they can get that unbalanced for the other game.
Looks like the blue shipping hub might be balanced. Hard to say. The red one is definitely tilted over, but it has that fantastic cap on top of it. Yeah.
And it looks like they scored 5 in the upper goal, Red Alliance did. So that was a great showing from Red Alliance there. They really did well.
And they made good use of teamwork. They're trying to drive around each other to make sure they didn't get in each other's way too much. A great performance all around. And we've got somebody in chat here asking about the crate year. What a great year. I wonder if that was an intentional rhyme, but I'm assuming you're talking about bowled over, and we'll talk about that in a second. Let's talk about these scores. Break it down for me, AJ.
It's 135-24 for the Red Alliance. That's a great score. That's 38-point autonomous to a 6-point autonomous, driver control 46 to an 18, endgame 51 to a 10, and blue ended up getting a 10-point penalty in that. But that was a great match there, especially from the Red Alliance. That means Red Alliance bumped loading into the second position, and 83.95 is still holding on to that number 1 spot.
Very good. Yeah. So, bowled over was a fantastic FTC challenge. It was a little bit chaotic, but essentially you had these. How would you describe them? They're little crates, about this big. They had a bunch of holes in them, and the idea was they wanted you to put racket balls into those crates and stack them on top of each other. Now you were there. How many people actually did that?
Well, I think so. We did a competition in Annapolis, and the first couple matches that came up, that's what everyone was doing was, they just stack them and they'd do 1 or 2 high, and they'd have, a racquetball or 2 in each one.
Mm-hmm.
And we had different ideas of how to complete that game, and our sister team G-Force actually also had a different idea. And so you'd stack 1 or 2 inside your robot, and then you just lift as high as you could. And I remember the first time we lifted ours, at the first qualifier, we were up around 12 feet with our scissor lift.
Yeah, people had ladders to score.
Yeah. There's a picture. This is the first qualifier for Maryland, and there's a picture of a ref just looking up with his stick, and he's like, "How am I going to measure this?" Because they were not prepared for that to happen, and that happened, every other competition from then on out. And they realized tape measures and ladders are a good thing to have.
This is why you have to be very specific with your rules, especially when vertical elements are involved.
Oh, but I love the idea that we, whenever you don't have those rules, it really gives you a lot of innovation. It's great because that's why.
Because, like, for example, with Recycle Rush, you had to stack them all.
Yeah.
So they made sure. Yeah. You can't just scissor lift to the moon.
Once we got to Worlds, we had a couple teams from overseas. I think the one team was from China, and their bot was lifting like 17 feet with their scissor lift, and it was just crazy. But it was awesome to see that innovation to really, well, they never said you had to leave them on the ground when you stacked them. They just said you needed to get them up off the ground.
Yeah. But then my other thing would be, what if you decided to make a stack 3 tall and then scissor lift that additional 12, 13 feet?
Yeah, it was pretty high scoring. Speaking of high scoring, we are into autonomous here. Autonomous can make such a huge difference. Red, their points are racking up as I speak. 32 points allegedly for the red right now. Blue, we got some motion. Looks like a good delivery and a park. Courtesy of team 20831.
Drivers,
Looks like
pick
we
up
got
your
two
controllers.
sister teams here, 20830
3,
and 20831,
2,
both on the Blue
1.
Alliance. We'll see how they work together in this match here.
I like how when teams are right back to back with their numbers, they're generally sister teams. In DC, we have the problem that we all got founded at the exact same time. So there's about 6 teams in a row in FRC that all have the same number or are within 2 or 3 digits of each other, and everybody always looks, oh, are you guys sister teams? And we're like, no, that's my rival school. They just happen to have been founded the exact same year, the exact same week, the exact same month that I was.
Funny stuff. So we've got some action over here. We got 2 blue robots in the warehouse fighting over those freight. We got 1 red robot outside looking to make a deposit to that hub. Looks like we got a robot trying to go over that barrier, trying to contest the shared shipping hub. Blue has it in their favor. We did just see a penalty flag being waved by that referee.
I didn't see exactly what that penalty was for there because they didn't bump the shipping hub. I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah. So I'll have to double check.
It might just be a minor for moving too many pieces because it looks like they only went down 10 points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Looks like 2831 was able to put another one on the top of their shipping hub, and they're going again for it.
Yeah. 2821 looking to upset the balance on the shared hub.
But look at that top though, just loading up. As we get ready for these last 30 seconds, we see teams racing off to the ducks. Once again, I really want to see people having custom ducks. Like, I want teams to go customize their ducks. I remember customizing a game piece used to be very big at either the end of the season or just because you had the individual game piece.
Yeah. We got a couple ducks falling off for the Blue Alliance. That's what your camera is currently looking at. So far, looks like they got at least 4. 1 is left there standing on the wheel. The buzzer counted them out. But a solid performance by both alliances. 76-52 is your unofficial score here. 2 in the top, 3 in the middle for the red hub. 2 on the red side of the shared hub. Over on the blue side, 4 in the shared hub, 2 in the top, 1 on the bottom, according to that banner across the bottom of your screen.
And it's crazy how much information we actually store in these banners.
Oh, yeah.
There's information everywhere.
Yeah, it even says that the red Alliance hub is currently balanced, while the blue is not. Oh, look at that! We've got.
It has been ranked as a tie. We have a tie score of 76-76 with a 32-point autonomous to a 22-point autonomous, a 32-point driver control to a 30-point driver control, and a 22-point endgame to a 24-point endgame. The Red Alliance suffering an unfortunate 10-point penalty.
10-point penalty cost them the win there.
Unfortunately.
Now, once again, we're going to have a short break, and we're just going to more than likely talk through this break just to allow our teams a chance to reset themselves, as we will be seeing the exact same teams right back at it again.
All right. So, going back to old FTC challenges. So, of course, Fold Over, a fantastic challenge. My favorite, though, of all time would have to be Ring It Up. Would you agree with that?
Ring It Up was a good year for sure. It was enjoyable to to see all kinds of different stuff going on. That was a year that was interesting for us because we decided to try for the first year to go with an Omnibot. So 4 Omni wheels, before Mechanism wheels were a thing. Well, in FTC, I guess. But so we were using Omni wheels, and it helped us get around, but then we realized that we could easily be pushed around. So then we came back to the next competition with a normal drivetrain, and that worked out a little bit better. But
see, when I used Omni wheels, I had to use an X drive, so I couldn't get pushed as much.
Yep.
And when I did that, that was when I was working with Vex Robotics. I wasn't doing FTC at that time. I was doing FRC and Vex.
Mm-hmm.
And even with that X drive, it was always just, oh, yay, I'm the fastest thing out here. I can zip halfway across. But every time I go to brake, I slid an extra 3 feet.
Yes. Yeah, you slide super fast, and you are easily pushed compared to a bot with. I mean, we were actually one of the teams that they had these high traction wheels for 1 year, I believe, because they got so much traction that they would destroy the foam field.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so by the time Worlds came around, I think they banned them right before Worlds, and they were like, hey, you can't be using them because they are going to mess up our field. And so, but when you had, what we went through for back then was just unlimited traction, so we could just, if someone decided to try to play defense, you could just push them a little bit, and you're good to go.
Yep.
I mean,
I think that's another wonderful thing is that every time there's a new innovation, FIRST rushes to test it 3 or 4 times to say, are we going to allow these or are we going to take them off?
Right.
Yeah.
Because
I prefer when they do that between seasons as opposed to during seasons.
Yes. Yeah, sometimes it's needed. Like that one, it might have been needed because there were people in Autonomous, if you ran up against the wall hard and just kept spinning, it would just tear
you just shred it.
Yeah, so but with everything else, they do normally wait till between seasons to do it.
Yeah.
Now, I know with our FRC fields, it is a lot harder to tear up. Doesn't mean it doesn't get done because we destroy fields. We destroy fields, but it's a lot harder to do. We don't have nice foam and nice soft impact surface. No, we have your rough standard classroom carpets.
Yeah. More like we honestly. Yeah. So we've got a question in chat. Somebody giving a tip to the game design committee talking about splitting the field in half with walls. So yeah, that's an idea certainly, but then at that point, what makes FTC different from FLL? Granted, you would still be working with an alliance partner, but I kind of like the idea of, that inter-alliance interaction, So there's nothing saying that you can't go to your opponent's, with air quotes, warehouse. You can traverse the field pretty freely. So if you ever want to see some backlash for dividing a field in half, take a look at the 2015 FRC Challenge Recycle Rush.
Yep, just about to bring that one up. That was exactly
yeah, you can't
I was gonna say.
About that one.
Recycle Rush. I talk about it all the time because I loved it and hated it as a gear. Loved it as a human player. Hated it for dealing with my robot. You could not cross the field. You had to keep stuff on your side of the field for the most part. There was only certain objects that could go in certain places. The only part that, like I said, that I loved was throwing pool noodles and littering the other field with pool noodles. I was throwing pool noodles.
All right, we are transitioning over here into teleop period. A strong performance in Autonomous by the Red Alliance. 2 robots completely parked in that warehouse.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And away goes teleop. 2 red robots in the warehouse looking to collect. Looks like a blue robot's kind of caught up on those barriers. Hopefully they can get themselves out. Going back and forth, trying to gain some momentum to get over that spike. We've got 1 blue robot close to the shared hub, not quite capitalizing on it yet. We got a couple elements up in the red hub. Looks like we got a blue robot down by the shared hub, looking to contest that shared hub. Those robots are head to head, trying to take care of that shared hub.
Now, looking at this blue background, all I really can think about is a wrestling mat.
Yeah, that might be what it is, to be perfectly honest.
It keeps giving me a fight mentality as these bots go head to head. And I'm like, oh, they're on the wrestling mat. It's time to go.
And we see
going to war.
We see a penalty flag come up from that referee in the bottom left corner. If you look at the shared hub, you'll notice that is now rotated in a rather unfavorable way. So a small mistake from 20828, but Blue, recognizing that that is now tilted in a way that's harder to get to, they're going to have both of their robots focus on their alliance hub, which is a good strategic call. We're getting close to end game here. No robots near the ducks yet.
Now, in a situation like this where you've already caught the penalty for turning the shared hub, would you continue to just overload your shared hub? Or would you go and try to take on the other goal?
It's a tough call. So I think Blue made the right call in avoiding it, because they knew if they know that they can't safely get to there without getting a penalty, then focus on that alliance hub. Whereas
I was ready for red.
Yeah, it's a toss-up. So it's still a viable scoring option, because no matter what, it's still going to be 4 points per element that you put on there, and it keeps you away from your alliance partner. They focus on one thing, you focus on another thing. So I would still go for it. And look at those end game scores. We've got 3 ducks for the red, 2 ducks for the blue, an alleged score of 82-39. I always like looking at the aftermath of a match and seeing the ducks that were placed on the barcode in the exact same position. They are very stoic. Nothing has disturbed them. They are rock solid.
I mean, but then that also gives credit to the drivers when you see them traversing this entire field just to leave a duck perfectly perched where it started. And our official score is coming in with a red victory of 112-39 points. Red breaking that triple-digit barrier.
Yeah, and that's even
once again with a point
penalty. They stayed up with that too. That's impressive.
And now with our point breakdown, we have a 46-point autonomous to an 11-point autonomous, a 42-point driver control to a 10-point driver control, and a 54-point endgame to an 18-point endgame. Once again, that is a strong hold, even with that 30-point penalty for moving it.
Yeah, they did well that match.
And so this will round out this first cohort here in Maryland. We are going to get ready to transition back over to Virginia as they're getting ready for their games as well. But while we have a little bit of time in between, we'd like to take another look at our remote teams, because not everybody has felt safe or comfortable coming to the field, and not everybody has been able to make it to the field this year. So we're going to take a quick look at another video from Team 16502 SWAT. AJ, what do you think about these team names? Do you like when the teams design themselves around their names or have a purpose for their names?
I like whenever you theme all of your stuff around your name. So like whenever we did it, we had a mascot. We had everyone was wearing nice polos with your logo and everything, and it was very cool to see the whole team all push towards that. Now, I don't know if you're gonna be able to theme your whole robot around it, but we did do a lot of pinstriping back in the day.
I know with my robots, we had a lot of robots so because our school colors are red and black, everything was themed red and black. Our school name was Crimson Tide, so we made everything Crimson Tide. It was very easy to flow with what we were doing. And then only thing that we would change would be the robot's name. So I remember my senior year was the same year that everybody started using the term GOAT. And so we named our robot God, calling it the greatest of Dunbar. And so it took people a minute to be like, wait, why is your robot named God?
Yeah,
don't worry.
We've got a robot playing right now. So this is, of course, a clip from one of the remote matches. It's doing a very good job of loading up that top goal with a massive box of a holding system going into the warehouse. Very quick to get a piece of freight, backing out, and that whole box just tilts down to the side. Their robot is not turning at all. It is just maintaining a perfectly straight lines. Thanks to
the thing that I do like about their robot is, yes, that side mechanism that you're talking about, but also later you'll see it, their actual capping mechanism is also really cool. If you see what looks like an antenna sticking up out the top, they use that for their capping mechanism.
I was wondering what that was, yeah.
So you'll see it right now coming out. It's almost like the keyhole game at the arcade. The claw on the top.
They practice it and they're good at it. That element's swinging a little bit, which is making it harder for them, but they're going to get it on there. And it looks like they're going towards that duck. Look at that camera angle right there.
It's almost hypnotic.
Yeah, I know, right?
It really is.
I've been thinking about putting the camera on my team's robot just to, but I have to debate, what part would be the best angle, Should I put it on the collection? Should I put it on the drivetrain? Looks like they're going to park and round out that remote match. So a fantastic remote match by the Blue Crew. And we always appreciate giving recognition to the remote.
That was by SWAT. That was by Team SWAT. That was Team 16502.
Next one. I'm so sorry.
This is now the Blue Crew.
There we go.
Yes. And that was why we were talking about team designs, was because of SWAT and how their name is SWAT, and then they had their uniforms on earlier.
If we're not looking at it.
I mean, and since we have Ethan here, red-bearded pandas, go. Where's your hat at? We know you have it.
Do you really want me to get it? I've got a couple different panda hats here.
We're talking about team design and team coordination, and we can't talk about team coordination without the team shirts, the team hats, and the team designs.
Yeah, but I'm wearing my master hat right now. I'll get it right after this remote match. So, a fantastic autonomous. Looks like they are safely parked completely in that storage unit. They've got one element up on the top level. Didn't look like that was the correct level indicated by the barcode, because you can see that cup right there in the middle position. But they seem to be very good about going straight in, getting that arm all the way out. You could tell that they have a plan, that they have a rehearsed path that the robot goes. Looks like they dropped that block right there, but they are quick to get it back up.
Now, my other thing about this team, though, and I said it earlier when we watched their video, their arm extends, which is why they have all that extra cable sticking off of their robot. But even with all that extra cable sticking off the edge of my robot, because because all of your cables are just pushed together or pulled out easily, I would have put a cable wrap or a cable cover over it.
Absolutely.
1 minute.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
I would have definitely tried to trace my wires as best as possible, or even because these are aluminum channels, I'd have tried to feed my wire up through the inside of my mechanism.
That is a possibility. So you'll see that, and this is the Blue Crew that we are watching, you'll see that they are not really concerned about balancing that hub. They're just purely focused on filling it up. They seem to be getting all blocks. Now I wonder if that's a choice or if that's...
Just get as many ducks as we can.
It could be because of their lifting mechanism, because if you see their mechanism, the way their claw is shaped.
Yeah. Looks like they just missed that cap, but they're very quick. They didn't try to move on. They tried it once, and now they're on to ducks, and they're very quick to do these ducks. Going for another one. That human player is ready. He has got his hand hovering right there, so exactly when it stops, he's ready to put on another one and spin it off. Now I say human player, but of course, there is no human player this particular season. So my team competed last weekend, and that was something that the referees had to keep reminding people at the beginning of their cohort is you can only have 3 people in the drive team. They're like, no, but this is the human player. They're a 4th member, and unfortunately, no, you can only have 3 people in the drive team. So one of your existing drivers or coach has to be the one to put the ducks on the wheel.
And speaking of coaches, let's also take a minute to talk about coaches, mentors, parents, volunteers, everyone on screen and off screen. And where would we be without them? Not to mention, while talking about all those wonderful people, we have to talk about our wonderful, wonderful sponsors who without them, many of our teams would not be here and would not be able to operate and function at the capacity that they currently do. So let's take a minute and just go thank all.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. One part inspiration, one part science, one part legacy, and one part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not.
It's our job to break free from what is
to what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
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 3, 2, 1.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program, not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canon, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canon products.
Canon Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
I hope everyone else got to enjoy all of our wonderful and amazing sponsors just as much as I did. I know personally, I enjoy seeing the Newport News Shipbuilding. Last year, I enjoyed seeing the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. There were all sorts of different wonderful sponsors that we have that are always here and always willing to support us. But speaking of our teams and our team support systems, one of our biggest support systems is our coaches and mentors. And here with us, not only is he a FIRST alumni, but he's also currently a FIRST FTC coach. Ethan, talk about how it's been transitioning into becoming a coach.
Yeah, so it's been a whole lot of fun, and I got the chance to be a coach at a way younger age than I ever thought. So I first started coaching back in 2019, so I was only 20 years old at the time. But it really, I thought it would be a lot harder, but luckily, I have a great support network around me of mentors, and it helps to have been in the game, to have put your hands on the robot, and that really helps you explain to the students what they need to do because you've been there, you've done it before, you've seen it before. And as I continued to help coach my team, I started realizing how I can apply the lessons that I've learned coaching to lessons at my job. So I have a full-time job as a mechanical design engineer, and I'm standing in front of a whiteboard telling my students, okay guys, here are the priorities and here are deadlines that we're setting for ourselves. And then I'm thinking, that reminds me, I have some deadlines that I need to make back at my job, so I should probably do those. but it's been a
I
lot.
think my hardest thing, my first year coming out of being a team member and going into that mentorship position, was actually taking your hands off of your robot. And so I stole something that one of my coaches used to do, and so I handcuffed myself to a rolling chair and rolled around the room for the entire build season.
Yeah.
I also stole one of his other big things, which was to boost morale. Oftentimes on our slightly relaxed days, especially to also drown out the noise of all the drilling and sawing that we would do, he would play a lot of music during the day. So he would play a lot of soca and dancehall because most of my team was from the islands. So we would sit there and listen and jam to music all the time. And I used to joke that when we went to competition, my entire team knew how to dance as well as how to build, because my team would sit there, and if you put a hammer in their hand or you put a wrench in their hand, you'd see them rocking their hips while they're doing stuff. And people would be like, why do they rock their hips? I'm like, they're too used to listening to music while they work. They're dancing while working. They're moving in a rhythm. And so it works because then they know exactly how tight something should be and they know exactly how something should feel. But it didn't always look the same. You'd have people sitting there looking like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
So Aisha and Ronnie, since you two are currently on a team, what's the little quirky things that you all do as a team? Or is there like a team ritual or stuff like that? Because I know some teams have rituals and mottos and stuff that they follow.
Wow. Honestly, there's not a whole lot of things we do. I guess one thing was eating chocolate almonds. That's one.
That's how our team name came about. You know, we had a large supply of chocolate covered almonds from Costco, and we would just eat them like all the time during meetings. Like every single meeting, we'd just be eating them. So that's why we decided to name our team after them.
So the base requirement for joining Team Almond is not having a nut allergy, is what I'm hearing.
Or at least,
well, actually, I mean, we don't really eat during meetings right now.
Yeah, well, right now, you know.
So I mean, you don't have. I don't know, like.
We kind of stopped with the almond eating tradition.
Yeah, in fact, that kind of stopped 1 year in. So,
so since Almond Robotics eats almonds, Ethan, I hope you all aren't eating pandas and red-bearded pandas over there.
No, but we do eat sometimes, though. Sometimes we'll bring in like a pineapple and, chop it up and dish that out during our break time. So, prevent us from getting scurvy. So,
making sure to eat a balanced diet is definitely something for your teams.
Can't live off of Red Bull and ramen alone.
I mean, you could. You just wouldn't have a very long life expectancy. But technically, I mean, it is feasible to a certain degree.
It's like a college diet.
Yeah.
My college diet was pizza and I want to say pizza and Gatorade, something like that, because I was still playing sports occasionally. But I definitely never had time to go get my own food, so my friends would always go buy a pizza and bring it to the student center.
That's so nice.
So I'd be in the student center just giving them money, and we'd all go split a pizza.
Yeah. Now, my college diet was fairly well rounded because I don't know if I'm allowed to brag about this on stream, but I'm gonna. I graduated from Virginia Tech, and not only do they have a fantastic engineering program, but they also have some of the best on-campus dining in the nation. I tell you what, it is fantastic. If you guys ever get a chance to visit Virginia Tech, please do. Great opportunities, lot of FIRST alumni there. Great school to go to. Highly recommend.
But as we look at this field, we have teams getting ready to load onto the field and get ready for these first matchups. And I'm just looking at the field. I'm trying to see what team is this in bright orange. They happen to be just barely at an angle where I can't see their panel. But that is wonderful. Once again, I love being able to instantly recognize a team. I can see your bright colors. I will then remember you for the rest of the day.
There you go.
Or Almond Bot. We talk about them all the time. That bright pink robot. You cannot miss it. Frog Bots. We bought them up a couple of times. That purple and green robot. Can't miss it. there's a lot of teams that once you start to recognize their team colors and their team logos, they're hard to miss. And that's part of your branding. That's part of making yourself a memorable team and having a first legacy. I know for my school, for example, our legacy is black and red, always. You see
go.
the whole team black and red. You see everybody on the team that comes with the team black and red. The only variation to that was I remember one day we had competition on a Thursday, and Thursday was ROTC's drill day, and so all of us who were in ROTC were in our ACUs, which was the little camo uniform, and so we were on the field at competition wearing camo, and I remember that was the year of Recycle Rush.
Yeah.
So my coach, who wasn't able to be there because he had unfortunately had an accident before then, said he was sitting at home looking on his TV and he knew it was our match because he saw me in camo launching noodles across a field.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that's us. You knew we were here. You knew what day of the week it was.
All right, here we go with autonomous. We got a lot of motion from all 4 robots. Red robot, duck. We got a blue robot with a big crane of an arm. Or sorry, that is a red robot.
And the orange robot 16862.
Yeah.
Going shade to the west. Oh, it looks like the Red Alliance robots ran into each other a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Now, also, that orange robot, I think it is a Triceratops on the side.
Oh,
That's what it looks like.
That's really cool.
It looks like a profile
Drivers,
of a Triceratops.
pick up your
has been cut out.
controllers.
Yeah.
3, 2,
All right,
1.
here we go.
Yep, just looking at their name, 16862, terabyte Triceratops. So, yep, that is a nice little Triceratops on the side of their body.
All right, we got 3749 popping a little bit of a wheelie, or should I say a treadie, to get to that shared hub. Didn't quite connect as they dropped their block on the way.
That freight was actually trapped in their wheel, I believe.
Yeah.
That might have been the point of them going through there. It was trapped in their treads.
To make the first deposit on the shared hub. Bump it into a little bit. Blue is
But look at how long of an overhead boom that robot has.
That is incredible. We got the Triceratops going horns first into the warehouse, trying to collect with that mechanism of theirs.
Now, the Triceratops has a very soft horn, with it being that surgical tubing intake.
Very soft horn.
Yeah, it looks like it's just able to collect mineral. We'll see. And it looks like on the Red Alliance, one of the robots is waiting over at the carousel.
Yeah.
To be ready for endgame.
And that's a strategic decision. You know, if you take a look at something on your robot and you're like, that's not supposed to be like that, you know, as long as your duck spinner is still working, you may as well gear up for that because it's still a good way to contribute.
And Lancaster Kinetic Storm is the Kinetic Storm is that team with that huge overhead boom.
That's right.
Oh, I think they actually just knocked one of their minerals across to the blue side of the shared hub by dropping everyone on top of it.
No, it's still on the red side. The yellow one was already on the blue side.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Now,
we've got it going into endgame here.
If we look at the bottom corner of endgame with the duck spinner, they're having a slight issue on the Red Alliance wheeling up that duck spinner. The other problem that they seem to have been having at first, which was just corrected by the referees, was they tried to keep the spinner moving while putting ducks on it. And remember, you must fully stop the spinner before you put a duck up.
Uh-huh.
It also looks like some of their ducks actually fell off too early, so they won't be scored because the ducks have to fall off from contacting that little beam that goes across the carousel.
That is correct.
So it has to contact the beam. It can't just land in the landing area. I thought it could just land.
No, it has to be pushed off by the beam. So if it flies off too early and still lands in the field, it doesn't count.
Yeah, as you can see, they only got one duck there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they put 4 ducks on that side.
Only one of them was good.
All right, referees clearing everything and doing a little bit of deliberation. Getting ready for this finalization of our scores, and our final score coming in will be a victory for the Red Alliance. It will be scored at 75-28, with a 47-point autonomous to a 20-point autonomous, a 16-point driver control to a 12-point driver control, and a 12-point endgame to a 6-point endgame. Blue Alliance, unfortunately, facing a 10-point penalty.
Yep, you hate to see it. And something unique with the cohort schedule of the day is that, we're on match 25, whereas in a normal competition, this would be about when teams were playing their second or third matches of the day. But of course, this was these teams' first match of the day. So sometimes you got the jitters. Sometimes, you're not used to playing with an alliance partner. So we kind of reset the table here, and I can't wait to see the team's scores improve as they continue to get more matches under their belt.
Now, my eyes might be confusing me, but I think I spot a carrot getting ready to approach the field.
Yeah, so I am familiar with this team, 14169 BC4H Party Time Carrots. So they're actually a West Virginia team competing with us here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, I just realized that pun. It's a carrot symbol.
And I got
I didn't make that connection.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the
Is Swapplegate playing a surrogate now?
Ethan is normally very good at helping me with the pun counter.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure me and him need separate counters.
Yeah. So I got to talking with that team at one of their previous competitions. The reason why they are the Party Time Carrots is they originally just wanted to be the Party Times, but when they sent to have their T-shirts made, something messed up with the email, and that inserted that little carrot there instead of an apostrophe. So they just went with it. They just kept it. They're like, yeah, we'll be the Party Time Carrots.
Hey, I mean, some of the best inventions and best creations in this world have came out of pure accident.
Yeah.
But their partner is no accident. Their partner over on the other side, I cannot get past the giant walking carrot that's on the screen. I'm sorry. I was definitely about to lead it to their teammate until the carrot got on screen. We talk about team unity, and there's a giant character. There's a giant carrot on the screen. Because I wanted to talk about Team Snuffleupagus, and I wanted to talk about that, and then it's just a giant carrot. I don't know why y'all expect us to stay serious with this. But coming back on the Blue Alliance is a familiar name with a familiar number. Bot Brigade Quartic still holding on to their second place position, going up with the League of Incompetent Gentlemen. I feel like you have to say it with a certain amount of authority and poshness as you get towards the gentleman part. The League of Incompetent Gentlemen. Makes you want to go sit down at a fireplace and,
All right.
But I'm definitely still loving the carrot. I'm not going to get over the carrot.
They are a fun group. I was so happy to meet them at Fairlawn 1 competition.
Now I need Snuffleupagus to bring out a giant Snuffleupagus.
We got to see it.
All right. Snuffleupagus, you have been challenged. We challenge you to appear on screen.
Yep, you got to do it. In costume.
Either team costume or like team card, team mascot, something. You just need like a Snuffleupagus somewhere.
So if we have any Snuffleupagus fans in the chat that has a phone number for somebody, call them. Tell them what's up.
I mean, that or they can always just go rewatch the Twitch feed, which most teams do anyway.
That's true, yeah. Which is so helpful for being able to identify, okay, that is what I need to improve on right there.
Yep, that right there. Getting a Snuffleupagus is what you need to improve on.
Yep. All right.
Actually, while they're at it, they might as well get the entire Elmo collection.
May as well.
What was everybody's favorite Elmo character? I have a few.
I like Grover. A real role model, that guy.
What? Ronnie just asked me if the big yellow bird was Elmo.
No, I'm asking if the big yellow bird's in Elmo.
That's exactly what
it is. Yes, Big Bird is in Elmo.
Big Bird is the best. Big Bird is the best. Yes, I don't even remember. Like, for a second there, I thought Barney was like, okay.
This shows you how far away Ronnie is from his childhood. But
yeah.
No, my two favorites by far were always the Count and Cookie Monster.
Oh, those are good ones.
And me being a pool shark now, we joke around all the time when we start counting off how many balls somebody has left on the table. If you have all 7 of your balls left on the table at the end of the game, we will count like the Count. We will go 1, ha ha ha, 2, ha ha, and go through the whole set.
Yep.
But speaking of things that are not about a laughing matter, we have randomization number 6 coming out now.
So we've got in chat. Looks like it's been answered by our wonderful backstage staff. So if you see a team that you've maybe seen already before and you're wondering why they're still here in this cohort, there's a good amount of teams that have been asked if they could be surrogates. So they played in one cohort already, but First Chesapeake politely asked them to stick around, so that way we have an even number of teams in the next cohort. So teams are typically inclined to say yes because that's extra driver practice for them, even though it doesn't count towards their score.
So you won't see Bob Brigade Quartic moving up in the scoring.
Right.
They may move, and they also will only move down if somebody manages to knock them out of the second place position. They can lose a match and it still should not take them down in points.
Right. So we are here in Autonomous 11534 with that long arm that they are so well known for. 965 has spun a duck, and they've got this massive arm all the way up in the sky, dropping, looks like they dropped their element off in the top level. Good motion from all the robots. We've got 2 in the warehouse, 2 in the storage unit. Time has expired for Autonomous. Getting those controllers.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
period.
2,
and I
1.
almost want to call that arm a giraffe neck, but then I try to, but because it's green, I want to remember. I can't remember that big long neck dinosaur because that's what it reminds me of since it's green, and also since we got the Triceratops.
Bronchosaurus, I think.
Yeah, the Bronchosaurus.
I stopped paying attention to my paleontology around the 5th or 6th grade.
That's understandable. All right.
It's
So
been a long time since then.
3804, drop 1 in the shared hub, and 11534 was quick to answer. 965 and 11534 are focused on their alliance hubs right now. A little bit of a slowdown to our pacing here as all 4 robots are in the warehouse. 965 looks like they're trying to see if they have one in their jaws and is trying to get rid of it if so. 3804 looks a little stuck on those pipes there. 11534 dropping another one in the shared hub, but not quite enough to tilt it in their favor. 3804 you can now see has a block stuck inside of them. That's definitely not helping with their situation. 11534 dropping another one. Looks like it might be tilted in their favor. We've got the red shipping hub with a couple more blocks in it now. 965 also moving to the blue shared hub. That time is about to go into endgame.
Oh, I think 11534 just dropped an arrow onto the wrong side.
Look at these points before
And they
endgame.
just
We're
knocked
already at
several
44,
balls
59.
out of their warehouse. I think that may be a penalty.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Is something hanging off of that red robot?
Can't quite tell from this angle.
3804.
Coming out the front.
Yeah.
3804. Is something hanging out of the front of their robot? Did something break off?
Maybe.
Maybe. It also looks like their wheel there is just on a really long shaft.
Yep. So we'll have to see. Hopefully, you hate to see it when you're all pumped and amped up to start a match, and then unfortunately, it's just one thing or another that could count you out. Like getting stuck in just the weirdest of position. But that's where Murphy's Law comes into play. If it's allowed to go wrong, then it will go wrong. And on top of that, it'll go wrong exactly when you don't want it to.
I love me some good chaos theory in the early afternoon.
All right. But still, a very strong match. We've got a preliminary score of 93 to 64. in favor of the Red Alliance so far. There was some pretty good coordination in terms of strategy initially, and it's all about how those teams adapt to those changes in strategy.
And for everybody wondering about the Maryland events, they will be joining us shortly. They are wrapping up their drivers meeting and getting all those teams prepped. But what has been wrapped up is this Virginia score of 93-81 in favor of the Red Alliance, with a 32-point to a 52-point autonomous, a 22-point to 21-point driver control, and then a 49-point to a 38-point endgame. Both teams receiving penalties, Red receiving one minor penalty for 10 points, Blue receiving penalties in total of 30 points.
Mm-hmm.
And those penalties did end up deciding the match.
Yep, that's exactly what I was about to bring up, is the fact that, unfortunately, if Blue had not gotten those 30 points, they would have gotten a score of 111 and would have won them the match. Red, of course, had they not gotten those penalty points, would have had a score of 103.
I still like seeing this carrot walking back and forth on the field. I miss all the mascots. I remember when we used to take breaks and we would call all the mascots down and bring all the flags out, and it used to be fun. It was a nice little family building thing. And then also, personally, for my school, because we have mascots, it went along with our community outreach. We would send our mascots along with our robot when we would go do community outreach and when we would do STEM days at local middle schools and such. So simple things like letting kids take pictures with the mascot, or setting it up so the mascot came in on the cart with the robot, or the mascot pushed the robot, stuff like that. And one of my friends loved being mascot because he got to dance and be as goofy as he wanted, and nobody could technically tell that it was him. But my friend, we called him Mug. I mean, my friend that was the mascot, we called him Mugs because he was the only person at our school that wore Uggs all year round.
All right, so we are getting geared up for one more match in Alexandria, Virginia, before we go back to good old McHenry, Maryland, it looks like.
So we have...
Looks like we have some of the same teams.
Yeah, we have Good Enough and Carrot going up against Snuffleupagus, and I can't see the last numbers to find that team.
-1, that's 19876.
So that's N1?
N-1, sorry. That's their...
Oh, N-1.
Yeah. So the reason that they're called N-1 is because if you look at their number, 9876, it goes down in order.
Mm.
A nice little equation
Some really
over there.
creative team names.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the team names, I love them because it makes you think about it. Like the Carrots, they're fun. They really played with the carrot. Exponential using their carrot to put the E over everything else.
Yep. Now, it's tricky though, because how do you brand N-1? How do you have somebody in a costume that denotes decreasing numbers?
You start with a certain amount of people at the beginning of the event, and then you just get rid of one member. You just send them home early.
One by one.
Yeah. Well, I guess there used to be only... Okay.
When there's left, there can only be one.
That's funny. Teams, we do not recommend getting rid of your team members. In fact, we actually promote sustainability here in FIRST. So teams that are competing today are going to be judged by a panel of judges tomorrow. And one of the questions that the judges ask about all the time is, what is your sustainability plan? How do you keep going as a team? How do you ensure that each year isn't your last year? So I don't know if Aisha and Ronnie, do you guys know anything about your team's sustainability plan?
Yeah, for sure. Sorry. Our team, we started out in our rookie year, as a really small team. We only had 4 members. And then like for a couple of years, we were like generally like a very small team. We didn't have that many members. And then 2 years ago, we decided to like really up our recruitment efforts because like when the team was formed, most of us were like really young, like freshmen, around like freshman year, you know. But then as like, you know, sort of graduation is in sight for some of the older members, we were like, oh, we probably need to recruit some more people. So then we ended up recruiting a lot more people to the team, and now our team is a 10-member team. And it still is. So last year and this year, we've had a 10-member team.
Yeah, 10 is a great number.
Freshman year. How I missed freshman year. I mean, I used to enjoy my freshman year, mostly because of the school that I started at. But with everybody talking about sustainability and retention, I actually transferred schools in the middle of my sophomore year. Yeah, I believe it was sophomore year. So when I switched schools, I also had to switch teams. And when I switched teams, it was right after, it was 2 weeks into the build season. So I switched in the middle of build season. I hated it. I wanted to stay on my team until the end of build season.
Yeah.
But I turned around and used it as a challenge to then build up a whole new team and continue with their entire build season. But yeah, definitely trying to keep retention of members is always something. I know personally on my team, our seniors start to drift off the later it gets in the season.
Sure. All right. So we've got randomization in Alexandria, Virginia. Looks like those elements are going to stay put in that center position. We'll see if the teams can capitalize on that. Then that means that they're aiming for that middle level. We've got one red robot in the warehouse.
Looks like one blue robot has gotten their autonomous vision task.
Yeah, and if you look at this, they
have a tight arm
and got another freight. Looks like they threw it out.
I think this is the first team we've seen that actually has tried to cycle during autonomous.
Yeah,
and it's because they have that turret arm that's allowing them to do that.
Yeah, it looks like
it also looks like they're setting up for a double
drivers. Pick up your controllers.
They replaced
3,
they
2,
replaced Snuffleupagus'
1.
personal piece as well. So they might be trying to set up for a double cap later.
Maybe. All right. So here we go into Taliop. Looks like we got 2 robots focusing on the shared hub. That's going to be 3749 and 19876. 19876 was first to score, with the Red Alliance close behind, not quite tipped in either favor yet. 3804.
Oh, and I think the thing we were seeing sticking out of 3804's robot in the last match is actually part of their intake. I just saw them using it to push a freight into their little.
Very clever.
So they have I can see it now, how it would actuate, yeah.
It looks like N-1 may have had a disconnect over there.
Now, the only thing that I am slightly confused on, and I'm also slightly concerned for, which I can see happening right now, was that because of how wide their swinger is, they can't always guarantee that they're only going to have one item. So they have to actuate it back and forth a few times to get more than one item.
Exactly. We saw a little bit of motion from N-1, and here they are again, not quite operating at full capacity. So over on the red side, we've got the Party Time Carrots and 3749. They're both in the warehouse trying to make sure that they each have freight before they move out. But that in-game whistle is going to sound. Looks like the shared hub is tilted in Red's favor. Party Time Carrots focusing on those ducks. Looks like they've got a couple out already.
Right, and I think N-1 is trying to get the shared hub, or maybe they're just heading for the carousel right now. But they put one more freight on the shared hub. I don't think they'll get the pick. And they're capping.
Tap it!
And
they got off. They got off just in time. They jumped back just in time.
Yeah. Yeah, and they were able to bring that in with that collection system of theirs, drop it off just in time. So glad to see 3804 working at a much higher capacity. So last match we saw them kind of get stuck on the bars, but they made sure to avoid that, and they're putting a couple up on the goal here this match. Great performance by the Red Alliance as well. Looks like a score of 87 to 79 preliminary. That shared hub is tilted in the Reds' favor, which could make the difference here.
And for all of those Red fans, Red did take that win with 100 points to 79 points with a 29-point autonomous to a 36-point autonomous, a 26-point driver control to a 28-point driver control, and a 55-point endgame to a 15-point endgame, with the Red Alliance suffering an unfortunate 10-point penalty. Mm-hmm. But for all of those who were so desperately waiting for us to go back to Maryland, now is your chance. We are about to shoot straight over to Maryland, where the 5-time gearheads, Rock'em Sock'em Robots, are going to try to sock out the Distractors.exe alongside Team Vector.
I think that's SX gearheads. You might need to get your prescription checked, Niall.
This is what happens when you're looking through a small view of a small view in a long distance screen.
Yeah. So something that I wonder about Rock'em Sock'em, what do their socks look like? You know, that seems like a branding opportunity.
My thing with Rock'em Sock'em Robots is, because of the game, I would want to see them come out with the old game head and the old game fist. And if you actually could control your robot with the old game fist attached, that would be wonderful.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you all stole from FRC and took our aviator controls, then I would think it'd be a lot more easier to do functionally.
Unfortunately, you're only allowed to use those game pads that you see. So Niall, of course, is talking about these massive joysticks that they use in FRC every now and then to be able to control
every year. It's not every now and then.
Sometimes they'll have 3 of these, 2 for driving the chassis and 1 for controlling.
1 for its turret. Yep.
All right.
But they're fun. I mean, they have their own flywheel attached to it, so you don't have to make a new button for your flywheel. You can control variable speeds on it. It's got all sorts of other things to attach with.
Looks like we've got AJ and company back in the box. Good to see you guys.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Looks like McHenry's about to get going here.
You all just missed a few short, wonderful matches over in Virginia. But as we get ready for this Maryland matchup, we seem to be having a little bit of cooperation going on, as one of the robots getting helped out by their alliance partner while they're having a few minor technical difficulties.
Love to see it. Yeah, so all putting their heads together, trying to figure out what the problem is.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Distractors robot right now on the Blue Alliance. It looks like they have laser cut side plates, that's a thing I've seen with Wizards.exe in the past. I feel like they have laser cut wooden side plates that's every year. So
somebody in chat seems to be making fun of my keyboard.
This is when I like how I'm not using my second keyboard, because my second keyboard is definitely a lot louder. So if I wanted to respond to Twitch chat, I'd be responding with my loud keyboard.
That's why I definitely decided to go with my laptop and not bring my other keyboard, because man, can you get loud with mechanical keyboards now?
I mean, but then again, I sometimes like my loud keyboard just because I like hearing it, especially when I'm not trying to look at my keys and I want to make sure that I actually hit something. I'm like, I want to hear it. Let me hear that I'm typing, since I'm not going to see that I'm typing.
Now, at work, I personally get criticized a lot because I have 2 keyboards and I use both of them at the same time. I have one for my right hand and one for my left hand. It confuses people a lot.
Do you have the ergonomic keyboard or that's split, or do you have completely 2 separate keyboards?
One
randomization for Virginia on the randomization number 4.
And this is going to be between the League of Incompetent Gentlemen, N-1 Triceratops, Terabyte Triceratops, and Nanobots.
Excited to see N-1 cycle autonomous again this
Very
and we will
impressive.
jump back to Maryland as soon as they have fixed all of their slight mechanical issues.
Ready for it.
It looks like the Triceratops were able to. Yeah.
I think that's our first successful cycle we've seen this game during autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your
So
controllers.
much of it depends on having a
3,
reliable collection
2,
mechanism.
1.
But I see over 120 people in our Twitch chat, and I do not see people calling out our teams. I know that you all are here for these teams, so shout out your teams. Put your team number, put your team name. Tell us about your teams. Tell your teams hello, say hi, show your love and support. Not to mention coaches, mentors, and captains. Please don't forget to fill out your team survey so that way we can get to know more about your team. There's a lot of information that we know about your teams personally, but our best way to learn about your teams and to talk about your teams is if you tell us. So coaches, captains, and mentors, don't forget to fill out your team survey and send us your information.
Yeah, we love to see it.
Looks like N-1 has got the tip on the shared hub now. It's going to be hard for the other alliance to get it back over.
Yeah, N-1 is doing really well with that shared hub, actually. Like, they don't even need to turn their robot. Oh, just like that they put it on their own side.
N-1 just giving one away to the other side. Just a little courtesy tip.
Now,
the Triceratops are trying to come back at it.
But on the last cycle that N-1 did, it looks like part of their robot might have still been in the tape. It's hard to tell from these angles, but you got to make sure that you're all the way outside the warehouse before you try to score.
Yeah.
Were you about to say before they try to shoot the freight?
Yeah, I think I was about to say that.
I wish we were shooting, but this isn't FRC, so there's no.
N-1 is going for the cap again. Will they get it?
Somebody talking about that Triceratops.
And they got it again.
Good job.
They're going for the second cap, too.
Triceratops trying to get one last piece onto that shared hub.
Oh,
it almost weighted over.
Yeah.
Remember, there are different weighted shared pieces, so you don't have to have the lightest weight one. There are different weights and different levels.
And it looks like N-1 did attempt a double cap with their alliance's team-specific scoring element, but they just missed it.
It just flopped off.
So I do believe N-1 then is talking to teams and telling them, hey, I have a mechanism that can double cap. You can go to ducks, or I can do double cap and then try to duck.
Yep, talking to your alliance partners before a match is so critical. Personally, my team, we have a playbook that we go to our alliance partners and we flip through kind of like a restaurant menu. We're like, we can do this, or this. Take your pick. And we work with whatever they can do, and then we adapt our strategy based on that.
My team, we used to have our army of scouters.
Mm-hmm.
So one of our scouts was specifically built for the pit.
Yep.
And so their job was specifically to run back and forth between our next alliance members and say, hey, look, do you have somebody that can talk to us? Let's make an alliance meeting and go through this and decide what our strategy is going to be. But the Red Alliance pulling out a victory of 181-60 for the Blue Alliance, with a 55-point autonomous compared to a 41-point autonomous, a 46-point driver control compared to 15 points, and a 80-point endgame compared to 34 points. The Blue Alliance receiving an unfortunate 30 points worth of penalties. But still, looking at the breakdown for these points, look at how the Red Alliance dominated every single category. There was no, I'm focusing on one category. It was, we're going to max out our score every chance we get. Now, that end game was still very strong,
Looks like
but they said they're going to max out the...
Looks like now we're back here. McHenry, they must have gotten whatever was wrong going again, so...
These are teams 5-2-3-3 Vector alongside... Ooh, yeah, my eyes hurt. Those are small numbers.
That's Distractors. That's paired up with Vector.
That's Distractors with Vector.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
And then I see
3,
10452
2, 1.
and 14971.
Yep, it looks like 14971 may have gotten a warning. I'm not sure if it was a penalty, but they did run into their hub during autonomous. And whoa, it looks like they're almost about to tip over right now.
Yeah, they might not have a good center of gravity with that long arm of theirs. It seems to weigh them backwards when they attempt to move.
Yep. And we have distractors going for the shared hub, but they are very close to moving it.
Possibly a penalty for moving it, but it did just fall on the wrong side, unfortunately. And that is another problem with these long arms, is that you'll try to get all the way out and then you'll land on the wrong side of it. Now, see, in a situation like this, I would once again try to use my quote-unquote opponent's warehouse, because if I have a long arm, I'm just going to reach over their entire side and reach back onto my side.
It looks like Distractors is moving the shipping hub quite a bit, but I don't see a penalty yet.
I think maybe their turret arm got either it's disconnected or you can see it's swinging a lot.
Every time they turn, it's hinging.
Yeah.
Referees over there waving and signaling, so somebody received a penalty.
I mean, that shared hub definitely looks like it's been moved a lot.
It looks like it's been moved a lot, but it also looks like the Red Alliance was the one that received the penalty.
Yeah, it looks like they got a penalty for warehouse operations there, for scoring the shared hub from outside.
Oh, and yeah, I think Distractor's turret arm definitely got disconnected because they just swung it straight into the shared hub too.
But if we look down at the bottom of the screen, we can see ducks coming and jumping off one after the other for the Blue Alliance. 5, 2, 3, 3.
Yep, and I think there were definitely penalties called on both sides. As you can see, the scores went down. But it is interesting that none of the teams in this match were really scoring on the Alliance-specific hubs.
I mean, we saw that a couple weeks ago in a couple of the different cohorts, is that they would go for the shared one more so, just because they could overload it and it was really low to the ground, versus them having to maneuver and lift and everything else.
Right.
Yeah.
Twitch chat is starting to light up with the emojis. I see Pikachu flooding our chat. And as we await this final score, once again, we will be bouncing back and forth between Virginia and at the end of every match. So Virginia is getting ready to begin with random. So as we await begin, but make sure we will be over there as soon as that happens. Now, looking over at Virginia for a second, they have robots with neon lights on the inside, and I believe that's to illuminate their panel.
Always interesting to see robots with lots of design and customization like that, you know? Good to see.
Yeah, it's really nice. I know for our team, we've been like thinking about getting LEDs for such a long time, but we've never like been able to actually get them up.
I think that's the other cool thing about FRC compared to FTC, because we do have the slightly larger bots, we have more space to add more items. And so the lights are often very much so added to our bots. Now, a couple of the FTC bots have started to pick up on the light game, especially when it comes to stuff like spinners and shooters or actual orientation, having different colors change when you orient yourself a certain way, or lighting up when you hit a certain amount of cargo intake or whatever you happen to do there. But here is our score, with the Blue Alliance winning it 20-0 with a 0-point autonomous to a 20-point autonomous, a 6-point driver control to a 16-point driver control, a 0-point endgame to a 34-point endgame, and a 20-point penalty to a 50-point penalty. Both alliances receiving penalties. The Blue Alliance receiving a major for touching a duck while the carousel was moving. Remember, teams, if the wheel is spinning, your hands are off of it. You are not DJs. This is not your turntable. Please do not touch it. And Red received their minor penalties for warehouse operations. Once again, make sure to clearly exit your warehouse. But
Blue also received a major for D-scoring one of the shared elements.
But we are now jumping over to Virginia, where over in Virginia, they are getting underway with their autonomous scoring.
Looks like there might have been some miscommunication there on Red, where one of the robots, I think it's Triceratops, just ran into their alliance partner. So I'm not sure what happened there, but...
Well, this is all auto, so it could just be team not
right.
communicating for...
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Or it could just be
3,
as simple as they
2,
picked the wrong program.
1.
Unfortunately.
Because I know personally we used to have 3 or 4 auto programs and most of them had varying delays, so that if you did need to do something, we could just sit there and wait and let you clear out the way.
Yep.
And one of our auto programs was like, wait 23 seconds and then rush to a certain point. Because most of FRC is just clear the front line. And so it'd be like, oh, wait 23 seconds, clear the front line. But the other 23 seconds, we were sitting there letting our teammates do all the team operations in front of us because they said they could handle all the operations. And so there was no need of us getting in their way.
Yeah, so it looks like in this match, we have on both alliances, one team cycling on the alliance hub and the other on the shared hub. But it looks like Blue is taking control of the shared hub right now. And so they might be actually, since they've already tipped the shared hub, having both partners move over to the alliance hub. I'm not sure entirely what's going on there, but yeah, I think that's what they're doing.
Even if I did tip it, I'd probably still do the separation tactic just because I would want to separate the space of it.
Right, as you can see here, it looks like they are having some trouble getting around each other.
Yeah, especially because both robots can't go over the bars here.
Yeah, well,
they can.
Yeah, 14169 just started going over the bars instead of through the gap. I think it's working better for them. Yeah, it looks like they've sort of figured out their strategy.
To go over the bars versus trying to precision guide yourself through.
It's like Blue Alliance is rounding off their ducks. Red's getting lined up to start moving their carousel.
Yep, and it's looking like the Blue Alliance is going to be able to get all of their ducks onto the field.
Yeah, I was going to say, Blue Alliance, very sophisticated with their ducks. Those ducks were all in a row.
Oh, then they just hit their...
Contact with
Oh.
their hub at the end. That might come back to bite them.
But either way, still a very good score on the Blue Alliance.
Although it does look like they're being rather lenient with the hub movement penalties, so they might not get a penalty here.
Yeah, they seem to be going a lot more for the shared hub penalties rather than the alliance specific ones. They seem not to be too bothered.
Yeah, they're giving teams a little bit of room for error towards the beginning of the matches.
The individual hub, I feel like I can understand why you can be more lenient with it, unless it is just an egregious slamming and ramming of it. But with the shared hub, I would definitely watch that one a lot closer as far as penalties go, because that box is tiny. And once that thing tips one way or the other, you can't really enter the box.
Right. And in this next match for McHenry, we have on the Blue Alliance Wizards and who's their partner? Can't see their number anymore.
Well, we did have someone in the chat earlier talking about Wizards, so we'll see if the Wizards come back.
Wizards and then 12873.
Our current score coming in favor of the Blue Alliance in Virginia of 24 to 160, a 10-point autonomous to a 55-point autonomous, a 18-point driver control to a 40-point driver control, and a 16-point endgame to a 95-point endgame. Both teams receiving penalties, red team receiving 20 points, and blue team receiving 30 points worth of penalties. Blue team did receive the major for that shipping hub.
Right, we're starting in McHenry. So we have RM is going straight to scoring. They're doing cycles in auto, but it looks like their robot is getting stuck on the barrier there. Oh no. Yeah, no, they got stuck on the barrier. That totally messed up their cycling.
But it's still, that is a very fast bot. Look at how quick that little bot moves. Referee standing up, trying to get a better view at the field, trying to see what is
pick up your
actually
controllers.
being activated and maneuvered.
3, 2, 1.
I'm taking a closer look at Wizard's robot. It looks like they have very big wheels. I can't see it too clearly right now.
Wizard's wheels honestly look like they're pointed. It looks like a star wheel and not a regular wheel.
Yeah.
And
It looks like, are those like really big Omni wheels on one side? I think they have a tank drive with really big wheels. I think that's what's happening.
They have that control that we were talking about earlier when you're going over.
Yeah, I think, I think RM trying to intake a duck.
I don't think those are. I think with Wizards, I don't think those are a tank drive. I think, yeah, it's just a studded wheel.
Looks like an Omni wheel.
It does.
I think they're large Omni wheels.
Are they large Omni wheels?
I think.
It does look like it. They are crossing over those with no issue whatsoever.
We'll have to see when they get to a closer angle then. But Armed and Dangerous, look at them trying to zip past their partner. We have the Carrots talking in the chat.
RM's robot is definitely insanely fast, but they can't get over the barrier, so they have to wait for their alliance partner to get out of the way here.
We have one penalty being waved up in the air.
Wow, look to see. Do you see Wizard's carousel mechanism actually extended out from their robot? That's a pretty unique one, actually. I haven't seen a carousel mechanism like that in any of the other robots so far.
I think it probably helps a lot with them getting closer to the actual carousel. It means that they don't necessarily have to worry about precise precisioning and ramming the robot up against the wheel. They can just extend
It
it.
looks like they're dropping a lot of ducks onto the ground.
It's a good match.
Definitely a very good match here.
They're all good matches. They're all wonderful matches. And over in Maryland, we will be having more gaps and delays between matches just because they have a lot less teams to play. And so to avoid rushing teams to go back to back without an adequate break for themselves, we will be giving them slight 5-minute breaks after every few matches. That just means that you'll get more time to watch Virginia in between the Maryland matchups. And the final score for Maryland will be 70-159, a new high score for the Maryland competition today. An 11-point autonomous to a 10-point autonomous, a 40-point driver control to a 72-point driver control, and a 39-point endgame to a 77-point endgame, with the Red Alliance unfortunately taking 20 points worth of penalties. Now, once again, we are about to jump over to Virginia, but looking at this point breakdown, just look at the driver control and endgame for the Blue Alliance. If they can maintain this and then get their autonomous synced right, that will be a killer score. But over in Virginia, we are getting ready to get underway. Autonomous is about to rev up and go.
I think 965 attempted to score a duck in autonomous, but they weren't able to get it.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
So at the end of Teleop, Blue's got
3,
a
2,
1 point lead on him.
1.
That's unofficial, but
that's 9 points.
Now it's 9.
I was like, yeah, 11. Then I was like, wait a minute, math class. I don't think that's 11.
It was 11 before it changed. Looks like the team on the backside of Red Alliance is attempting to score in the shared hub. Unfortunately, scores in the opponent's side.
Yeah, I think since their arm is so tall, it's really hard to control like where the freight's gonna
down,
move.
it sometimes bounces.
Yeah. It's probably also difficult to tell where exactly they are, because, I mean, you're, a good couple, 8 feet, 10 feet away from this. It's a little bit harder to see exactly where you are over it.
Yeah, but compared to like a arm like what we just saw 11534, it's very low to the ground, so it's just above the shipping hub. They have a lot more control over where their freight's gonna land.
It looks like ducks are being done by Blue's team, but Red just got started doing ducks.
Looks like they're having some trouble lining up to the carousel.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely important to have some kind of compliance and that kind of mechanism, right?
Right, and it's also important to be able to line up your robot in a way where the ducks aren't going to hit your robot before hitting the ground. I'm a little bit worried about that here, since there's so little space.
I think that might have been also why Wizard did that long extended arm. Is they're completely out the way before anything drops. And speaking of things being out the way, let's highlight all these teams with all of their social distancing and masking and even wearing their safety goggles and making sure to keep all of their appropriate safety and protective equipment on while they are out at these matches. Remember, first biggest priority is your health and well-being. If you are not safe, you are not representing first. We need everyone to be safe and to stay safe. I also like this new little split screen view we get for the duck race. And the final score will be Blue Alliance taking the win 143-24 with a 40-point autonomous to a 51-point autonomous, a 26-point driver control to a 23-point driver control, an 18-point endgame to a 69-point endgame, and the Red Alliance scoring a crushing 60-point worth of penalties. Red points penalties having 3 minors for cargo infractions and then a major for putting a ball under one of the shipping hubs. We're about to jump back over to Maryland, where they're about to get ready to get underway. And as we get ready to jump over to Maryland, making sure teams, once again, all of these penalties are avoidable. This is a lot of driver practice.
And looking at the autonomous again, it looks like RM has tried to cycle during autonomous 2 matches in a row, but aren't able to get it.
Yeah, both times they seem to be getting caught up on that barrier.
Yeah.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
This is probably something as simple as rechecking your alignment before you start.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also for RM's robot, it's I think somewhat of a tight fit in between the wall there.
If you look at ARM, they have about 1.5 inch clearance. It's
maybe an angle that they chose to enter the warehouse at.
Yeah, it looks like its alignment is their issue.
Yeah. It could also be because everything on the field, plus or minus 1 inch is available. So, I mean, if something's just, a little bit different than their practice field at home, they're going to have, slight issues with autonomous. We've had problems with that in the past where you get this autonomous and you're, missing everything by half an inch and it's really cool. And then you get the competition, it doesn't work at all.
Yep, and once again, I'm noticing that the arm design is just really popular.
I mean, when you have to do a lot of upward manipulation, you're going to see a ton of arms, especially when it's not a launcher year. So with last year being a launcher year, we saw almost no arms and everyone was revving up and firing the rings. This year, with it not being a launching year, there's a lot more of arm manipulation.
Right, for sure. But I think it's also important, I mean, especially as you're trying to improve your cycle times, like having some horizontal extension can help a lot. Or just a really, really fast drivetrain like RM has.
Yeah, they're quick, and their drivers seem to have a lot of control with even know how fast it is.
But look at these ducks fly off of there.
All but one on that Blue Alliance, and Red Alliance getting several as well.
Armed and Dangerous was really fighting the time trying to get that last one.
Looks like the points for the ducks aren't in on the score yet, right? The live scoring?
Yeah, unofficial.
They don't have the Blues ducks quite yet.
This is why we give the referees time to talk and time to deliberate. Because it also seems as if there were a few penalties put up on the board. And our final score coming in at 111-26 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a 0-point autonomous to a 3-point autonomous, a 28-point driver control to a 54-point driver control, and a 18-point endgame to a 54-point endgame, with the Red Alliance suffering penalties. I couldn't tell if the Blue Alliance also got a penalty.
They didn't on that one, and those penalties were all for warehouse operations.
And now we're getting ready to jump back over to Virginia, where we're going to see the next matchup coming out of their cohort. They're getting ready to start their auto period right now. I want to see one of the teams have like a speaker next to their box, so when they say, all right teams, get ready, that it has like a revving your engine sound, or having the robot make a grumbling noise or something like that, like an engine starting up.
Yeah, it looks like N-1 was able to get two freight on the top level of their shipping hub during auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
That would probably be a big difference later on in competitions. Is how many cycles can you do in autonomous before you even get to the teleop period?
Well, those two cycles included both of the pieces of freight that are standardly.
Yeah, especially because
No, actually, the N-1 scored both of the autonomous freight. So they went back into the warehouse during autonomous to pick up another one. So that's what's, I think, gonna become really important. Yeah, is like how many freight you can actually pick up. And like we saw like autonomous cycles during during Rover Ruckus. So this is, I think, is somewhat similar, where it's like there is a bit of a luck element in like whether or not you actually pick up a freight when you like blindly run into the warehouse and just intake.
Hope for the best.
Do you think like autonomous cycles are a huge factor because they're worth so many points?
Yeah.
Like each cycle is worth 12 points. Especially like right now, right? Like technical difficulties is really kind of dominating the game because they can score up to 8 cycles during autonomous.
Yep, and it looks like N-1 is getting ready to cap even before endgame starts. They're already on it. And oh, they just missed their cap. Oh, but it landed upright, so they might still be able to get it. We'll see if they can even get that double cap while their alliance partner goes for the carousel.
It looks like they're
having some trouble picking up their shipping elements.
And look at these points as we come into the end of this match with a current unofficial score of 154 to 40.
Yeah, we'll have to see if any penalties end up knocking down that score or any, but that's a pretty impressive score they've put up there.
And that score continues to rise over in Virginia.
It looks like they randomized in McHenry for the second level. We have Wizards against their sister team Distractors.
Did we get a confirmation that that's their sister?
It does look that way.
Well, their names
looks like it.
.exe.
And they both have laser cut wooden side plates, you know. I feel like that's enough evidence.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are sister teams there.
I just don't want to call them sisters and then have them come back and be like, we're cousins, you know?
Well, there's also other teams like Nuke.exe. That's another one of Wizards teams.
The Blue Alliance takes that win with a score of 160-260 of a 10-point autonomous to a 42-point autonomous, a 18-point driver control in it to an 80-point driver control, and a 32-point endgame to a 48-point endgame with a 10-point penalty to the unfortunate side of Blue.
It looks like we started in McHenry. The Red Alliance Vector tried to score the duck off the carousel, but it fell off too early. But it does look like they were able to do vision, or did the mineral fall off? I can't see it too clearly.
Oh, there's a piece of freight up on the very top.
Yeah, I think Wizard scored the one on the top.
Pick up your controllers.
The randomization was for the middle.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I don't believe I see anything at the middle. So Twitch chat, there's 120 of you here. If you are from wizards.exe or distractor.exe, let us know. Are you all sisters?
There's the penalty on red side.
Referees continuing to call out penalties.
Yeah, not sure what's happening on the Red Alliance side.
Blue Alliance attempting to put freight in the very top, and it just dribbled all the way down towards the duck lane.
Very close scores here.
I believe Twitch just confirmed that they are sisters. So, we were right from earlier. But look at that arm up at the very top. It looks like it's wobbling just a bit. Or is it just the way that it sits on its turret?
Yeah, well, it looks like they just tried the carousel. We're going a little bit too fast at the beginning. Oh, yeah, their ducks keep falling off.
Now, the other thing that I'm reminded of as I see these things go around the spiral is the Fibonacci sequence.
Ooh, very close unofficial scores here.
Looks like red has a lot of penalties.
Yeah, red did incur a lot of penalties, but maybe the ducks will pull through. But blue definitely outcycled them on their Alliance-specific shipping hub.
We also have to see which way they score the shared hub at the end, because those points could very well be the decider.
Right, so Red Alliance got 3 minor penalties for warehouse operations.
And the Red Alliance will pull apart that victory, being 135-92 with a 39-point autonomous to a 10-point autonomous, a 52-point driver control to a 62-point driver control, and a 74-point endgame to a 30-point endgame, with the Red Alliance receiving 30 points in penalties and the Blue Alliance receiving 10-point in penalties. And now, once again, we're about to jump right back over to Virginia. So time to see what these Virginia teams have over in cohort number 3.
Looks like N-1 is up again. Huh?
Oh, they didn't coordinate their autonomous on the Red Alliance. Looks like they
top of each other. It looks like they stacked over top of each other.
Yeah, I think they did run into their hub a little bit.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We have N-1 scoring on the shared hub. They've already got a nice tip in their favor. But Bot Brigade is trying to tip it the other way.
Ooh, almost about to hit their own shipping, or the shared shipping hub there. N-1's continuing to tilt it in their direction.
N-1 saying
yeah, I think N-1 is doing really well with the shared hub, especially because they have that turret arm. They don't really have to worry as much about their drivetrain hitting the shared hub.
Right. Yeah, they can stay right up against the wall. They don't have to be worried about knocking anything. It's a really good strategy there.
Yep. For sure. I mean, you can see their cycles are a lot faster. I think N-1 is going for the cap again. We'll see if they get it this time. And all in their last match, they had a little bit of trouble with it. And it looks like they get it. And they're going for a double cap.
Oh, is this gonna be the first double cap?
First double cap?
Oh,
And there we have it, the first double cap.
The first double cap of this cohort session.
And
they scored another cycle on top of that.
Well, there you have it. That's our first double cap of the day. All right, we're just waiting for our score here to come back, and then we'll move right back over into McHenry.
And that game will be scored in favor of the Red Alliance with a score of 153 to 58. With an autonomous of 57 to 32, a driver control of 54 to 24, and an end game of 92 to 22. Both teams receiving penalties. Red team would have cracked the 200-point mark had they not received 50 points worth of penalties. Blue Alliance receiving 20 points worth of penalties towards themselves. But we're getting ready to jump back over to Maryland. So as we get ready to jump over to Maryland, let's once again get ready for this next round of teams. But commentators, how's everybody feeling? We know not everybody's used to sitting in this box, and especially for those who are more so used to being out on the field, it's a much different feeling for you all. So how's everybody feeling in the box today?
Pretty good. I mean, definitely.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
First time commentating, but like,
3,
we've watched
2,
so many of
1.
the streams in the past, so it's like, and I mean, in a way, it almost feels the same as watching it, and just like, you know, when we watch the streams like among ourselves, we always give our own little side commentary. So it's kind of like that, except our side commentary is the actual commentary.
Now you have 100. Now you have over 100 people listening to you side commentate. Yep.
Wow, RM cycling is really fast though.
Yeah, their driving is pretty impressive.
Yep.
Yeah, I know they have their drivetrain geared rather aggressively.
Oh, it looks like sometimes when they try to pick up the balls, it just kind of flies through their whole robot.
Yeah, it comes out the top. Right?
Yeah.
Yep. That way they still don't have to turn around or anything. They're trying to take that shared hub because no one on the other team has scored on it yet, so they want to see if they can.
Yeah. Oh, they just missed.
Oh, and the other
and I think they got a crate stuck underneath their shared hub. That might be a penalty.
Yeah, that will probably end up being a penalty.
Yeah, even if it's not a penalty, I don't think they can tip it in their favor now. So yeah, looks like RM's going back to cycling on the Alliance hub.
Blue Alliance incur a penalty? Look at Blue Alliance.
Into endgame. Oh, it looks like some of RM's ducks are falling off.
That gets us back into the fact that starting up too fast whips them right off. You got to make sure you have a way to, ramp that up nicely. All right, and a great match out of there for all four teams. They did great. We have a couple penalties, it looks like, with one of the teams only, an official score of 9, but we'll see where it comes out here at the end.
And AJ, do you miss in-person commentating? Do you miss actually getting to be next to the field?
I've only done it once, but yes, I always miss being actually in the competition space. It's a whole different energy when you have bleachers full of parents and friends and everything. It really adds a lot to the game. This feels a little bit different, but
speaking of filling up bleachers, these teams are filling up bleachers worth of points, with 94 points being awarded towards the Red Alliance, with 44 points being awarded towards the Blue Alliance, a 0-point autonomous to a 13-point autonomous, a 58-point driver control to a 7-point driver control, and then a 36-point endgame compared to a 34-point endgame, with the Blue Alliance suffering a 10-point penalty. We are getting ready to jump back over to Virginia. Maryland having cleaned up the rest of that match. That was round 17 out of 22 over in Maryland.
Because McHenry, we're only going to end up with 2 cohorts today because of not having a whole bunch of teams. So you guys have another cohort to go after this. So
yes, Virginia likes to go all day and all night long. We are at 33 out of 46. I just missed 3 straight days of competition. Used to be super simple. You just booked out a weekend. You said Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Whole weekend. Compete.
Yeah, that's where Worlds was nice when it was in St. Louis there. You'd just be like, all right, it's going to be the whole week. We're leaving, Tuesday or whatever it was. We'll be back Sunday. And you just do robots for a whole week. And it was pretty great.
It looks like we're starting up in Virginia.
Now, looking at this map with the LEDs on it, I wonder if the LEDs are purposeful, because during the autonomous period, and also with them being on the Red Alliance, it is red. So I wonder if...
Oh, yeah, right. Last time it was blue, and they were on the Blue Alliance.
They must be doing it to delineate which side they're on. That's pretty cool. Good use of LEDs.
I wish we were allowed to use colors
Drivers,
for that instead
pick
of
up your
bumpers
controllers.
sometimes in FRC.
3, 2, 1.
I think it might just denote a timer, because look, now that they're back in teleop, it's flashing.
Oh, that's true.
To make sure they keep on task.
Yeah, it might be just their timer. They have a built-in timer for it.
Like one of the robots on the field is not moving. Oh, we're just barely moving on the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance, they have 965 cycling on the shared hub, and their partner 14169 on the
wrong side of the share hub. 965 dropping it, and it bounced.
Yeah. Yep, and 12838 is also trying to score in the shared hub, but their arm's so tall, a lot of their prey is just falling off the side, bouncing off when they try to put it down. Endgame is beginning here, and the carrots are doing the carousel, but neither of the teams on the Blue Alliance have gone for the carousel.
But the carrot is almost completely blocking the carousel's view.
Okay with that. That's dedication to the team.
You
like
get
it.
a half-second view of the duck. Only view of the duck we get is when they bend over. It's just
It looks like they got all their ducks.
Looks like they got all of them.
Wrong match from red team.
Yes, definitely.
And apparently, we've been watching too much FTC because now Twitch asked me what is FRC. This is FTC, which you are watching. This is the first tech challenge. FRC is the first robotics competition. FTC uses smaller scaled robots on different style competitions. FRC uses larger robots. Most notable comparison to FRC is when people get close to talking about battle bots and those types of robots. And also our stadium size is a lot larger. But looking at our scores for the rest of this match, it was 148 points for red and 35 points for blue, with a 32-point autonomous to 9-point autonomous, a 42-point driver control to 14-point driver control, and a 74-point endgame to a 12-point endgame. This was a clean matchup with no penalties. We're about to jump right back over into our Maryland set of competitions. And while jumping over to Maryland set of competitions, remember, Twitch channel, jump down into our first Chesapeake page so you can learn about more of our programs.
Alright, and looking on the Red Alliance, it looks like Distractors tried to go for the carousel and auto, but they couldn't get the duck to fall all the way down.
Yeah, I don't think they lined up quite right, so the duck was running into them when it was trying to fall.
Drivers,
off, so
pick up your controllers.
maybe
Also, I like how we
3, 2,
I like how we keep having all these competitions in Maryland and in Virginia, and I can't wait for them to let us bring back the DC competitions.
DC
Then I might actually go sit on the field and talk and commentate from the field. I would not mind bringing my laptop onto the field for that one.
Except we have Wizards doing the shared hub again.
Yeah, with those big wheels, they can just move right over, have all the control they need.
But looking at all these teams, I like to also look at the team members when we look at the teams, and I also like to highlight some of the team members, especially, for example, when we have some of our teams with a cool and unique story, whether it be our all-female teams, our all-minority teams, our home-led teams, not more so than our school-based teams. We even have teams with other organizations such as the YMCAs and different churches and stuff like that. And those are always cool to talk about and highlight. But you know, our easiest way to know what your team is or what makes your team so special and unique is if you go fill out our team survey. So teams, make sure that your coaches, mentors, and or captains go fill out our team survey. We would love to have a chance to speak on you all and to know what makes you special and unique.
Like Wizards has a pretty strong strategy of making sure that shared hub is tipped in their favor, and then taking care of the Blue Alliance hub, making sure they can score as many cycles on that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Wizards was able to get 8 cycles on their Alliance specific hub before they headed over to the carousel.
And that will be our time. As we wait for the referees to input all these points, the Blue Alliance looks closer and closer to breaking that 200-point barrier. They are definitely trying to take another high score here.
Yeah, that hasn't been hit in McHenry yet today. We haven't hit that 200-point barrier quite yet. Be interesting to see if we hit that.
Looks like Wizards.exe is knocking at the door, however. Along with their partner, the Jackbots. I wonder if Jackbots is because they're supposed to be a jack of all trades, or if it's because they're robot and somebody on their team is a jack. Somebody's named Jack. And then also, if you have the Jackbot, do you also get the Queen bot, the King bot, and the Ace bot? You know, do we get the full deck?
Maybe it's like a jackpot, you know?
All right, we have the score from that last one. That is in favor of the Blue Alliance, 180 to 95. Not quite able to hit that 200 mark.
And once again, they were both marked by 10-point penalties. But we're about to jump back over to Virginia. And once again, that end game and that driver control being the two largest periods for that match. Over in Virginia, we have the autonomous spinning up and ramping away. Now, look at that slow cycle, but it's still super even coming from the carrot bot. So yeah, I think the LED denotes which auto program they're running.
And it looks like 14169 was able to get the carousel and their freight scored. But the Red Alliance looks to have incurred some
Drivers,
penalties.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
I believe that
1.
was for pushing the hub again.
Yeah, it looks like they become a little bit more strict over time about the penalties with the hubs. Right?
The Alliance Pacific hub.
Yeah. I think they were just giving the teams a little bit of leeway in the beginning.
I'm seeing 14169 cycling on their Alliance hub on the top level. But on the Red Alliance, it looks like both teams are kind of struggling to intake some freight.
On the Red Alliance, I can't tell if that bot seems frozen or not. Seems to
It
be.
looks like 8095 was able to successfully score though. And now they're heading over to the carousel. Probably gonna wait there until endgame starts.
Grade 04 seems to be sputtering. I wonder if it's okay.
It looks like it's having some issues with its collection mechanism.
And as we approach this end game period, ooh, that overhead crane tried to put freight in and then dropped down suddenly and knocked the freight right back out of that shared hub.
Yep, both alliances look like they're scoring a lot of ducks. I think both of them are around 8 ducks each. Maybe it's 7 and 8. The scores look pretty close.
Yeah, this is still anyone's match at this point. Alright, here's our score from this match. In Alexandria, it's 106 to 80. Blue takes it. That was a good match, and that bumps 14169 up into third place.
And this match was once again decided by penalty points. Both teams should have been up in the 120s had it not been for those penalties. And jumping over to Maryland, they are getting ready to get underway. We have a bunch of teams ripping and roaring, ready to get at this new matchup.
Raptors is back up again.
Match is up again. This time they're not running their carousel side auto, they're on the warehouse side.
Wizard.exe got close to breaking the shell of 200. Will these teams do it this time?
It looks like on the Red Alliance, they were able to score their freight on the correct level.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Yep, and it looks like Distractors is going for the shared hub, and their partner is going. I think their partner may be trying to pick up freight that's. Yep, and their partner is going for the Alliance hub.
It looks like they may actually be trying to cycle both just to keep that tipped in their favor.
Oh yeah.
Going for the shared goal anymore. They've decided to go back to the high.
Yeah, well, they had the tip in their favor, but now it looks like the Blue Alliance is coming for them.
Yeah, we'll see if that changes their strategy, if they decided to try to take that back, or what they decide to do here.
It's like the Blue Alliance wasn't able to get it tipped back in their favor. So we're actually seeing a lot of cycles here on the Red Alliance, on their Alliance hub.
Yeah, they're filling up that top tier up there. And they're getting set for endgame over in the corner, getting ready to start spinning ducks off. Both teams ready to go.
Yep, it looks like the Red Alliance is breaking 100 points here already.
Ooh, looks like Red's gonna get...
Oh, but they lost their ducks in the end there. Still a very well played match.
And Blue did end up, it looks like Blue ended up balancing their Alliance shipping hub, but it does like Red took the balance on the shared there.
Yep.
And now the final score will be 152-76 in favor of the Red Alliance. Another clean matchup with a 26-point autonomous to a 0-point autonomous, a 64-point driver control to a 24-point driver control, and it ended before I could read the auto. But we're getting ready to jump back over to Virginia because Virginia is going to be underway very soon.
I'm looking forward to the next match in McHenry. We have Wizards and RM Alliance.
Oh, that'll be a really good match.
Yeah, two teams that have been doing very well this competition.
But back in Virginia, it looks like they've just started autonomous.
Like Red Alliance.
I noticed that for Bob Brigade, I mean, even though it's their surrogate match, since I've been able to see so many of their
drivers, pick up your controllers.
They park in the warehouse
3,
like on the farther
2,
side, which
1.
is interesting. I think it's a strategy that not a lot of teams use. But I guess it allows them to either like get out of the way if their alliance partner also wants to park in the warehouse, and also have like a better chance of starting on the shared hub. But it looks like the Blue Alliance was also ready to start scoring on the shared hub.
Yeah, it looks like this is a bit of a race for the shared hub, actually.
Yeah.
With these Alliance matchups, I still like looking at this little Triceratops running around the screen. It's wonderful.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, if you have a little Triceratops bot, I would be going to kids' schools all the time, especially to their science class on, Dinosaur Day and talking about all their different dinosaurs, and then going back and also doing STEM stuff and talking about all the different STEM things.
It really is a race here on this back shipping container, but it looks like Blue has one of the heavy ones in there on their side, because Red is having a hard time upsetting it in their way.
Red also seems to be putting them closer towards the middle, where Blue is definitely taking the outside of it.
Yep,
Ooh, Red might have just received a penalty for pushing the shipping.
Looks like on the Red Alliance, they're kind of both close to the carousel there. But I think 11534 is going to do that.
The Triceratops looking a little confused.
Wow, Buckleberry, this is one of the first matches where they've run their carousel, right?
Is it? No, the scores are actually looking really close right now.
9 ducks down.
This is going to be a very close match.
Yeah, really good scores on both sides.
Yeah.
This will come down to that penalty box.
Looks like
and with that, the Red Alliance will take it with 129 to 112. A match once again decided in the penalty box.
I mean, one thing to note is if Red Team had scored, if Blue Team had scored all of their ducks, they would have also won the match, right? Oh no, yeah, it's only a 17 points difference.
Might have been close though.
Yeah. They would have still been a few points short, I believe. It was really the penalty that held them back.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, whether you win or lose doesn't really matter. So in these matches where the scores are really close, like, it doesn't really matter to lose because, like, the rankings are not being calculated that way.
But what is about to be calculated is the scores over in Maryland, as we have these new teams getting ready to ramp up and go. Autonomous just now starting. And also, while Wizard.exe is this close to the camera, if you look at how they wood burned their side panel, their big side panel, it actually is burned in to be a lightning bolt for the tail ends of the numbers.
Yeah,
so, like
the Harry Potter font.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like RM was able to get their cycling autonomous to be fully functional.
Drivers, pick up your
once again,
controllers.
that's just the hard part about these, like, really, these cohort, like, this new qualifier, like, so hard to make any changes in between matches. So if something's not working at the beginning of the day, it's just so hard to get it working, like. But it looks like they're just cycling insanely fast right now, with Wizards on the shared hub, RM on the Alliance hub. But, oh, it looks like, is the Red Alliance trying to play defense?
It does look that way. It does look like they're trying to...
It looks like they attempted to, but the Blue Alliance just bulldozing through it.
Huh. Oh, it looks like those two robots became entangled. Uh-oh. Wait, it's actually a 5233 Vector that's playing defense on the Blue Alliance. This is really interesting.
I wonder if they have one of their scoring mechanisms, not work correctly, so now they're going to need to just, try to make something happen there.
Yeah, but it is like, I mean, playing defense here, I'm not sure is the best strategy because it really doesn't matter what the opposite alliance scores. Like,
the only time where it does matter is if you're against the person, like if you're first and second and you're playing against that second or something.
Yeah.
Then like you only care really about the score difference, right? So
yeah, for sure. But it doesn't look like the defense really did that much, except maybe prevented a high score. But we'll see because all the ducks are coming in now, and it looks like they're about to break 200, or maybe not.
They might be just short.
Just short.
They did park there in the end. I think they just overdid it. Maybe not. Maybe that would be unfortunate if they missed it by 4 points.
It will purely be up to that last score. Those penalties are the only thing that held them out of the $200 the last round.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was for sure an interesting match.
Yeah. Interesting defense strategy there.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit confused why they chose to play defense there.
And our final score will come in with Blue winning, cracking that 200-point barrier with 204 to 75. A 35 to 36 point autonomous, a 22 to 82 point driver control, and a 18 to 86 point endgame, with both teams receiving 0 penalties. And that will push Wizard.exe and Armed and Dangerous into the first and second pole positions. We will now be jumping back over to Virginia. But once again, now we have finally seen the 200s over in Maryland. Now it's time to see if somebody can break 300. I want to see. Has anybody broken 300 yet?
World record's only 326 right now.
And is that for remote or is that for...
That's for in-person. It's almost impossible.
That's with penalties, right?
Yeah, I think it's with penalties as well.
It looks like the Blue Alliance robots kind of crashed into each other a little bit there.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
These four teams. Oh.
Alright, looks like N-1 is actually scoring on the Alliance hub this time instead of the shared hub.
And since we've been talking so much about the drive team and the drivers and how much driver practice would play such a big role in this year's competition, how did you all either used to decide your driver, AJ, or currently decide who is your driver for the year, Aisha and Ronnie?
Honestly, it's based on who has the time to do drive practice the most, really.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Like, if they're willing to put in the time to actually drive, then they'll probably be on the drive team.
So we'd always do tryouts. So we would have, and normally at the end of the day, it was you almost always had the lead programmer on the drive team because they knew what was going on with everything like that, and they had the most time to be testing the robot and moving it around and stuff. But yeah, so and then we would end up having 2 drive teams.
Really good synergy.
Vote on it and decide, who's going to be on this drive team, who's going to be the backup. And there were times where, even at Worlds, actually, I was on the backup drive team, and the main drive team was not having a great day, and they just walked over to us in the stands and were like, just pointed at us and were like, "You guys are driving now, we're done." So that's basically how we used to decide, and also it was just, we would, we were very good at trading back and forth. It didn't really bother us as long as, it was, the best thing was happening for the team.
Yeah, it looks like on the Red Alliance here, I think they planned out their strategy to have N-1 attempt a double cap while Bot Brigade did the the carousel, but I think their second alliance or team's element got tipped over, and N-1 couldn't get that back up right for the double cap. But they did get one. And oh, score of 216 unofficially. Yeah, it's just like the way that they both were cycling at the same time, just so efficiently during teleop, I think was really good. I am a little interested, like, why they chose to have N-1 do the Alliance Hub and Bot Brigade on the shared hub, because I feel like N-1 has been doing so well on the shared hub. Maybe that's just me.
Yeah, that does seem to be
It could have been because of spacing, so that way when they shifted upwards, they didn't have to shift up all the way. They could just shift up part of the way.
Mm-hmm.
But I know for my team, back to the drive training, we used to also do the tryouts for it, but then with our tryouts, it was anyone could try it, anyone could do it, and then the way that we selected the captains for next year or our continuation plan was that the captain the current year would select a junior to continue. And so I remember my senior year, at first I had 2 juniors, and then the junior who I wanted, she decided to drop out of robotics, so I put up my alternate, and he ended up taking over. And also, as far as the drive team in general went, human operator would generally just be whoever felt the most capable at that part of the competition, and so they would go and practice that, whether it be Steamworks where you were operating the gears and lifting the gears, whether it be Recycle Rush where we were launching the noodles, whether it be like this year, for example, with Rapid React, we're going to have to figure out which one of my basketball players wants to go and be our human player.
Yeah, I'm looking at the qualification 21 in McHenry. So we actually have Wizards, the first seed, is going against RM, the second seed. And, you know, this is just reminding me of the situation Ronnie was talking about where defense would play a part, you know.
Although I do think the gap between them is pretty big right now.
Yeah.
Score in Virginia, before we go back to Maryland, we have a new high score in Virginia, 236 to 101. 81 points to 31 points, 76 points to 22 points, and 89 points to 48 points, with the Red Alliance suffering an unfortunate 10-point penalty. And we are getting ready now to jump back over to Maryland, where they are almost done for the day. Maryland on 21 out of 22.
Yeah, they had another 5-minute timeout there for back-to-back teams. So we're just waiting on them to get back on the field and get ready to go here.
Now, it would be fun to see the one-on-one between Wizards and Armed and see how they go up against each other. But Wizards is partnered with their sister Distractors. So now it's time to see, are Distractors going to be a distraction, or are Distractors going to be a deciding factor?
Well, maybe they have the cooperation advantage here, the sister team synergy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's time to see. It's time to find out. Like I said, the biggest difference normally comes out in the autonomous period. Did they program together? Did they program separately? Because I know some teams, they have a program specifically for their sisters.
Yeah, so it looks like they have Distractors on Carousel side, Autonomous. We'll see if they're... Because I remember last time they ran Carousel side Autonomous, they weren't able to score the duck. So we'll see if they can get it this time.
And I forget who Armed and Dangerous is paired with for today. I can't fully see that number from this far.
Looks like it's 10452. I'm
Looks
looking
like
at the wrong one.
Spearheads.
And actually, we have one more guest here on our panel now as a trio. This is Phil Malone. This is Phil Malone. He's the basically the one who put this all together and did all the technical side, and he's been doing all of the field tech assistance on all of that stuff.
So I came here to see what it's like in back row.
Oh, looks like RM's robot might be working this time.
Is RM getting their cycles down? And Distractors got the carousel, I saw.
Our production team.
Oh, nope, RM isn't able to get their cycling auto down.
They almost got that one.
Yeah.
Once again, I feel like it's just that narrow gap. It's that 1 inch differential that we always talk about.
Yeah, if they were hugging that wall even tighter, that probably would work out. I'm wondering they're gonna have to go back and
pick up your controllers.
test that one out a good bit.
3.
Yeah, but I'm thinking there may be a difference. Okay, RM, they also practice at the library field. We saw it in Blue Crew's matches. If you remember, that field that Blue Crew was using, like, it has wooden walls, and you know how they had all those scratches on the side by the gap there?
Yeah.
That's where RM practices too. So I'm wondering if there's just a difference, like, when they're making their auto with those rigid walls compared to these flexible walls.
Yeah, I know that.
Just how much bounce off I get from a wall.
Yeah. Because here, I mean, with the flexible walls, you can definitely afford to press up against them a lot more than you can with those wooden walls.
Pressing up against walls and pressing up against bots reminds me of all my FRC days. We would just ram things.
Like, Wizards is doing a great job of getting over that divider and just scoring as many as they can.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can see the like Wizards and Distractors sister team. Like, it seems that they practice getting around each other. They're not having those. See, they have like that seamless transition where Wizards is going over the barrier and Distractors in the gap.
Yeah, I
think that also is a good cooperation between a big bot and a little bot, is knowing what part of the field you need to be on. You know that you're a big bot, you know you need to go clear the ridges, versus you know you're a little bot, go take the gap. But Wizards.exe needs to look at their shared hub, because it almost looks as if it's about to tip back into a neutral position.
Oop, they lost it. Nothing there.
Oh. They're trying to get
Distractor getting distracted and losing some of these ducks.
Once again, this happened in their last match too, where they lost the last 2 ducks because they fell off too early.
But with both teams looking away from that elusive 200 point mark, it currently looks to be in the favor of the Red Alliance with a current unofficial score of 153 to 101. Did the Wizards pull the magic out of the hat?
I think Red did suffer a minor penalty. They brought an extra cargo out of the warehouse, so we'll see if that plays into effect here. Just a minor's not going to be that big, but we'll see what's going on.
We've seen many a match decided by a minor penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That seemed a little unfair. You can get penalised for a ball that you knocked on one side of the warehouse, rolling all the way to the other side and going out the opening.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, but it also signifies that you can't be a bull in the china shop, you know? You can't just go around thrashing at all the freight that's in there.
That's right, this isn't FRC.
Yeah, they were definitely getting some stuff in their robot.
I know, I talk about it all the time and I miss it every single day. I miss all my nice rough and tumble, my Rock'em Sock'em, FRC bots.
I was actually kind of disappointed that the Rock'em Sock'em team didn't have a mentor. Like we were saying earlier, like they were dressed up like that. I feel like that would be pretty cool to have their little mascot follow them around and
like I want to see the Rock'em Sock'em heads, or having Rock'em Sock'em walk up to their alliance partner and like fake try to fight at the beginning of a match or up against their opponent, just like fake trying to fight with the Rock'em Sock'em gloves. Like that seems like it'd be something fun to see. But with a official score coming back at 179-93, Wizard.exe holds on to that lead.
Yep, and Distractors actually rising up to rank number 3.
So 1, 2, 3 being Wizards.exe, Armed and Dangerous, and Distractors.exe. Our point breakdown being a 39-point autonomous to a 31-point autonomous, a 88-point driver control to a 22-point driver control, and a 62-point endgame to a 60-point endgame. Both teams receiving penalties, Red Alliance receiving 10 points worth of penalties, and Blue Alliance receiving 20.
That really moved Distractors up a good bit. They were in 7th before that last match, so they bumped up 4 positions out of that. That was a very very good match for them. Green screen. Oops.
And coming up next to finish out Maryland, we have Team Vector alongside Steam Powered going up against Jackbots and Rock'em Sock'em Robots. See, that's why we can't talk about people. They start popping up everywhere.
So the logo for Rock'em Sock'em Robots is actually a rock band and socks. It's not the rock and sock. So that's why they're not doing the punching thing.
Okay, I gotcha.
It's rock and roll and socks.
Rock and roll and socks. I mean, fair enough.
But I feel like it's still a missed opportunity.
Like Distractors, like hard. You thought we knew what we were doing here.
Yes. Decided to do the opposite of that.
I also wonder if the team members maybe weren't old enough to know Rock'em Sock'em when they first made the team name.
Parents may not be old enough.
Oh man.
Yeah, like if the team isn't old enough to know what a Rock'em Sock'em is, they wouldn't know when they made the team name.
They're not.
They're probably middle school.
Yeah, I mean,
interesting.
No way they ever, that wasn't around huge.
Probably still buy them.
I mean, Rock'em Sock'em is still played nowadays. Like I know Dave & Buster's has the like life-size Rock'em Sock'em.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
But it's still not like the biggest thing in general, though. Most people don't really pay attention.
So I haven't seen anyone do like all 9. We've seen it in 9.
Yeah, we have a couple. I don't know if we've seen any in McHenry or Alexandria's had quite a few with all 9. It really does come into you got to make sure you ramp up instead of just spin, because when you just spin, they fly right off the end.
You can't get them all done in time if you don't do some sort of acceleration at the beginning.
Yeah.
Or like, since we've been talking about also multiple teams having sister teams and the sister teams following a certain theme and stuff like that, I want to see like a Pokemon themed team set. So, for example, like the Evolutions, or like the starting 3 Pokemon.
I feel like there's gotta be some team named after Pokemon somewhere.
I mean, there's plenty of teams themed after Pokemon, but I want to see sister teams. Like, I want it to be, we chose purposely to make all 3 of our teams Pokemon, or all 5, 6 of our teams Pokemon thing.
Randomization, middle level. Yay.
I feel you a fan.
And once again, this will be our final competition over in Maryland today.
Say hey back to Jeffrey.
I mean, he's listening.
Well, I sort of said say hey.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so what are we doing here? Is that an autonomous there? Spin. Nice.
33.
So it looks like neither alliance was able to get vision, but they did score freight onto the shared hub. I mean, onto their alliance hub.
We had one going high and one going low.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
I think that was another funny thing with last year with the different tower levels and the different positions, especially with the wobble goals. People would just aim at one wobble goal and say, look, I'm right 33% of the time. I just gotta hope it's my 33.
Yeah, I mean, definitely if like you can't do vision, like at least scoring something better than nothing.
Because it still gives you an additional points in autonomous. So it really
Yeah.
I remember they were talking about one year where the randomizer was slightly messed up in FTC, and so it would almost consistently give a certain number, and so everybody kept aiming for that number.
It looks like one team on the Blue Alliance is sort of going across the other side of the field a little bit there.
Yeah, it looks like they were taking the other teams or the other alliance's ducks and scoring them in their own shipping container.
Hey, I mean, if you leave your ducks out there, the fox is gonna run over and eat them.
It's very profound.
I think 12873 may have disconnected. I don't see them moving.
They're probably calling my name out there.
You may have been brought there, Mr. Phil. You just stole someone else's phone. And that was Phil. He's running out there to help and see if anything else can be done.
This is why commentator booths are closed, Turkey. Getting called out of our commentators' boxes. But the chat did say, hey, Phil, so whenever you guys get to see him again, I guess probably during the break, you tell him that Twitch did say hi to him.
Yeah, that's Jeffrey over there. Jeffrey's actually another FTC alum. He was on my team for years. So, hi, Jeffrey. This is going to be a really close match for our final match here.
Yeah, sure.
It looks like Red has a lot more ducks than Blue.
Currently within 2 points, though.
Red got all the ducks, but Blue looks like they outcycled them on their hub. Yeah.
I'm about to say, Blue overloaded the hub, Red overloaded the ducks. It's time to see which one is my
Yeah, but actually, surprisingly, neither alliance went for the shared hub this match.
Yeah, they never even touched it.
It looks like it's tipped. Looks like the shared hub tipped somehow.
Yeah, so.
Maybe a strong wind blew it.
See what happens. We got 2-point difference.
But now the next question arises as this ends. Are you all going to follow the commentator's tradition of messing with the arena before we sign off so that way we get a nice message to focus on with the camera?
For what?
Okay.
Let's see what they're on the field. Oh, looks like they are the exact same score.
That is very, very close. But that is our final match over in Maryland. With a 19-point autonomous to a 9-point autonomous, a 14-point driver control to a 40-point driver control, and then a 42-point endgame to a 24-point endgame. Also, notably, 0 penalties at the end of this match.
Yep, and in our last match in McHenry, we had the top 3 teams. Here we have teams ranked 4 and 5.
But once again, what I was talking about, AJ, is Ethan and a couple of the other commentators, when they used to go past the field at the end of the day, they would take the game pieces, manipulate the game pieces to make a nice little phrase or design or logo as they were signing off.
I'm following you. I don't think that's probably going to happen today, but next time let's hope that can happen.
But while we are waiting for the field to reset for cohort number 4 over in Alexandria, Virginia, let's remind you all what this game is. Once again, this is Freight Frenzy, and this is our game animation.
Welcome to the First Tech Challenge 2021-2022 season game, Freight Frenzy, presented by Raytheon Technologies. A team consists of up to 2 driver-operators, a coach, and a robot. The robot must be built from materials specified in the game manual and fit within an 18-inch sizing tool, but may expand after the match begins. Each match is played with 4 randomly selected teams, 2 per alliance. Your opponent for one match may be your partner for another. The game is played on a 12-foot square playing field with a foam tile floor and 1-foot-high walls. In the back of the field are taped-off warehouses, which are alliance neutral. Obstructing the warehouses are barriers that robots must drive over or around. At the front of the field are Alliance-specific storage units. Alliance-specific carousels are mounted on the front corners of the field walls. Alliance-specific barcode tape is located between the warehouses and the storage units. 4 unique navigation images are located around the field perimeter. 2 Alliance-specific shipping hubs and a 3rd shared shipping hub are positioned as shown. Outside of the field walls are the red and blue Alliance stations. There are 2 types of freight: 20 pieces of cargo, 2.7 inches in diameter, and 2-inch square boxes in various weights: 30 lightweight, 20 medium, and 10 heavy boxes. 4 of the lightweight boxes are marked with an X. In addition, rubber ducks will play a key role in the game, and teams will be constructing their own custom-designed shipping elements. Before each match, the freight is stored in the warehouses and a preload box is placed onto the field for each robot. A duck is placed onto each carousel and in the middle position of each barcode. The remaining ducks are stored in the Alliance loading docks. Teams then place their robots on the field, touching the wall adjacent to their Alliance station, but not in a warehouse. The teams then place 1 preload box for each robot. A team may then decide to use their own shipping element in place of a duck on the barcode, or store their shipping element in the loading dock. The duck or shipping element on the barcode is then randomized to one of 3 locations. The players and field are now ready. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. During this period, there are a number of ways for teams to score, using only pre-programmed instructions and sensor inputs. Delivering the duck from the carousel earns 10 points. Each piece of freight delivered to the Alliance's storage unit will earn 2 points. Each preloaded box placed on an Alliance's shipping hub earns 6 points. But there are ways to earn bonus points. If the box is placed on the correct level as indicated by the duck's location on the barcode, the Alliance earns a 10-point bonus. If a robot places its preload box on the level shown by its Alliance's shipping element position on the barcode, it will earn a 20-point bonus. A robot parked on its Alliance's storage unit earns 3 points. However, if the robot is parked completely in the storage unit, it will earn 6 points. A robot parked in the warehouse closest to its Alliance station earns 5 points. If the robot is completely inside the warehouse, it will earn 10 points. Following the autonomous period is the 2-minute driver-controlled period. During this time, Alliances score points by delivering freight to storage units and shipping hubs. For example, each piece of freight delivered to an Alliance's storage unit will earn 1 point. Freight scored on an Alliance's shipping hub will earn 2 points on a level 1, 4 points on a level 2, and 6 points on level 3. Each freight scored on the alliance's side of the shared shipping hub will score 4 points for their alliance. The last 30 seconds of the driver control period is the end game. Robots may continue scoring freight, and there are also ways to earn bonus points. Delivering a duck or shipping element to the floor earns the alliance 6 points. A balanced shipping hub at the end of the match earns 10 points. If an alliance's section of the shared shipping hub is in contact with the tile floor, that alliance earns 20 points. Robots parked in a warehouse earn 3 points. However, if the robot is parked completely in the warehouse, it earns 6 points. Each team's shipping element, fully supported by a shipping hub center pole or another team's capped shipping element, will earn 15 points. There are many ways to score in Freight Frenzy, but there are also rules that, if not followed, will deduct points from your alliance. For example, robots cannot interfere or interact with the opposing alliance shipping hub. Scoring elements may not be launched. Robots may not interfere with their opposing alliance's capping attempts. Only one duck or team shipping element is allowed on the carousel at a time. A robot may not cause an opposing alliance robot to become pinned, trapped, or blocked. This is just a brief summary of the Freight Frenzy game. For complete rules, please read the game manual and check the Q&A forum. And always remember the most important rule of First Tech Challenge: gracious professionalism. Good luck, teams, and have a great season.
And we're back. Once again, that was Freight Frenzy, presented by Raytheon Technologies. I hope everybody enjoys the game animation. I generally love the game animations because they're always so cool and quirky and have little innovative things. I know there are a few teams that actually try to make little mini robots of the demo robots, not for actual functional purposes, but for the purpose of having something cute that goes along with the game. We are once again joined by Ethan. We still have Aisha and Ronnie alongside us going in for the long haul. So, Ethan, you've had a change of scenery. Where are you now?
I am currently across the street from where I was, and I'm now in my beautiful robot building shop. I've got a couple of students here that wanted to come in over the weekend and help build the robot. So I figured, I'm not doing much. I can do both at the same time.
And once again, what a wonderful mentor and coach. Not to mention also being a great volunteer, coming in on the weekend, helping out his team, and still managing to commentate in between.
Oh, you're making me blush.
Hey, look, you got to go for that Mentor of the Year award in your own special way, right?
Don't tell my students about that. They don't know that's the thing. All right.
We're right here. Once again, look at all these wonderful sponsors. Up on the board that we've just seen, we've seen the Booz Allen Hamilton, our alumni ambassador sponsor. We've seen our Women in STEM sponsor, Leidos. We've also seen the Newport News Shipbuilding, another wonderful sponsor. We've seen Dominion Energy, another one of our Women in STEM sponsors. We've also seen Qualcomm, our stream sponsor. We've seen Bechtel. We've seen the Appalachian Company. We've seen Capital One. We've seen Showbest. We've seen UPS. There are tons of different sponsors. And speaking of all of our wonderful programs, I talk about being an alumni ambassador all the time and all the ways that I love giving back to my different teams. Ethan, how do you like being an alumni ambassador and having the ability to give back to a team?
Yeah, being an alumni ambassador is fantastic because it's an even better motivator to take it a step further. So as a mentor, I already am staying connected with the FIRST community, but it takes it a step further and it encourages you to volunteer in maybe another competition and go to an area that you haven't been before. And it also is a way to encourages you to take training. So there's alumni ambassador trainings that we do to help improve the overall atmosphere at FIRST, and to be just that, an ambassador. And to go off the point of what you're saying, to be able to give back is so powerful. To be able to just say, hey, this is for you. This is a little seed to help you guys keep going and keep doing the great stuff that you guys do, and to really tie it all together. I would do this for free, to be perfectly honest, but the fact that there's grant money associated with it is just incredible. So thank you so much to our sponsors.
I can definitely understand that willingness to give back and pay it forward as a free token, but the ability to give $1,000 to a team of your choice is definitely a wonderful incentive as an alumni ambassador. Once again, a lot of times we give to our smaller teams. I know some of us have given back to our former teams, but there's tons of different ways for you to give back and tons of different spaces for you to give back in. I know me and Ethan weren't able to get this scholarship, and Ronnie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Aisha, would you like to go for the Women in STEM scholarship, and how would you like to approach that scholarship?
I think it's too late for me to do it this year, but
deadlines.
I mean, there's always next year,
I think it's only eligible for juniors and seniors, actually. I'm gonna be in college next year, so.
Congratulations.
Well, there's plenty of other scholarships. I mean, I know that there's tons of school-specific scholarships. There are scholarships specific to different regions. I know there's a few scholarships specific to DC. There's a few scholarships specific to small cities in Maryland and Virginia. There are some scholarships that are specifically for books. There are some scholarships that are specifically for room and board. I know my high school has an alumni foundation because of how old we are. And so we can get $500 a semester just for being a graduate of my alma mater, not to mention the other scholarships that they'll give you for different levels of continuing education.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, scholarships are definitely on my mind right now as a senior.
Yeah. It's big stuff, and to be able to continue your education is such a big move, and yeah, it does cost a lot of money, but there's so many programs out there to help you for it. And do you mind my asking what you're going to college for, Aisha?
I'm planning to major in biomedical engineering.
Very good, yeah. So what made you choose that major?
I mean, I've been doing robotics for so long, so I definitely having a career in engineering is I've been set on that for such a long time. But I think the field of medicine has always just been really interesting to me. Also because my mom's a doctor, so definitely there's that influence. So I feel biomedical engineering just kind of combines those,
Exactly, yeah. What's that? Is it a Miley Cyrus song, Best of Both Worlds? Something like that?
We're going way back if we're reaching for that song.
Or was it Hannah Montana? I can't remember.
Aren't they the same person?
Shh. I haven't gotten to that season yet.
I'm trying to remember, what year was I in school when that show came out? It was elementary school. That had to have been 5th grade. I was 4th or 5th grade.
Yeah.
I am showing my age. I feel old.
Yeah. Oh man, so we are gearing up for cohort 4 in Alexandria, is that correct?
Yes, This is our 4th and final cohort. We have matches 37 through 46.
Man. So normally this would be, if this were a normal competition, this would be the part of the day where we'd be talking about alliance selection, and, going to the pits and, introducing yourself and giving out free candy to really make those selections. But because we're doing things a bit differently this year, of course, it will be based purely off of whoever is the top ranking at the end of the qualifying matches. Just because that's the structure that we can handle at this moment. So if your number is still on the top of that board at the end of the day, you're moving on.
Now, once again, I still miss the days of the pits and the days of direct competition, as well as even with you talking about that last minute scrambling. I'm sorry, I could be number 35 on the roster and I still have been recruiting and looking.
Yeah, you still got a chance. You still got a chance, always.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's all about like ability of the two teams on the alliance to
the chemistry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially like
Absolutely.
if one team's like, say one team's really strong on the shared hub and the other team's really strong on the alliance hub, like that's like a perfect match.
Oh yeah, that's a match made in heaven right there. And so this kind of ties into 2018 first robotics competition. That was Power Up. There were different elements of the field. There was the scale in the middle, the switches on the side, and then the vault. And to have 3 robots, each one taking their own specific zone and really shining through there was just, it was like a symphony all coming together, It was just so great to watch.
I like how I looked back on my wall and found my power up pin.
Yeah.
Every time we talk about yours, I'm like, I had the pin somewhere. It's over here somewhere. I got it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've got students here who, they collect those pins and they keep them on the hat. So if you don't know, my team is known for wearing these orange panda hats. I left it across the street, unfortunately. But yeah, they'll fill up their hat with all the pins from the different seasons that they earn, and it's fantastic.
And speaking about filling things up, we know we've been filling your heads with tons of information, but we have just a little bit more to try to cram in there. This time, we want to cram in some of our knowledge and some of the things that are so great about First Chesapeake. So here is our First Chesapeake sponsored video.
One of the things that's most rewarding about seeing a First Chesapeake competition is the energy. This is not a science fair. It is loud, there is cheering, there are mascots. It is something that you have to see to believe. These kids have really found their bliss, they found a goal, and they all are working towards this. And we see this as they graduate, as they go on to college, and as they enter their careers. We feel that FIRST has really been their first step in a successful future for them, and also for us.
First Chesapeake obviously teaches STEM skills for building robots, but it's also about more than robots. And I learned so many more things that really made me well-rounded as a person. As a student, I met people both on my teams and at competitions who are doing amazing things and have gone on to do really incredible things in STEM as well. That's a lot of fun, and it's also really valuable because it gives me these connections to people doing phenomenal things in STEM.
I first became involved with First Chesapeake when my 2 sons became involved with the FIRST program. Both of them were in robotics and found a huge passion for the ability to grow and also to explore the emerging capabilities around robotics. FIRST, and First Chesapeake specifically, is a great avenue for our children to understand how they can impact the world in a fun and engaging environment. I'm so excited about the impact that our First Chesapeake students will have on our future.
I was amazed at what these young high school students were able to accomplish in 6 weeks. They take a project that seems like it's daunting and hard to achieve, and they're able to break it down and bring different skills and diverse backgrounds and achieve it, it's just a really amazing experience to see how someone's learning comes to life. And even more so, having been, both a mentor and a judge, also seeing what these students bring to the table and the amount of thought and strategy and through to execution that they have is truly profound, and it's always a pleasure to see what they come up with.
When we think about robotics, and when we think about the future engineers, the future doctors, the future astronauts, the future educators, as well as the future trades and craftsmen, those individuals are going to have a strong math and science background. So First Chesapeake being the training ground in order for these new leaders to emerge is going to be very valuable, is very valuable. So we have to continue to nurture them, continue to give them the guidance that they need, continue to give them the mentoring that they need in order for them to be able to dream about what it's going to take for us to continue to be competitive as a country in this global world.
Our First Chesapeake students are going to have a tremendous impact on our future. They are already making a difference today. They are working in companies such as NASA. They are working for the military. They are working in film. These are creative, smart, driven young people, and they are tomorrow's technology leaders.
And we're back. How is everyone? We hope everyone loved learning about First Chesapeake and loved getting to know about the wonderful organization that we all are here supporting with FTC, FRC, and FLL. Once again, currently, this is FTC's Freight Frenzy, presented by Raytheon Technology.
Yep. First Chesapeake is a fantastic program. Of course, it's been so great working with all the staff for, not only when you volunteer at a competition, but when you're organizing a competition. I know my particular group, the New River Robotics Association, likes to organize competitions down here in the southwestern Virginia part every now and then when we can. And it is so nice to work with First Chesapeake, and they really appreciate what makes each area unique. So I'm sure that they recognize, how great, the area around Almond is. Have you guys ever hosted a competition?
We haven't hosted a competition ourselves.
Actually, nearby RM has hosted before. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And so, each location's so unique and special, and we get the freedom to kind of express that a little bit, I think.
I know another thing piggybacking off of Ethan is the coalitions and the little small cooperation groups that end up being formed by neighborhood teams and local teams. For example, in DC, the DC Alliance, or whatever they want to call themselves nowadays, all of the DC FRC teams, where there's about 8 or 9 of us, yes, we compete against each other. Yes, we are very aggressive when we compete against each other. But at the end of the day, if while I was at Dunbar, somebody from McKinley Tech or somebody from Wilson or somebody from Coolidge called me and said, hey, we need some help. Hey, did anybody have this part? Hey, we heard you guys have a new router. Can we get some work done? We were more than willing to go help out another team. And so that DC Alliance works a lot, along with, I know there are a few Maryland alliances and a few Virginia alliances that all work together and cooperate together, whether it be something as simple as a shared library, like what the Maryland teams were just talking about over in Rockville, or if it was something as extreme as sharing a whole makerspace or a whole build space. I know some teams where they will use 4 or 5 teams in one room because they couldn't find enough space to build those separate bots, so they just took turns building in the same room.
Yeah. There have been plenty of COVID stories about, or I guess more so supply chain issue stories where a team was having trouble getting one specific part, because the company who manufactured that part, they're missing one specific part because they're manufactured, and all those supply chain issues building up, and teams were just like, I can't get this sensor. Can anybody help? And teams just heartwarming, just immediately being like, yes, we'll send you one, we'll send you two in case the first one breaks. Just everybody. That's the spirit of FIRST, is everybody's rushing to help one another out, even though, like you said, you might be complete mortal enemies.
And another great thing that we talked about earlier today that we might as well highlight again, the FTC Discord that you all run. FTC Chesapeake has its own Discord, not to mention there are a couple other Discords for other organizations. And it's really cool and really interesting seeing all the teams getting to speak to each other, talk with each other, make those connections, and grow together. Because yes, you can compete, but gracious professionalism, cooperation, those are all very wonderful and very big goals that we always strive for.
Mm-hmm. So, Aisha and Ronnie, are you guys active on the online scene? Anytime other teams ask for help, are you guys on the spot to help out?
Yeah, so I mean, like on the FTC Discord, right? Like I'm on there all the time, actually, probably every day.
Oh wow!
I'm one of the most active members. I have like over 20,000 messages on there.
Wow.
I know I have very few members on the FTC. I have very few messages on the FTC page, mostly because I don't do FTC. So
That's
like somebody asking me, am I commentating today? I probably wouldn't be on there much. I see a lot of the messages. I just don't talk much.
Yeah.
Feel free to ping me though. If you find me, ping me.
Yeah, just
sure. Yeah.
I'm just gonna get like 50 pings this afternoon. I found you, ping.
A lot of FIRST Chesapeake is on there as well, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Armed and Dangerous is really active. Wizards used to be pretty active a little while ago. I think Arjun's kind of applying to college. And I know like Logic Coyote is really active actually. Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Michael. He was in the chat earlier.
And like I said, I love when these teams are very open and very vocal, not to mention when a team is instantly recognizable by what they do and what their name is. For example, with Logic Coyote, they come out with their camo, that's Logic Coyote. Almond Robotics, if you see a ton of pink and it is not Breast Cancer Awareness Month, it is probably the almonds. If you see a bunch of people walking around with furry hats, no, you are not at some sort of convention. It is the red-bearded pandas walking by. If you see a bunch of people with wizard hats, it's probably wizard.exe. If you see
or Lord of the Bricks, sometimes they wear
Lord of the Bricks. They both go back and forth with it.
Oh yeah.
If you see a Lego head and Lego crowns, and there's all sorts of different little things that different teams have and wear.
Lord of the Bricks, with their crowns. Yep. Or sorry. I was thinking of Robo Lords. Yeah, from Ashburn.
If you see crowns, if you see Frogbots with their sparkly purple hats.
Oh yeah.
I forget what the 007 tactical sheep wear, but I know they have something.
I think they also have, maybe it's blue fedoras. I can't quite remember.
I just remember they have another bold color.
Yeah. So there's a great rookie team at the Fairlawn 1 competition, and they were all wearing like dress pants and dress light blue shirts. So they were color coordinated perfectly. Like it was all the same shade. I haven't confirmed this, but I think it's because most of their mentors work at the Volvo plant that we have here in southwestern Virginia, and that is the uniform of Volvo, is those nice blue dress shirts. I think that was their homage to their sponsors. And it instantly recognizable, and they were such a nice team. You could hardly tell that they were a rookie team the way that they conducted themselves. It was very impressive.
And for example, your team spirit can go way beyond just your uniforms. I mean, we saw it with the carrots. They have carrot themed everything. Once again, messing with Almond Bot. It's not just their team that wears pink. No. The entire robot, from wheel to metal axle, is all pink.
Yeah.
Every bearing, every socket, every joint is bright pink.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Speaking of, do you all just custom order everything in pink, or do you just go back and just dip it pink and spray it?
We have rolls of pink teal. I think there's a roll right there.
Usually, like,
right there. We're literally surrounded by it right now.
Yeah. But normally, like, we just, a lot of parts are actually just plain metal too. They're not really. Yeah. Oh gosh. Well, yeah. There's kind of parts. There's kind of
just like a huge pile of like broken prints, like failed prints or parts we don't use anymore, like all around this room. They're all just bright pink.
Yeah. But it's always great whenever you can like recycle part, like that happens every now and then. Like we have a whole corner of our shop dedicated to old parts. Like, yeah, we don't use this right now, but maybe down the line we'll find something for this, and every now and then we'll be able to say like, oh, we need XYZ mechanism. We'll just be able to pull it out like, hey, we got one right here. So and it helps that it's already colored pink.
Because my team used to break apart all of our successful robots at the end of the seasons in preparation for the next build season, it was also a big training for our freshmen to learn how a robot gets put together, especially when it comes to drivetrains. They would assemble and disassemble like 3 or 4 drivetrains before the next season would start.
Yeah,
we don't really have too many surviving robots, but something that we do still have surviving is our wall of reminders, which had to get renamed from the wall of shame. We have our wall of reminders. It is all of our damaged beyond repair pieces. In Recycle Rush, we had an arm that was supposed to be actuated outwards, and it did just that at the beginning of the match. Until one of our alliance mates sheared it off and snapped the locking pin, and so our arm was just flailing backwards and to the side for the rest of our match. We weren't able to necessarily use it.
Yeah, so I've got one of my students delivering me a part right now. We keep this on our trophy case. It's a motor with a shaft that has been bent beyond recognition. And
it's like it's just there.
Yeah, this was broken because this broke during judging. So as we were, fiddling with the arm, we just heard a loud snap. But these kids did such a great job that they just kept going and acted like it was completely normal, and finished out the judging session strong. And then as soon as we got back to the pit, we're like, what was that snap? What on earth happened? And we found this motor, and it was just horribly misshapen. But they were able to change it out quickly before our first match, and so we keep that as a reminder.
Speaking of things that are horribly misshapen, I'm pretty sure when my team, we used to have an electric car team as well. So we used to drive an electric car, and we would build and test an electric car. I managed to bend one of the axles during practice.
Oh gosh!
So we were waiting for our team as I was trying to pull back into the school with our axle, with my car. The axle was completely dented inward and upward at an angle, and so we spent that entire night with a mallet trying to reshape an axle,
banging it back. Yeah.
And so after that season ended, it immediately was taken off the car and put up on the wall. And so because of how big the actual car frame was, eventually we just chopped the top part of the axle out so that way they could see just the bent axle.
Yeah.
But I did win my section of the race, so I did get that credit. But they sat there and looked and were like, You really have to destroy an axle to prove that you could drive better than most of us? And I was like, y'all said drift the corner. Y'all said hug the corner, drift the corner. So I hugged the corner, drifted the corner, and when I pulled back out, I just snapped back one too many times and something just rocked the way it wasn't supposed to.
So we have some news here from the event site. Looks like one of the teams, 10414, is currently missing. So team 18792 has stepped up to be
Robotics.
Thank you. Has stepped up to be the surrogates. So this means that the match won't count for 18792. It also won't count for 10414. It's just a nice thing that 18792 is doing, stepping in to become a surrogate, so that way people have alliance partners working with them, and we still get that 2-on-2 robot experience. So thank you so much to 18792.
So is 18792 walking in or waddling in, since they're the penguins?
That's a good one. There goes your counter.
Well, you know we gotta add to the counter sometime. Even I'm streaming for 8 hours, that counter better be up.
Oh yeah.
Something that's actually interesting. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, please go. Yeah, please.
About cohort 4, it's actually there's 8 teams in this cohort, I think, and then, or maybe it's 7 now. But 4 of the teams are actually from the same organization, so they're all like sister teams. And those teams are Penguins Robotics, Turtles Robotics, Fairy Tale, and the Sentinels.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Next time, I guess we just need to put those 4 up against the iLight crew, and just that can be a whole 9 block right there. You only need 2 cars, and you got all 9 teams right there. You're good.
There you go. Yeah. All right. So it looks like we're about geared up. We've got the referees off the field, which is always a good sign. The more often that we can get the zebras off the field and back into their protected zones, the better.
What? You mean we can't go referee chasing in the middle of the field? That used to be a fun sport.
Oh yeah. Now
I guess I'll have to settle for freshman chasing.
Back on Fairlawn 1 last weekend, there is a clip of one of the head referees. So as soon as Autonomous started, the team noticed, hey, wait a second, that shipping hub isn't where it's supposed to be. So a referee courageously stepped onto the field, even though robots were moving. He narrowly avoided getting just run over, and he put the hub back where it was to guarantee a fair match for the robots. He was so brave.
Now, you
going into the line of fire
in FRC.
You would not see this in FRC.
Never see this in FRC.
You only get this in FTC, maybe FLL.
If someone jumps the barricade in FRC, they will hit the all power switch.
Yeah, there's a big red button.
Robot.
Yep. Yeah.
They will never allow you to reach over that field.
No.
The closest to reaching over that field was Steamworks, and even then, we were barricaded in our elevated post.
Yes,
there
absolutely.
would be absolutely no chance that you can touch the field.
Yeah.
And I think it has happened once or twice where like something random flew onto the field right as a match was getting ready to start, and they hit the big red button.
Yeah. I mean, it's in cases like that, it's better to hit it and nothing be actually wrong than to wait for something to really go wrong and then hit it. You know. And there are a couple instances like you can look this up on YouTube of like FRC funny moments of robots just leaving the field.
There's 1 or 2 of those where in Stronghold where my robot got on one of the highlight rows because with the moat it was this little like gap that you had to clear that was about 4 inches tall.
Yeah.
My robot would ram the moat as fast as we could, and we would get about 6 feet worth of lift. We would just whee and land on the other side, and people were sitting there. That robot jumps. That robot flies.
Airtime.
We were like, yeah. And then when we would land, people would be all so scared for our robot. They were like, oh my gosh, did it survive?
You gotta put a suspension on there. Get some good shocks.
No, you don't need suspension. You just need a robot that is a bare minimum bot. It has no loose pieces. It has no loose wires. When that thing lands, it was rough and ready.
Yeah. Ronnie, Aisha, do you have any scary robot stories?
Scary robot stories? I mean, we like cut off part of a robot one time. I guess that's the most exciting thing. Yeah.
Ronnie got his finger stuck between two bevel gears.
Oh yeah, that's also another one. I don't want to talk about that one.
I like how the entire backstage for us right now posted the big red button when we talked about jumping on stage.
They can all relate to that because a lot of these guys, were field technician assistants or, otherwise kind of behind the scenes at in-person events as well. So they know the big red button all too well.
I remember as a field reset, we used to constantly have to make sure about the big red button because we were like, did you all hit the button before we get on the field? Because sometimes y'all like hitting this button and we'll open up the field and be halfway on there and something twitches and we're like, no, back it up. It moved. I'm not going in there.
Yeah.
That is like stepping into the animal enclosure at the zoo. You better be 100% sure what you were doing before you get in there.
Yeah. So, folks, we're experiencing a little bit of a delay. That's why we've been, keeping these stories up and keeping the humor lighthearted. Looks like they're trying to fix a brief little issue over on the Alexandria side. One of the computers decided that it was the perfect time to do an update. So once Windows decides it's updating, there's no stopping it. So
Who says it's a Windows computer, not a MacBook? It could be Apple's fault.
Because it's working.
Looks like everyone's setting up now.
Yeah, so the teams are anxious to get started. I know all our fans in the stream are anxious to get started. Should be a great cohort, great way to round out the day.
Look at the chat. Look at the Twitch chat. They're starting up. We see Blue Alliance. There's Red Alliance. Next thing we know, we're going to hear people banging on the wall.
There's the chat. All right.
Also, if you all see us laughing randomly and looking to the side, more than likely we're looking at our backstage and looking at what's going on. Because they all comment on whatever we say, especially when it's something that they feel like they can speak on and it won't affect you all at all. They will completely comment it. Like with Rock'em Sock'em Robots, they posted Rock'em Sock'em Robots. With last season, we talked about the Dipping Bird. The Dipping Bird got posted. We talked about the hamster dance. Everybody posted the hamster dance. When the season first started, we talked about the duck song, and there were 5 different YouTube videos of the duck song getting posted.
Yeah, these guys have a great sense of humor, and they're the ones, in charge of, hitting all the different buttons that, will show a big picture of us or, a picture of the sponsors, and they keep this running completely smoothly. They answer a few questions in chat every now and then, so anytime that you say, where can I find the scoring for this event, where can I find the rankings, then they'll put a little link in the chat, because us as commentators, we can't spell out a URL for you, all right? We can try, but it's not going to be effective.
I mean, we could, but then it distracts from us talking.
Yeah.
So they'd rather versus our personal Twitch. But also something that and I don't think anybody really caught it, was the Twitch channel said, go Orange Alliance. Now, how many of us remember looking back at Orange Alliance for results, looking back at Orange Alliance for teams, and looking back at Orange Alliance for all general things first, even though it is an unofficial channel?
Yep. So they are pretty reliable, and I can't remember how Orange Alliance started. Was that a project by a team, or was that just somebody decided to do that?
Orange Alliance was a project, and somebody just expanded it and kept it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of our teams, they'll do projects to try to get some of those first outreach points.
Yeah. And anytime, as soon as there's a challenge, I know certain teams always race to make a scouting app, something to keep track of who does what, who. There was one challenge where everybody was just walking around saying, "Do you even lift, bro? Does your robot lift, bro?" and that was the big meme. So I guess the big thing here is capping. You know, like, hey, no cap, like y'all capping, like. So that's the question. What about Aisha and Ronnie? You guys use much scouting software, or you develop any on your own?
Speaking of projects, so this is not really related to scouting, but I know like one big one. One of the big projects is Game Manual 0, right? Like, it's kind of similar to the what is it? Like the NASA guide they have for FRC stuff, but it's like an open source guide to pretty much everything in FTC, and it's been getting really popular. Like, I know like there are like thousands of views every day now. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's like so much helpful information there. It's all compiled by FTC teams, and it's really helpful, especially for new teams. But there's like not just like the like basic introductory stuff on there. You know, they have like goes like advanced topics in like programming, build systems, pretty much everything.
Yeah, pretty much everything.
Yeah. gm0.org. That's the link, right?
Yeah. All right. These teams are itching to get started. I can tell they've got their fingers on that play button. All right.
But all these different teams and all these different systems, it's always just a wonderful thing to look at and a wonderful thing to have. And I've always said I can't wait for FIRST to try changing up the teams, or even for FIRST to say that they're going to have 4 teams in one event, especially with like your FTC events, how you all are used to teams of 2. If they had a section where they were like, no, it's 4 individual teams going head to head, because you all operate on a square field versus
kind of like like a free-for-all kind of.
Yeah. Versus I know with like FRC, that'd be very hard to do because we have 6 teams on the field on a very long rectangle.
Yeah. All right. Looks like we've got randomization. That is a step in the right direction. Referees are off the field. We're waiting for a couple final thumbs up, and then we are going to get started with cohort 4 here in Alexandria, Virginia. And here we go, in autonomous.
You saying "Let's Get Started" reminds me of the song by the Black Eyed Peas, and the song by the Black Eyed Peas then reminds me of will.i.am, and how will.i.am is a very big sponsor and proud member of FIRST all the time. Yes, I will go very far down the list to find my references.
They're all doing interesting autonomous here.
Interesting. Yeah, it looks like Blue Alliance may have run into each other a little bit, but on the Red Alliance, the sister teams there, Fairy Tale and
pick up your controllers.
Penguins, my bad.
3,
Fairy Tale and
2,
Penguins. Looks like they both were able to get their freight on the top level.
Yeah, lots of Meccano wheels going on here, different sizes. So you see some teams with yellow Meccano wheels, but 18792 has got these big gray Meccano wheels. And I think that's to help them get over the barriers. So we got a little bit of a competition for the shared shipping right away. Red's first to put theirs on, Blue's second, and looks slightly tilted in Blue's favor, but doesn't look a sure thing yet. And there's still plenty of time.
Yeah, it could go either way at this point.
It's all of what you place and where you place it. Speaking of placing, looks like Red unfortunately just dropped a block. They're trying to score it in that top level. Blue has tipped the share up in their favor, and they're looking to do it even more just to secure that. Here comes Red with an answer, dropping another one. Not quite in the spot where you want it.
Yeah, it looks like they're a little bit too close to the side there, and it's starting to tip towards Blue.
Yeah, still plenty of opportunities over on the Alliance shipping hub. So you can tell there's a clear strategy as to how they divided who's going to be doing what. So the score so far pretty even. So according to that banner, preliminary score is 44-50 as we get closer to end game here, but those can make all the difference.
Honestly,
and I know Penguins, they do have a capping mechanism, right? Yeah.
Unfortunately, what team that is, I think that's 98-30. Look at their duck mechanism. Look at how
Oh,
lining
it's
up
like,
and getting stuck.
yeah. So
You
it's
hate to
not
see
lined
it.
up
Yeah.
properly. And oh yeah, I see Penguins is going for the cap. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get it though. I know their mechanism actually uses magnets rather than a claw to pick up their shipping elements.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the teams that have been using magnets. That was something that my team thought of as soon as the challenge got released. Not just to pick it up, but also to say, hey, if our shipping element is magnetic, yours should have like steel or like another ferrous metal on it, and then you could just take yours to ours. It doesn't necessarily have to be on top. So we put ours first, you put yours, and then they stick together, or vice versa. I haven't seen much of that, but I have seen a lot of magnetic mechanisms grab and release.
Now, with a magnetic system, that would also be a question of when you go over to the freight, because don't the freight have little steel balls in them?
They do, yeah.
Accidentally
Tell you what.
Yeah. You keep talking. Pulling up freight if you kept a magnet on, especially with. Oh, here's our score. Red Alliance taking that victory at 105-96 with a 28-point autonomous to a 30-point autonomous, a 30-point driver control to an 18 driver control, and a 15-point end game to a 2-point end game. Red team unfortunately receiving 10 points worth of penalties during that match. But yeah, as I was saying, the magnet idea, I feel like you would also have to then consider that a little bit, because if your freight has a steel bit in it and you're trying to use a magnet and you start magnetizing freight,
that's a good point.
Control one piece of freight. So if you have a magnet and it comes in contact with 2, 3, 4 pieces of freight, you got to make sure that you can only hold one.
Yeah, or you could at least shake it off if you're trying.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't want to have an extended arm and every time I turn, I'm now sticking to 5 pieces of freight. It would be very unfortunate for all penalties involved.
All these things, you gotta be cautious.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring up trying to score using a magnet, because there has been a team that's tried to do that, and it's really fun watching their mechanisms when they pick up.
Yeah. So because I'm at my Robotic shop right now, I actually have one of my students bring me a weighted freight. So it's got these metal inserts, just like Niall was talking about. And I do actually have a fridge magnet here, and so Niall is right. The fridge magnet does stick to it, but it's plastic. So, like Ronnie was saying, it can stick, but in order to score with it, you're going to have a really good weighted ones and be able to move those where you want them.
I mean, when I'm thinking about using a magnet, thinking about using a magnet, I would definitely be thinking of an FTC magnet, in which I'd be using like a fishing magnet.
Yeah. Fishing magnet.
Something 200, 300 pound magnetic pull force is definitely going to pull through plastic. It doesn't matter.
It's something that you can do like a shopping with.
Yeah, I'm like, if I go near it, it's going to move itself out of the warehouse near my arm. It's just going to say, oh, we're here? Okay, we're
Yeah.
You just see me move the entire pile of freight out of the warehouse at once.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, to the rules on electronics, you're not allowed to have electromagnets, where you turn it on or turn it off. You can't even make your own due to electrical risk there. So like a big inductor like that.
I'm about to say, but then also, especially with the watch transmission, you have an issue with that as well. You'd be creating way too much radio interference.
Yeah.
Anything.
These are things that you can learn about in engineering school, or just by looking at all sorts of properties about what makes magnets work. So this was stuff that was covered in sophomore physics for me. It really makes them work.
But coming up, we have stick shift and system overload up against the Sentinels and Penguins Robotics. I really want to see.
Penguins, sorry.
Oh, you're fine. You can talk action game instead of me talking puns and game. And
interesting, funny stuff.
So Penguins, after being a surrogate in the last match, are actually partnered again with a different one of their sister teams. So we'll see if they have that sort of practice going again.
The sister synergy.
Sister synergy, yeah.
Like I said, I really wish FTC was allowed to use the Aviator's controls, because then that would make sense for stick shift, because they could actually then shift their robot and go through different gears.
It'd be pretty interesting if somebody actually made a gear shifting mechanism on their robot, right?
I feel like it would be cool, but at the same time, on the amount of space that you have on an FTC bot, it would be slightly pointless. Also,
yeah, not very practical.
Anywhere near far enough to need a gear shift for speed, so it would have to be a torque mechanism. It would have to be, hey, I need to push a huge load, or I need a huge amount of torque to get me up something, change my gear ratio. And also with a name like the Sentinels, I'm imagining a big, looming, towering robot standing guard, standing post. And now I'm looking at the screen and I see a robot smaller than a penguin. I need these names to live up to what they say they are. But can system overload our scoreboard, or will the Penguins skate on ice towards this victory? We will see. But okay, Almond Robotics, what nutty punch should we use for you all next time that you all are out on the field?
You're outside. It's so bad.
That's so bad.
I know, it's horrible.
Terrible.
Because we don't really have to show you much, you know. You're not the peanuts.
Oh, last year we said at the end of our judging presentation, we were like, we will not hesitate to answer any of your questions.
So all nuts on the board with y'all. Great. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, hard to make a pun with almond. Almond's like a weird word, right? Like, who says almond in everyday life? You know?
I guess an almond farmer.
Well, okay.
And then if you say almond palmer too much, you're gonna think of Almond Palmer, and now that makes me want some lemonade and ice. Now I want me a nice Arnold Palmer now. Sounds good. I might be one of them after these qualifications are over today. Nice Arnold Palmer. See, my mind can wander very far in 2 words.
We have a member of those in the chat.
Oh.
Cheering for their team.
That's
what you're supposed to do. Speaking of, where are all these other team members at?
Yeah, they might all be at the competition.
Not with our social distancing rules.
I mean, it's, yeah.
Right, we have auto starting up. Let's see. So it looks like Penguins scored a duck, and they're looking to score the freight onto the shipping hub. Oh, but they missed it.
Ooh, looks like alignment might be slightly off.
Right, oh, also it looks like there's only 3 robots playing this match.
3, 2,
I wonder who
1.
didn't make it onto the field.
I can't see her. So it looks like 13-8-20 wasn't able to come to this match.
So 13-8-20 system overload. Hopefully they managed to make it back onto the field.
Yep, I see that Sentinels also has a cup for their capping mechanism. Well, for their team shipping element. So I'm wondering if they have a shipping mechanism to start.
They might have a mechanism, but they might also just let Penguins double cap.
Right, but Penguins, remember, they have that magnet, so it's only going to work if there's magnets inside there's shipping on.
They got the sister
team. Yeah, I'm about to say that.
Maybe they plan this one out.
Penguins and little hub. I'm not sure if that's.
Red Alliance. It's gotten some penalties so far. Looks like Penguins was able to tilt the shipping hub in their favor, just barely. Actually, I'm not sure it's all the way down yet.
I'm about to say, it's probably not all the way down because it's only whiffles.
Yeah, if they get a cube on it, oh, they're going for the cap again.
But
well, their partner is doing the test. Yeah. I don't think Penguins was able to cap, unfortunately.
Like, stick shift still trying to get it into gear. And we have just received word from the pits that system overload has overloaded their systems and unfortunately does not have a working robot today, so they only have a representative. Meaning they might just receive a surrogate for other matches, or could just be out there to get event points. So that way they can still perform in the judging.
Yep. And a very consistent score from Penguins and Sentinels here.
Once again, breaking that triple barrier nice early.
Very synergy. It's really pulling through.
Now, it would be funny to have two all-girl teams that are both sister teams, because then one of them could really talk sister synergy.
Could be the real sisters, huh?
Right? Just and then it'd be worse if each sister was captain of the other team.
Oh, they actually 101 with a 20-point penalty.
And so, looking at the point breakdown, we have a 5-point autonomous to a 23-point autonomous, a 0-point driver control to a 38-point driver control, and a 0-point endgame to a 60-point endgame. And with both teams incurring penalties, the Red Alliance is incurring a 10-point penalty, and the Blue Alliance incurring 20 points worth of penalties. The Blue Alliance will still take that victory at 101-0.
Oh man. We always look for those penalty-free matches. Now, they're not very common this season, and it's not entirely to the fault of the teams. It is a tricky game to avoid penalties in. But as season progresses, you'll start to see those penalties go down, not just through driver practice, but also through the fact that FIRST adjusts what they call, what is a penalty and what is not a penalty as the season progresses, because they do pay attention to the games and they tell the referees, hey, we've decided that most of the time this is inconsequential, so we're going to be a bit more lenient about it. So I do appreciate that about FIRST.
And score has been updated. The score jumped up to 131.
Wow. Oh yeah, and the Blue Alliance, they got the tip and they balanced their own big hub.
Yeah, so that's 2 points right there. 10 points for the Alliance, 20 points for having the shared in your favor.
Coming up next, we have Robot Lit and the Sentinels going up its Turtle Robotic and Stick Shift.
I heard that earlier. By the way, that was a good one.
Back in May. Which one?
The one about Stick Shift getting it into gear.
Yeah. Oh.
That was a good one. Yeah. All right.
Like I said, I just thought so many. I forget when I'm using them.
Yeah. So far, those
Same like right
rankings.
now with Turtles Robotics. Oh, go ahead. Talk about rankings. I'll make puns later.
Yeah, so with the rankings that you saw on the screen, they're low right now because the other cohorts have already played all of their matches. So these teams, this is their first or second match, so they need to earn those ranking points to climb up in the ranking. So don't be concerned about it quite yet. As these teams start playing their fourth or even fifth matches, then you'll see their rankings start to go up as the day continues. If Sean was here, he would tell us exactly how many points each team needs to score in order to get number one.
And that would be his quick math breakdown. But back to my pun time, because I felt like
yes, it was fun. Let's all focus on our strengths here. Sean does the numbers.
We have fun with puns. That's what we do.
Oh, yeah.
And speaking of fun puns, we have Turtle Robotics coming up, and I wonder, is their motto robot in a half shell?
It should be. Yeah, let's see if they really come out of their shell for this match,
Or would it be Teenage Mutant Ninja Robots?
Teams should have walk-up songs, Take a cue from baseball.
We do not need intro songs for teams. They're not coming to bat. This is not wrestling. We do not need an entrance. They do not need smoke machines.
Tempting.
They do not need fog machines and strobe lights on their way to the arena.
Have you seen BattleBots, man? Like, they make such a big show out of it. It's so good.
But that's BattleBots.
Yeah.
Half of BattleBots is the show. I mean, have you seen the arena in BattleBots? The arena is a show.
It is, yeah. It's incredible. Now, the World Championship, they make such a big deal out of the final matches to the point where typically how the closing ceremony goes is Dean Cameron will come up, say a few words, sit back down, then they'll play a match, and then another first executive will come up, say a few words, sit down, then they'll play another match. They kind of intermix it between speeches and the matches. It is so much fun. Speaking of fun, we are having fun in Autonomous Period in Alexandria. We got the robot scoring up onto the high goal on the blue side, looking to make its way into the warehouse. We got a red robot in the warehouse. We got a red robot in the storage unit. A nice autonomous all around. Blue is going to have the advantage as we transition into
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
getting that
2,
vision score
1.
most definitely a huge help for them.
Yeah.
Ethan, is that your team over there banging and cleaning?
I think it is. Yeah, banging on stuff together. So they're hard at work redesigning their collection.
They're either working hard or they're hardly working, so they work hard.
It's hard to tell. So we've got a score up in the high goal for the blue side, using that handy little claw there. Claws have really done a great job this season.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot, especially since you can only hold one mineral at a time,
Kind of makes sense, yeah. We got a little bit of trouble over on the blue side. Oh, one of the robots tipped over. Can they right themselves?
Do your push-ups.
Wow.
We love to see it.
Stuff right after tipping is kind of huge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We were just talking about
I guess you tried not to tip in the first place, right?
Once again, make sure teams get your workouts in and make sure your robot can get their workout in.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say that's another big practice element.
Oh, yeah. All right, we've got some great scoring going over on the red side. All 4 robots were in the warehouse. We got one robot taking a look at that blue shared shipping hub. Gonna tilt it in their favor. Looks like that was a heavy block.
Look at that arm, how it double actuates.
Yeah, it's very impressive. Now, I wonder how the drivers control that, because it's always the more motors that you add, the more that your drivers have to do, unless you compensate with programming. Over on the blue side, if you're looking at the ducks right now, they're having a little bit of trouble. Some of those ducks were trying to fly away. Red is also spinning their ducks around as we come to a close here.
Yep, it's really close, but Blue Alliance, they actually missed one of their ducks because it flew off too early and didn't get knocked off by the beam.
Yeah. And you hate to see it, but it does happen every now and then, so you really gotta dial in that speed.
Yeah, but they did get the tipping points, which is really good for them.
Yes, yes.
Current unofficial score of 73 to 113. Once again, these team numbers are crazy to me. It's an FRC thing. I just not used to seeing.
You can't memorize 5 numbers, can you?
No, we stop at 4 most times. We just hit the 5s. We just are in. We're barely in the 10,000s and 11,000s. I think we hit 10,000 last season. When I started, we were in the 2,000s, and when I finished, we were in like the 6,000s or 8,000s. We were adding like 1,000 teams a year.
Very close game, and I think in this cohort we've actually been seeing like very consistent scores of around 100 points in a lot of these matches.
And especially around endgame, I think all of these robots are doing a good job of at least getting some of the ducks, like maybe 5 to 7 ducks out of 9.
Yeah, for sure. And like in the end, even if the scores aren't like all in like the 200 range, like, I think consistency is more important.
Yeah.
And now that we're back, we're watching teams approach the field. We have Penguins Robotics going alongside Fairy Tale, and we have
System Overload.
Wait, no, because remember, System Overload isn't here.
Oh, but I thought High Ground also.
High Ground is
High Ground needed a surrogate, so who's on the other side of the field?
Wait. That looks like the robot that played last match, doesn't it?
That looks like Sentinel. That looks like Sentinel.
I don't think it's Sentinels. I think it's the team that was on the other side.
I'm confuddled.
I think it's trying to be a surrogate, and then looks like they're probably looking for a fourth team.
I can't see the number yet because the referees are standing on the field. So from that camera angle, it's just perfectly blocked. Only thing I see at the end is a 4.
Yeah, I can't see it. It's like 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1 something. It might be 11534. No, it might be 11804. Stick shift. That might be what it is. It might be stick shift.
Yeah, I think that's the. Yeah, and Penguins and Fairy Tale is a matchup we've seen before when Penguins played that surrogate match.
But this time the points will count.
Yep.
Even though I feel like if you were going to have a game where there's no opposition, that you should just let them run the game without anybody on the other side. Because the only difference that I can see them making is the shared hub. But even then, if they didn't choose to go for the shared hub and the other alliance did, still would tip the game back that way anyway. This doesn't make sense. And we have a high roll for it.
Looks like.
And they just barely missed the carousel. But they will get a park.
Did you get 2 high goal minerals, huh?
Did they?
Oh, no.
They got a park and a high goal.
Yeah, park and a high goal.
They got a perfect park because they're fully in the box. And
yep. It looks like Penguins might have gotten stuck on that mineral they tried to score.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
oh, no, they look okay.
1.
Oh no, they were not stuck. They were just running. Now,
Not sure about
Their
stick shift.
opposition, stick shift
Yeah.
seems to be having some gear troubles.
Yeah, but this is their surrogate match, so
But even with it being a surrogate match, you still don't want to get injured in a surrogate.
yeah. I think they're up and running again.
That would possibly be one of my worst options, is to choose not to play a surrogate match or to end up getting hurt because I did choose to play a surrogate match.
So it looks like we have Penguins scoring on the shared goal.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing the same strategy where one team does the shared goal and one team does high.
Yep, I think their positioning for the shared goal is actually really nice. Like with their wheels right inside the barrier like that, they can like just get it on the edge of the shared hub and get that tip really fast.
But I wonder how well that big antenna is.
Big antenna?
It's a big antenna. Oh, that's their capping.
Well, it looks like they might go for their cap soon.
Yeah, let's see if they can get it this time. I know they've tried it before and it didn't work.
But like, just look at how big the antenna is.
Oh, okay. They're lining it up. I don't know if they're able to pick it up.
Yeah, it looks like the magnet isn't strong enough.
Yeah.
And that could
But either way, with those 9 ducks, super good score here.
9 ducks. It looks balanced on top. The other goal is tilted in their favor. They have a ton of things going.
Yeah, it looks like about a 143. Probably.
Yeah, for sure. It's a really good match. And I think they do have the advantage of practicing together. Like, you can see it, they don't really, they didn't run into each other that much. I think it was their strategy is good.
Once again, I can't say it enough. Teams practice driving. This is a finesse game.
Yep, for sure.
They say driving makes up about 50% of the robot, right? Like, you have your actual robot design and then driving, because a lot of the time, I think, especially here, there's definitely a lot of practice that could be used to make things better.
Yep, and it looks like we have the scores up. The score of 111 to 25. The Red Alliance wins. And there was no penalties. I think that maybe a lot of the ducks, or a few of the ducks, didn't get scored. That's why the total went down.
That's why we'll just
Coming up next, we have Fairy Tale alongside the Sentinels going up against Penguins Robotics and Robotlets.
Yep, and once again, we have a lot of sister teams here.
Exactly. But you're gonna do it while you're on there.
So, talking about drive practice, how does Alden drive practice? Is that something that you guys are allowed to say, or is that top secret?
There's no real secret to it.
I don't think we are an example team in terms of.
Yeah, I don't think we're a good example.
Well, why do you think that is?
Well, we don't have a whole lot of strategy. Usually, what we do is we'll do different cycling strategies. So we'll run cycles from the other warehouse to our warehouse. run cycles for what's it called? The main, so like this is like when we're just practicing like without timing or anything. We'll just like practice cycles by themselves. And then we'll also generally like practice specific strategies. Like we'll do like a 90-second timer from like the end of wherever we are at the end of autonomous, and then like run through like what we would do in a full match.
Yeah, I think timing is good, like keeping track of our cycle times. Just having someone that's there, like just lapping a stopwatch every time you do a cycle. They can tell how fast your cycles are. That's something we do. I think our main problem though is just building up until the last minute, and that just cuts into so much drive practice time. Ideally, you'd want to have a point where, you know, the robot is ready. That's like around a week before the competition, and then you can just every meeting just do a couple hours of drive practice. That's the ideal situation, you know. Doesn't often happen for us.
Yeah. So
competition sounds like a. I was gonna say a week before competition sounds like a FRC build season back before bag day.
Yeah. That for them, I get it, but for FTC, you don't have as good of an excuse. So, yeah. So all the strategies that you said were perfectly valid. You know, like you said, practice the same route over and over. All right, and while you do that, your drivers will start to develop a habit. Like, oh, I should start extending this after we pass this point or something like that. And they'll get the hang of it, and it'll be like second nature. And then exactly like you said as well, you also have to practice those matches with the actual clock counting down in front of you so that wherever you are, you stop and you go do whatever that in-game challenge is. But you gotta do it. That's the thing, is you can't put it off. You can't say we'll figure it out when we get there. You have to dedicate the time to drive practice.
I think one of my favorite things that we used to do was with our drive practice, we would do it in the middle of the gym with like 2 or 3 other teams, just so that we could hear all the different talking and yelling and noise going on. Because I used to tell them all the time, there's one thing about practicing in the quiet by yourself when you want to focus. There's another thing when you have an auditorium of screaming and hearing fans and all the noise in the world while you compete.
Speaking of matches start here.
We have about 10 seconds left in the audio.
It's missing the end here.
It looks like something off in Penguin's where they're not aiming towards the ship hub.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
I believe.
3, 2, 1.
Right. And we are getting ready to go underway. Here we are in Telia. We've got robots turning around in the warehouse, trying to find the exact piece of freight they want. We've got a red robot reaching all the way up to the top of that shared or alliance hub, make a gentle deposit. Blue has a quick answer, dropping one in their top. Nobody has gone for the shared hub quite yet. That might change in the next couple seconds.
Yeah, or I think Fairy Tale's going for the alliance hub as well.
Yep. 20 points on the table.
98-30. I'm wondering about intake systems. Look at those big panels and flaps. It almost looks like it's in the way as they're trying to move around.
Yeah, it can be a double-edged sword, you know. Increase the arc at the flaps, makes it quicker to pick up, but like you're saying, it's in the way. We've got a couple good scores over on the red side, dropping those off in the top level. And Blue is quick to answer, that is 1872. We've got one red robot lined in the corner, ready to send those ducks as soon as they hear that whistle. Looks like 98.
It looks like it got spiked. It looks like it got spiked.
That's a good for it. I like that. Spiked. That point,
they're
man.
always spiked. On a spike, so they got spiked.
Yeah, you're spot on, man. All right, speaking of spot on.
Yeah, the Death Strike spikes again.
Yeah, we are spinning these ducks. Red is doing a good job Yeah.
What are we gonna say? One spikes the dust.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh, this counter is terrible.
Yeah.
I swear, the later it gets, the more we add to the counter. When it's early in the morning, we don't feel like adding to the counter. By the end of the day, we're like, oh, we're just gonna add the counter before it's time to go.
Yeah. A great match by Blue and Red Alliance. Red Alliance did a good still focus on that Alliance hub, even while their Alliance partner was doing Ducks. Unfortunately, 98 really did get spiked, as we saw, but still a very strong performance all around, with a preliminary score of 120 to 73. So that shared hub is still not claimed. And we talk about how we say it's easy 20 points, or at least I do, but for some of these teams, if they know that they're likely to get a penalty for going close and bumping into it, then is it really worth it?
I would go no risk, no reward. I would also bigger wheels. I don't know. I like big bots, but then I also like fast spots.
I like bots
very
that
big
cannot.
bots that
Honestly, I'm interested in seeing a team who can score diagonally onto the shared hub, like the side with all pipes on it. I think that'd be really interesting.
But speaking of scoring, we have a score of 120-73 with a 18-point autonomous across the board, 42 driver control to a 12 driver control, and a 60 end game to a 40-point end game. Both of the teams received no penalties. Once again,
Four has been the best in terms of penalties so far.
Maybe they're sitting in the Twitch channel watching all the matches.
Yep.
But I say I'm in cohort 4 as far as team unity goes. I mean, team shirts across the board, whether it be turtles, whether it be penguins, no matter what it is. I've been seeing all them shirts, so I'm loving it.
Yeah. To see if there's going to be any big changes to the rankings.
The cohort 4 teams have to sort of climb their way up the rankings.
It looks like right now, as of right now, they'll need scores of about 150 to get pretty far up the rankings.
Do we see a mini numbers guy in the making? Are you trying to take Deshaun's place?
Well, I mean, the third place team has 764, but that's a pretty big gap from fourth place. Has ranking points of 623. So if one of the teams can like score around 170 in 3 matches, they might have a shot at getting up there.
Yeah, 173 matches.
It's also a lot.
It's a lot. It's a big thing to ask.
Coming up next, we have Turtles Robotics versus Stick Shift, because both teams don't have partners. And currently, Stick Shift's still trying to figure out their gearbox issues before they put their robot onto the field.
Yeah, if this is a 1v1, that's really unfortunate for both teams because, you know, having an alliance partner does help boost your score, which can in turn boost your ranking. So this is a bit of a disadvantage for both teams.
I unfortunately am not able to see the field. Are you all able to see the field right now?
No.
Nope. Oh, I just got it back. Yeah, just refreshed a bunch of times.
Okay, yep, it just came back for me. Okay, great. I was gonna say, I thought it was just me for a second. I was like, I lost the field. I can't tell if we're starting. Y'all are gonna have to talk me through this match. We'll be kind of blind here. But speaking of talking through matches, as we were talking, another team has showed up to join on, and it seems like we might get 2 extra surrogate teams to make this a full 2-on-2 match instead of leaving it alone as a 1-on-1. So once again, teams taking the moral high ground, coming back and helping out.
That's great. You love to see it.
Love to see it.
To see it.
Love to see it. We haven't seen a whole lot of caps, huh?
Yeah, we had N1.
Yeah, only N-1,
Cap,
and
-1.
Penguins tried the cap too, right? There's only been a couple teams who've tried to cap.
Yep.
I feel like it's
only N-1 has been successful.
I feel like unless you can double cap, most of the teams just don't feel like capping in the first place.
Yeah, but we've seen Penguins go for it in their matches. They just haven't been able to succeed.
I mean, capping does require adding a little bit of an extra mechanism, right? So maybe a lot of teams might not think that it's worth it.
Now, my other thing when it comes to capping is if you were going to have an unbalanced system, and I'm talking about the top goal, at least balance it towards your direction so it's closer to you instead of when it faces away from you, because then you're still reaching over the tower. And we saw earlier when that almost caused the entire tower to fall. I forget what team that was at the end game was barely holding their tower up with their robot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for most teams, right, if they're scoring closer to themselves, then they'll probably be tilting it towards them and not away.
Right, we have randomization on the bottom level.
Once again, this is match 42 out of 46. We are wrapping up soon. But look at these robots go underway. Oh.
Right, so we got one team doing vision successfully. But it looks like they did get a penalty for hitting their hub.
And did the duck count is the question.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
At least they're able to start off with harmless despite that penalty with an advantage here.
Well, this looks like the battle of little bots.
It looks like one of those robots is having a bit of trouble with their claw over there.
Claw looks kind of bent.
Yeah, it looks like they won't be able to pick up any of the minerals on the ground anymore.
And that was what I was talking about earlier when they got themselves spiked, that was what their claw was doing. So I wonder if that happened while they were trying to get out of being spiked, or if that happened before they got spiked. Also, the Twitch chat says they're surprised we're still holding strong since they've seen us here since 8 a.m.
That's wonderful.
Little do they know it was well before 8 a.m.
That's our coach. Hi.
I should have known it was the pink.
A lot of claw bots this round.
Did you guys actually go and make sure to get the perfect color pink in Twitch chat?
Nope.
Because I'm like, that looks
Honestly,
only
a lot
few
of our
shades
pink
off
are kind of
the
mismatched. Like on our robot, we have like pink duct tape and then like pink PLA. Like
They look
they're like
color.
different shades of pink. So
It's hard to find everything where pink is the same color.
yeah, and our shirts are also a different shade.
Don't tell us that, because from the Twitch channel and from the Discord, they all looked almost exactly alike. We can't tell; it blends perfectly.
Oh, it looks like Sentinels is doing their cap really fast.
They're ducks.
Yeah, they're ducks. Yeah.
Yes, we've seen a cap with no caps up there.
Yeah, no caps on there.
And once again, a score over 100.
Yeah.
On the Red Alliance.
I mean, really, like 50% of that is from the ducks, right? Ducks is our huge contribution here.
Yeah, for sure.
In fact, most of these points are coming from autonomous and ducks, right? 8 ducks, and then also they only got the.
They had 14 points coming out of autonomous.
Yeah, I'm about to say they had 14 points coming out of autonomous, so a lot of it was both halves.
And they got the tip for the shared hub. I think that was also the tip and the ducks. Yeah.
And with a final score being in favor of the Red Alliance, 112 points to 57 points, a 42-point autonomous to a 5-point autonomous, a 16-point driver control to a 4-point driver control, and a 84-point endgame to a 48-point endgame, with the Red Alliance being marked back by that 30-point penalty in the auto period. Now, as much as I blame drivers for finesse, I can't blame my drivers for auto period. Now I'm going to blame my programmers. Programmers, test your robot. Test your program. Know exactly how much a single cycle is. If you have programs that are timed by the second, know exactly how much a second is. I know back from the days of Omni Wheels, you could test a robot, but you also had to incorporate your slide distance, because when you broke, you would slide. So you would go
that momentum carries you forward.
And you'd still slide an extra 2 feet. So you had to incorporate, well, how fast do I need to go so I can just stop and slide?
Oh.
Our bots, we used to joke and call it the hockey bot, because it was this little fast robot. But every time we wanted to turn or do anything, because we were on Omni Wheels, we'd turn and skate. And we'd turn and skate. We would sit there and look at our bot like, is this supposed to do that? Like, yeah, we programmed for the slide. That is the...
Yeah. That's what you gotta do.
Look, it was either hockey bot or Tokyo Drift. Pick one.
Wow, it must be hard to localize around that.
Yeah, but granted, FRC robots do have a lot more momentum than FTC bots, because, out of curiosity, does anybody in chat know the equation for momentum? I know it. I want to make sure you guys know it.
I will take my leave as not being in school for a few years, and I'm not going to touch no equations.
Come on. Somebody in chat has to know the equation for momentum. And you guys are in front of computers right now, so you almost have no excuse.
Unless they're in front of a phone and we're their only phone tab open, in which case, keep us open. Do not close us. We like our viewers.
Can we get it? Hey, that's not fair. He's a... We had an event staff say.
Control's a lot more
We know the event staff know it. Oh,
yeah, that staff know all of our formulas and everything else.
One of my students is over here dying in my ear. He's like, it's M times V, mass times velocity. That's the answer, by the way. Mass times velocity. So.
Yeah, I'm really good at my Google skills.
Yeah.
We weren't Googling, we knew that. So, Pear, stop leaving the clip here.
Alright. So, we are getting geared up for... Which match number is this? We're getting close to the end. It's like 43 out of 46.
43, there we go.
Yeah, we are... It is getting down to the wire here, so... Can we see an upset?
Now it's time when I wish we were in person so we could play songs and not worry about copyright, because I would definitely play the final countdown right now.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I have it loaded up on my soundboard and I still can't use it because of the copyright.
The high randomization is pretty lucky though, right? Everyone tries to score in the high goal.
Yeah.
I mean, because even if you don't make the randomization, you would still get a lot of points for it.
Yeah. I think it's 33%, you know?
If you had to guess.
Oh, looks like the blue lines have run into each other and their hub.
You hate to see it.
11804 had stopped the hub, and 9830 just plowed them right through it.
Yep.
Man, oh man.
But a really good autonomous on the Red Alliance. Both teams getting their freight on top.
Yeah, nice job. One robot
Drivers,
completely
pick up your controllers.
One completely in storage unit.
3,
That's gonna give them the
2,
advantage as
1.
we transition into teleop here. All 4 robots moving. 9830 with those massive flaps that Niall was talking about last match.
9830 still trying to get spiked again. Immediately ran over a spike and just now has decided to back up and wait for
They wanted to prove that they ain't scared of it. 18792 is first to score on the shared hub, but unfortunately it is a very lightweight wiffle ball. It is not going to tilt
that you're
in their
not scared
favor.
of the points all you want. You can say that you're not scared of the obstacles all you want until you look that obstacle in the eye and it's looking back at you, in which case I will back up immediately.
And it's daring you, yeah, every time. 18792 is once again in a position to score on the shared hub. That's going to be
That's
a
like
heavy
going
block.
up to a rock wall. I'm like, I'll do it.
All right, Blue is trying to get that shared hub back. Meanwhile, on the Red Alliance, we got one robot primed and ready for ducks with 60 seconds left in the game. And on the Red Alliance, we have one robot focusing on that top level. And it's clear that there's a strategy here that Red is working around.
Yeah, I mean, with that good autonomous, like, Red is lined up to get a really good score this match, especially if they can get all the ducks.
Blue Lions, unfortunately, not having an answer to any of these points so far.
Oh, it looks like one of the people on Red Team have gotten beached on the spike here.
Now they're good.
Alright,
so already Blue Alliance is heading for the carousel, and so is the Red Alliance.
9830 was ready. They were on the spot. They were set up, and they have spun off a couple ducks, going for their 4th one. Looks like
and
now.
it's like 1530.
Now, I also like how 9830's nameplate.
Oh, they're the cap on Red Alliance.
Single duck and push the
Oh,
ducks.
congrats! Good job, Red. Thanks for seeing that.
We got a cap.
It looks like the Red Alliance weren't able to get all of their ducks, but I think 7
It was a good number, yeah. Looks like tied so far for ducks, 7 and 7. We've got a partial park on the blue side, a full park on the red side.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good match.
Good match all around, yeah.
Yep.
According to our scorekeepers, looks like there's going to be a little bit of penalties dished out for both red and blue for moving their hubs.
But I don't see it on the board.
Yeah.
Look at the board. The score is 189 to 25. I believe that penalty is only for the Blue Alliance when it came to moving that hub. Our autonomous broke down as 68 points to 0 points. Our driver control broke down to 32 points to 0 points. But our endgame, Blue Alliance answered back 89 to 55. But Blue Alliance still marked by that 30-point penalty, dragged their points down. Even with that, however, Team 11804 has moved up into 28th position, while Team 18792 jumps up to 10th and Team 10414 jumps up to 17th. You guys are saying something about 170, and they seem to have heard you because they wanted to jump just above that 170 mark.
Yeah. Look at the match schedule here. Let's see. So 43 was just played. And 18792 still has one more match that they can play to go up further in the rankings.
Oh, 30 in 10th place.
Yep.
One more match. One more match. One more match.
Oh, so 18792 has 504 ranking points right now. So they score anywhere above 100. Oh, they score anywhere above. Sorry. If they score anywhere above 119, they would be, they would be in fourth place. Not something.
Yeah, that gap between third and fourth right now is really big.
Yeah.
It's over 100 points.
The gap between third and fourth is probably insurmountable.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, coming up next is the Sentinels alongside Turtles Robotics going up against Fairy Tail. And I don't believe Fairy Tail has a surrogate. Oh, nope, I stand corrected. Fairy Tail does have a surrogate coming in to step in for system overload. Fairy Tail has the Turtles stepping in, I believe. Oh, wait, no.
Oh, so then these are all four of them are sister teams, right?
Yeah.
I'm still lost as far as which teams are which. I've completely lost myself with team numbers again. Teams, please be more identifiable. We are looking at you through a camera, at an angle, at a distance. Big numbers help. Also, bold numbers help.
Yep. Or just a very colorful robot.
That too. Colorful robot with an easily identifiable team. Like Almond Robotics, they are bright pink. It is very hard to miss. Logic Coyote with their camo team, very hard to miss. Their whole robot, orange and green, very hard to miss. Frogbot, purple and green, very hard to miss. AlphaGo with their solid black robot, that's still hard to miss. Even though you might not be able to clearly see what's going on, you know that when you see that solid black bit on your screen, that's AlphaGo. And we have randomization number 6, so that is the top tower. So a lot of our teams gunning for the top tower anyway. This will help with randomization.
Yep, and we saw in the last match with the top goal randomization, we saw a really high score, right? Like 180 something, almost 200. So let's see if maybe they can break 200 this time. Alright, on both alliances, we have one mineral gourd in the top level. And it looks like on the Red Alliance, they're going for the carousel.
Yeah.
And they get it.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
Fortunately, though,
1.
since they didn't get both rates scored during auto, it's not looking as strong as it was in the last match with the third level randomization. But we'll see how good the cycles are.
But at least they're keeping a very close race. Red's slowly starting to pull away with the score of 68 to 38.
Yeah, it's like Red just got the shared shipping hub. It's
I
going to be
wonder
hard
what's
for
going
Blue to come
on
back.
with
Yeah.
system overload, however, because their robot has not moved.
Yeah.
Are they just trying to stay on the field to try to get points for being on the field? Also, I wonder for the teams that stumbled on using a cup as their scoring element, whether that was a random accident or whether it was a planned idea. Because I know for some teams it could have been something as random as, hey, we're going to eat and drink and everything, and then they just realized that the robot could hold the cup. Versus Oh, I actually watched this team and I studied what they were doing, and everybody's using cups. They had this custom built mechanism, but it looks just like a cup, so I'm just gonna use a solo cup.
Well, I mean, there's no reason to make a separate mechanism if it's just a cup, right?
Yep, and look, we have one cap on the Red Alliance. Can they get two?
Oh, wow.
They're going for a double cap.
Double cap. Double cap. Double cap.
Double cap.
Wow.
Double cap. Oh, and they get it!
Wow.
Double cap.
Yeah! Alright, but let's
And
see,
both
because I don't
teams
think they
pushing
were
up
able to get
triple
all the
digits.
ducks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both teams pushing
Looks
up
like
triple
Really
digits.
strong, though.
I'm pretty sure a lot of the ducks just either hit the bot or just didn't fully spin off.
Yeah, the Blue Alliance has the advantage in terms of ducks. But either
Blue
way,
Alliance got
you
a
know,
lot more
double
ducks.
cap, it's just so fun to see. Such like, you know, it doesn't happen often. So,
And we will give all the credit that is due for that team making triple digits by themselves. That is 15308 Fairy Tale putting up themselves, going up against two teams and still holding their own.
yeah.
But I think that's another one of those magnetic double caps that we just saw.
Yeah. Were they magnetic, actually? It looks like they might have used
They
it.
used claw.
Yeah.
I think they might have used the same claw.
Oh boy, oh boy.
With that, our final score will be 168 to 104. All teams pushing up in positions, with the Red Alliance taking that win, a 52-point autonomous to a 32-point autonomous, a 36-point driver control to a 24-point driver control, and a 80-point endgame to a 48-point endgame.
A nice clean match with no penalties. That's what we like to see.
What I like to see is smiling faces and teams having fun. Unfortunately, I don't get to see the first part, but I do get to see the second part.
There you go. Yeah, and it was a lot of fun being able. So last year, First Chesapeake did a great job of having hybrid competitions where two teams would show up to a venue and they'd play matches together. That was nice because you got to see another team and you weren't just alone on the field. This year, by having these cohorts, you still really get that feeling of a competition. So in Fairlawn, they had music playing on a speaker. You know, you got to go see your alliance partner and say, hey, we're in this match together. What's the plan? How's your robot looking? And I know our head programmer, he was so excited to finally be able to help out other teams because he just loves doing that. He almost never spends any time in our pit. He's always with somebody else's laptop showing them, oh yeah, this is what you can try to do, you know, making little corrections and helping them out because he really has a big picture understanding of how the programming works.
Yeah, I mean, our team, we competed on, December 4th? The beginning of December, so we actually got to have, like, a pretty close to, like, normal-ish experience. I mean, there was no audience, of course, or there was a small audience.
But there was elimination.
Yeah, elimination rounds and also having pits, like, I was so happy that we got to do that.
Yeah, those are fantastic. And so they of course have going on right now a virtual audience. So there's a Zoom call going on, broadcasting to the field. So and this link is given out to team members that maybe didn't get the opportunity to go in person to the event, and the people on the field can actually hear the fans in that virtual audience, and the fans can hear the team members, and it is so encouraging to be able to hear that support. I know last year at the state championship, we had one of our team members saying, "Did you fix the elevator?" Like asking questions while we were driving. Of course, we were too busy to answer them, but it showed the concern that was there, you know?
I know if my team would have had a Zoom call back when I was competing, I would never have tuned in and I would have purposely muted my team because they would have asked the worst questions. My team would have been more concerned about, are we still getting pizza today? Over, are we actually winning?
Yeah, that's secondary. All right, so looks like we got
completely changed.
Looks like we got another substitution here. So team 11804 is stepping in to be a surrogate team for 10414. So again, 10414 was unable to make it. So 11804 has decided to step up, so that way their alliance partner still has somebody to play with, and we still have that 2-on-2. So we always love to see that. It's a very gracious, professional thing to do, to say, hey, we're willing to take our robot out of the pits and stop touching it for 5 minutes so that we can help another alliance partner out. So thank you to team 11804.
And this can also help a lot when you go toward the judges, having something else to talk about with our judges.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, I stepped up, I became a surrogate. Hey, I helped out with this. Hey, I helped out with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So surrogates
I know
are definitely
from
more
FRC
common.
there used to be an award for the most helpful team as far
Oh,
as
yeah.
like, being in the pit went.
Yeah, big stuff. So surrogates are definitely more common now.
I don't
just
know how
with
that used to
the
go.
uncertainty of COVID and with the cohort style, you know. So some teams will play an entire additional set of like 5 matches, you know, just to even things out. So we appreciate all the teams who have stepped up to be surrogates, and it's not completely in anybody's detriment. It's not something that's like, okay, I guess we'll be a surrogate. We actually get more driver practice through it. Speaking of practice, we are practicing good autonomous here in match 45 out of 46. We've got 2 robots,
And
one fully in the warehouse, one partially parked in the warehouse.
Speaking of driver's practice, if I would have had to run a surrogate, I definitely would be putting my secondary drivers up during that game. I would definitely put that secondary drive team like AJ was
Drivers,
talking about when
pick
they
up
were
your
here.
controllers.
Mostly
3,
because
2,
that would be the chance to
1.
train that next team. If I know I'm a senior and I'm not going to be back next year, the extra matches don't matter to me, but they do matter to my teammate who needs drive practice, who's never been on an actual field driving and competing. They do matter to my rookie programmer who needs to know what it's like to have to fix something on the fly.
Yeah. Speaking on the fly, looks like Blue's going to have to adjust their strategy a little bit. Looks like one of the Blue robots is out of commission. We've got a good camera angle of their team members trying to furiously reconnect to the robot. Their alliance partners are doing a great job of filling up that top level of the alliance shipping hub. On the red side, you have one robot patiently waiting next to that duck spinner, and the other robot is focusing on that alliance shipping hub.
That is still system overload. Unfortunately, having a overloaded system.
An overloaded system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we want them to overload the scoreboard, not their cell phones.
Yeah, if they can. So yeah, and the reason that we talk so much about phones is because that's how we control our robots. You know, is they're not over there looking at Instagram. They were trying to connect to their phone. Looks like Blue tilted their own hub a little bit. I'm not too concerned about whether that was a penalty or not. I'm more concerned about if they do something like that, it could result in blocks spilling off. Now, speaking of spilling off, we've got ducks spilling off left and right for both the blue and red alliances. 20096 is cooking over there. They're almost out of ducks. Here we go with red and 9803 spinning some of their ducks off. Time is winding down.
Alright, it looks like the Blue Alliance were able to get almost or all but one of their ducks down.
So close.
Speaking of spinning off, I hear somebody spinning the drill off in your background.
Yeah, that is going on. They're working on their collection mechanism right now. So So my team got to see the party time carrots and really liked their collection mechanism. So we are currently trying to make our own version of it. We're not trying to replicate it one to one, but we're trying to do something similar to be a better scorer and alliance partner, because we've already qualified for the state championship, but we still want to take the next step and be even faster at scoring if possible.
And looking at this match, it will go in the direction of blue with a score of 13 to 88 in favor of the Blue Alliance, a 5-point autonomous to a 10-point autonomous, a 4-point driver control to a 24-point driver control, a 34-point endgame to a 54-point endgame, and the Red Alliance unfortunately receiving a major penalty for interfering with the turntable. Once again, teams, do not touch the turntable if the robot is touching it. Secondarily, the pun that goes with it, you aren't the DJ. This isn't your dance hall. Stop trying to mix the tapes. Get off the turntables.
That is an interesting rule though, because sometimes teams will like wait a really long time between each duck, right?
I mean, I would sometimes rather say safe than sorry, but then at the same time, if you have a robot that after it engages, it has an auto function where it only engages for a certain amount of time and it will force itself off, then I feel like I would rather use that system. So I have a system that whenever I push button X runs for 2 seconds and cuts off. Runs for 2 seconds and cuts off. That way I know, even if I hold button X, it's only going to activate once.
Looks like the next match is going to be... Oh, we have penguins up again.
I believe it's Stick Shift, Penguins, Fairy Tale, and Turtle Robotics.
Yep, and I noticed in the last match the Sentinels actually were able to move up to rank 5, so we'll see if maybe Penguins can surpass them.
And once again, we only have... Is this our very last match?
Yep, it is.
This is
Last
our
match of the day.
last match of today. If anyone has stuck with us since first thing this morning, let us know. You have been with us from sunrise to sunset.
Yep, and if Penguins get a score of over 104 points, they will surpass the Sentinels to be in rank 5. And with a score of, I can't do math.
120?
Yeah, 120, they can be in rank 4.
And this is why we let the high school students do the math. I'm too old.
But it looks like, oh, Penguin's alliance partner actually.
Oh, it looks like Penguins got the randomization? Oh, maybe not.
Oh, they missed the...
Somebody spun their duck too hard, and which Red Alliance member is that all the way over by the blue?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. How did they get all the way over there? I didn't even see them.
I feel like they probably ran forward and just skipped up against the wall the entire time.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
I think they don't get a penalty
3,
for that though.
2,
because they didn't quite
1.
push the blue team.
Yeah, the blue team was still able to successfully get the park, so I think it might be okay.
But I wonder if they got a penalty for moving during that shut-off period. Because it looked like they had moved for a couple seconds during that 8-second break.
And it looks like there's definitely a fight over the shared hub
The
happening
shared is
right
still
now.
even right now. Oh, Penguins is still going for a high goal though. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's because they collected a wiffle ball. So yeah, it's probably smart to score the balls in the high goal and then the cubes in the shared goal. Yep.
Penguins
Just
tipping
about.
over on their side.
Just starting to get, but it looks like Blue's fighting back though.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
They are going back and forth for this. Who's
They
going
really
to
are. Oh, Aaron's back on red side.
This tower will be a fight.
It also looks like Jeff is staring very intensely at whether Penguins is still in the warehouse or not.
All right, so it looks like is Penguins going for the cap again? No, they're going for the carousel, which I think is definitely a smart move here.
Red has received a major penalty for touching the blue hub. Once again, make sure you are staying on your side.
All right, and it looks like Red's duck is actually stuck in the middle of the carousel. Oh.
Yeah, Blue actually scored really high this run.
Yeah. Definitely, and oh man, I feel like we jinxed Penguins a little bit there.
Penguins are standing on shaky ice right now.
Oh, shaky ice.
Oh, I will go through all of the Penguin puns I can. You all gave me time. And in FRC, there's a Penguin team too, and I used to make jokes about them all day. I know all my Penguin puns. But at this time, I would like to remind everybody that there are more matches tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. once again. So remember, gather your teams, gather your friends, and tune back in for another round of exciting robot competition. I unfortunately will not be back tomorrow, but we will have more commentators in the box, around the box, and give you all a wonderful show. Our final score has just come in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a score of 22 to 160. We have a 10-point autonomous to a 28-point autonomous, a 24-point driver control to a 36-point driver control, an 18-point endgame to a 96-point endgame, and a 30-point penalty being given to the Red Alliance, unfortunately dropping our Penguins all the way down the slippery ice, down to 12th place. Team
actually 19670
Robotics, however, jumps up to 4th place, and team 15308 Fairy Tale jumps up to 9th place. So that is a wonderful showing for them, with both of those teams moving up into the top 10 positions. At this time, I would like to thank Aisha and Ronnie for sticking with me all day. I would like to thank Ethan for jumping in the box. I would like to thank AJ and his crew over in McHenry, Maryland for jumping up with us. I would love to thank everybody in the back who likes to stay nameless and in the dark and in the shadows, all mysterious like. Not to mention all of our wonderful supporters, mentors, sponsors, and everyone else who has been here and helps us make these broadcasts what they are. As a final reminder, at 8 a.m. tomorrow, we will have a new round of broadcasts starting. And once again, another great big thank you to all of our sponsors. This has been Freight Frenzy, presented to you by Raytheon Technologies. I am Niall Smith, and we will see you all next time.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible
where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be. Ready?
To leave the boundaries of what's known.
To define possible.
To define possible. To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked.
Perfect. We see these students coming through the program, not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet. And FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canon, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CBI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canon products.
Canon Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.